president of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Hao looked at Pang Jinting with a slight surprise, but this also confirmed Zhou Hao's thoughts. This little old man is indeed not an ordinary person. No wonder Zhu Yongquan will send someone to protect him. No matter from which point of view, Indonesia is not a big country, but the Chinese have taken root in Indonesia for hundreds of years. With the hard-working spirit of hard work, the Chinese have achieved very good results in Indonesia. In Indonesia, whether it is the government or the private sector, there have long been rumors that the Chinese control most of Indonesia's economic power. Although such rumors are exaggerated, they are not groundless. In his previous life, Zhou Hao had read in economic statistics. According to the statistics, more than 60% of Indonesian investors are Chinese, making it the largest investment group in Indonesia. Therefore, it is undeniable that the Chinese have a great influence on Indonesia's economy. Like overseas Chinese in other countries, Indonesian Chinese businessmen have also organized a Chinese Chamber of Commerce. According to Zhou Hao's estimation, this Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce may not be as good as the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in other developed countries, but its strength is certainly not weak. He also heard Han Shixiang say, Mr. Pang came to China this time to return to China to invest, and he specifically came to see the domestic investment environment. Because Mr. Pang's ancestral home is in Zhejiang, he came to us first. Originally, he came today. When we visited the Hongyan Film and Television City, the city government had specifically instructed us to receive him well, but we didn't expect something like that. Thinking of the guy who went to the Hongyan group for gilding to embarrass Han Shixiang, he instigated local farmers to come to the studio to make trouble. Zhou Hao frowned and said, I am also a major shareholder of the studio, and I can't leave this matter. Manager Han, you help I will tell that guy. If he is interested, don't mess with our studio, otherwise I won't be polite. Zhou Hao was able to calculate Liang Fengshan's ruin and soul and return to the sea. Now, although Liang Xuantong has known the news of Liang Fengshan's death, he has no idea about Zhou Hao's existence. If that guy really annoyed Zhou Hao somehow, Zhou Hao would never give up. By the way, does Su Wenrong know about this? Zhou Hao asked Han Shixiang. Aren't you his right-hand man? Now that you are being bullied, he won't help you out. Seeing a sad look on Han Shixiang's face, he said lonely, Hey, Zhou Hao, the complexity of the interpersonal relationships in state-owned enterprises, you don't know how deep it is. That guy, even Mr. Su dare not offend him. Speaking of this, his eyes also faintly revealed dissatisfaction. The undaunted effort of President Su back then is now gone. Alas, after these years, President Su's edges and corners have been smoothed. Zhou Hao could hear that Han Shixiang had already felt dissatisfaction with Su Wenrong's failure to make himself known. Immediately, Zhou Hao had a thought in his heart. Han Shixiang is a rare talent. In terms of academic qualifications, Han Shixiang has not graduated from junior high school, which means that he does not have any professional skills. However, the management experience gained through many years of practice and his smooth interpersonal skills are all essential for executives. Zhou Hao had the idea of soliciting Han Shixiang when he bought a lot of shares in Hongyan Film and Television. So now it is a good opportunity for Zhou Hao. However, this matter should not be rushed, and although Su Wenrong did not make a stand for Han Shixiang may not abandon Su Wenrong. Han Shixiang's affectionate personality is also what Zhou Hao valued. Zhou Hao believes that for an enterprise, in many cases, the morality of employees is more important than talent. Zhou Hao was not in a hurry to recruit Han Shixiang under his command, and it was Zhou Hao's habit to plan and move later. Before acting, he must consider various factors. At this time, the bandaged Pang Jinting came to Zhou Hao, patted Zhou Hao's shoulder and smiled. Little brother, I don't think you are like an ordinary child, and the filmmakers just now seem to be in awe of you. Are you their boss? Hee, old Pang, you have a really good vision. Zhou Hao smiled. You guessed it, that crew belongs to my company. By the way, my company is also a shareholder of Hongyan Film and Television City. Oh, let me introduce myself first. Now, my name is Zhou Hao. Hello, Pang Lao. After that, he extended his right hand to Pang Jinting. Pang Jinting shook Zhou Hao's hand. Oh, I heard that there was a big film and television city built here in my hometown, so I came over and took a look. I didn't expect to encounter such a gang of thugs, which caused me a disaster. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Didn't Commander Zhu send those big brothers to protect you? Did they fail to protect you? I told Commander Zhu immediately and let Commander Zhu punish them. When those special soldiers heard Zhou Hao's words, they knew he was joking, but they also showed helpless expressions. And Peng Jinting scratched his head embarrassedly. It's actually none of their business. I think it is troublesome for them to follow behind, so I just walked away by myself. I didn't expect to encounter those thugs as soon as I walked away. He was very fond of Zhou Hao, and Peng Jinting smiled at him. Brother Zhou, are you free? Anyway, I have nothing to do today. Let's find a place to sit. Okay, that's what I meant. Zhou Hao smiled heartily. There is a hotel in the film and television city, and Wang Zhonglei immediately booked a room for Zhou Hao and the others. Han Shixiang originally wanted to accompany Peng Jinting, but after what happened just now, Peng Jinting complained about him, and Han Shixiang had to deal with the aftermath of those farmers who came to the film and television city to make trouble, so he couldn't follow. The location of this room is very good. The wide floor-to-ceiling windows can see most of the scene of the studio, which is very spectacular. In addition to Zhao Yuqin, Wang Zhonglei accompanied Peng Jinting and Zhou Hao. During the banquet, Peng Jinting raised the champagne to Zhou Hao and laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to have such a big family business at a young age. Haha, private TV stations with communication satellites are probably the only ones in China. One family. Old Peng is overwhelmed, Zhou Hao said with a smile. Actually, I am only responsible for funding. The achievement today is due to Wang Zhonglei's talents. Wang Zhonglei was secretly moved by Zhou Hao's words, and Peng Jinting also appreciated Zhou Hao in his heart. There are very few young people who have such a huge industry without any arrogance. Brother Zhou, this girl is your daughter-in-law. Peng Jinting looked at Zhao Yuqin, who was beside Zhou Hao and thoughtfully adding wine and food to him, and smiled. Brother Zhou, you are really blessed. Hearing Peng Jinting's appreciation, Zhao Yuqin smiled and nodded at him generously and politely, and everyone was angry. By the way, Mr. Peng, I heard from Manager Han that you want to return to China to invest. It just so happens that I also do some investment business. Peng Jinting sighed. Well, in fact, I am also forced to feel helpless. The financial turmoil a while ago has not little impact on Indonesia. The businesses of many members of our Chamber of Commerce have been hit hard. Moreover, I don't want to hide it from Zhou. Brother, we feel that the political situation in Indonesia is a bit unstable. Both Zhou Hao and Peng Jinting knew that when the Indonesian political situation was unstable, the Indonesian government would often point the finger at the Indonesian Chinese in order to divert domestic conflicts. In the 1998 Indonesian anti-Chinese incident in Zhou Hao's previous life, it was because the corruption of the then Indonesian President Suharto was exposed, and the financial turmoil caused Indonesia's economic recession. The Suharto government tried to transfer the site of the domestic people, vigorously advocated that this situation was caused because the Chinese controlled the Indonesian economy, and the domestic people's anger was poured on the local Chinese. Various evidences later showed that the Indonesian military played a very important role in the anti-Chinese incident. Therefore, the senior executives of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce headed by Peng Jinting are planning to prepare for the future and transfer funds to China. But Zhou Hao said, Peng Lao, you only acted now. I am afraid it is too late. It has now entered January 1998, and in Zhou Hao's memory, the second wave of the Asian financial turmoil occurred in Indonesia in January 1998. That is, the second wave of financial turmoil. It will happen this month. According to my analysis, the financial turmoil will start again soon, and Indonesia will be the first to bear the brunt. Zhou Hao said solemnly. And if you want to transfer funds, the Indonesian government will definitely not let go so easily. Because many countries have strict controls on the transfer of funds abroad, not to mention that under the shadow of the financial turmoil, the Indonesian government will not allow domestic funds to be transferred abroad on a large scale. Peng Jinting is an old fried dough stick who has been rolling in shopping malls for many years. His keen sense of touch tells him that the financial turmoil will indeed set off a second wave soon. Moreover, Zhou Hao said it is true that the Indonesian government will not easily transfer Chinese funds. Peng, did you know that Indonesian President Suharto and his family embezzled Indonesia's tens of billions of wealth? Zhou Hao asked Peng Jinting. Zhu Zhouhao knows that Suharto and his family control almost all monopoly industries in Indonesia. But Peng Jinting said angrily, "Why don't you know? Suharto's money from the old bachelor's house was handled by people in our Chamber of Commerce for him." Hearing Peng Jinting's words, Zhouhao was shocked. He hadn't expected that the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce would help Suharto and his family deal with the huge amount of money that was embezzled. In his previous life, Zhouhao read a news report which stated that Suharto and his family had plundered a total of more than $30 billion of assets in Indonesia during Suharto's presidency. These assets were all transferred abroad after Suharto stepped down, and Suharto's family members also lived a life like a fairy abroad. Just listen to Peng Jinting coldly snorting. Although Suharto is the president, but each of those money is more than $1 billion. Such a large capital flow can easily attract attention. And the member companies of our Chinese Chamber of Commerce are even in Indonesia. Southeast Asia has very strong strengths in various fields, so it has become Suharto's best tool to deal with his black money. Not only that, because of Suharto's crazy corruption, the government's finances often result in losses. Peng Jinting narrowed his eyes, almost gritted his teeth. In order not to be discovered, he threatened our Chinese Chamber of Commerce to fill in for him. Those losses. Damn it, this is clearly robbing us. From Peng Jinting's mouth, Zhouhao knew the local situation in Indonesia. All along, especially since Suharto came to power, the Indonesian government has implemented many policies against Chinese, including leaving special marks on Chinese ID cards, prohibiting citizens from using Chinese, etc. Chinese in Indonesia play the role of second-class citizens. In Southeast Asian countries, Chinese make up a large part of the population of each country, especially Singapore, where 90% of the population is Chinese. In various Southeast Asian countries, many have Chinese chambers of commerce. Among the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Southeast Asian countries, the strength of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce is one of the best. The entire Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce is composed of more than 200 powerful Chinese companies, with assets of up to $100 billion and more than $60 billion of funds that can be mobilized at any time. As the president of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Peng Jinting is the chairman of Jinting Industry. Jinting Industrial is the largest Chinese enterprise in Indonesia, with total assets of more than $8 billion, mainly engaged in banking, construction, and plantation industries. Indonesian government and people say that we Chinese control half of Indonesia's economy. In fact, this is not groundless. Peng Jinting said, "Our Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce has total assets of more than $100 billion, which is still less than the economic output value of the entire Indonesia. There is a big distance. However, our Chinese Chamber of Commerce has a very high status in the Chinese community in Indonesia, perhaps in a foreign land. We Chinese are all united. Those Chinese small business owners who open shops, restaurants, etc. treat us Chinese Chamber of Commerce, they are very cooperative. And with their words, all of us Chinese have a big impression of the Indonesian economy." He has strong resentment in his eyes. However, although we Chinese have a better life than Indonesians, we have no political power. In Indonesia, Chinese cannot participate in politics or the military at all, and the government does not even let us use it. Chinese name. Peng Jinting patted on the table. They want us to be a bunch of fat sheep without any resistance. Feeling Peng Jinting's anger, Zhouhao and Zhao Yuqin were also deeply unhappy. I heard Peng Jinting say, under their oppression, some Chinese have already succumbed. In order to fully integrate into the Indonesian circle, they no longer admit that they are Chinese and even feel ashamed of being a Chinese. Those who have forgotten their ancestors. Zhouhao also knows that there are probably two types of overseas Chinese, namely traditional overseas Chinese and straight overseas Chinese. The traditional overseas Chinese keep their motherland in mind, always adhere to Chinese culture, speak Chinese, and eat Chinese food. As for the straight Chinese, most of them have been completely westernized, and they don't even recognize their Chinese ancestry, which is the banana man, with yellow skin and white heart as the saying goes. Peng Jinting said to Zhouhao, "Our members of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce only marry Chinese people to maintain our Chinese blood. At home, we teach our children Chinese, learn ancient Chinese, study Chinese history, and remember that we are descendants of China. Zhou Hao was very moved. Although with the development of time, the ratio of traditional overseas Chinese and overseas Chinese on the Straits has become more and more inclined to overseas Chinese on the Straits, but there are still many who stick to the Chinese culture. Brother Zhou, do you know why the Indonesian government organizes anti-Chinese incidents from time to time? Peng Jinting suddenly asked. Zhou Hao sighed and said, because of killing the owners of those Chinese companies, the Indonesian government can justly accept their industries. Those are cruel. Yes. Peng Jinting looked at Zhou Hao with bright eyes, as if he had encountered a rare confidant. In order to occupy our property, they would not hesitate to encourage the people to massacre the Chinese, especially those wealthy Chinese with property and deposits. Those thugs. Zhou Hao knows that in the previous anti-Chinese incidents in Indonesia, the victims are often small Chinese business owners who have opened shops and businesses. Chinese people living in poor families without permanent assets are safer. This is because the Indonesian government wants to take the opportunity to accept the property and deposits of Chinese small business owners, and it is very despicable and shameless. For so many years, we have been fighting. Peng Jinting said, we want to gain a certain degree of political strength so that we can have a little ability to protect ourselves when the Chinese are infringed. However, Suhartona hasn't kin gives us power, not only political power, but even the same citizenship rights as other Indonesians. In the eyes of Suhartona, we Chinese are no different from dogs and can be killed by him. Peng Jinting said, you also know that Suharto was born in the military. Since Suharto came to power, the military headed by him has been heavily involved in Indonesia's politics and economy. Up to now, the Indonesian cabinet has 27 ministers and 12 ministers. They are military generals. 22 governors of the country's 26 provinces are soldiers. Also, every village chief or village leader in Indonesia is a soldier. In Indonesia's state-owned enterprises, most managers are colonels or general. Suharto has turned Indonesia into a militaristic country. Zhou Hao said, as a bystander, my advice to you is to leave Indonesia. However, I also know that you have lived there for hundreds of years. It is easier said than done to leave rashly. After the anti-Chinese incident in Indonesia in 1998 in the previous life, many people in the country were wondering why the Chinese in Indonesia were persecuted time and time again, but did not leave Indonesia. Zhou Hao knows that many Chinese have the concept of roots. Although Indonesia is a foreign land to the local Chinese, they have lived there for hundreds of years and have taken root there. Peng Jinting was also sighed. He said, in fact, some of us have thought about emigrating, but many countries are only interested in people who have a few money. For example, Singapore, we used to negotiate, but they said if you want to get a green card, the entry fee will cost 1 million. Those of us can afford it, but what about other small business owners? Regarding this incident, Zhou Hao also knew that after the Indonesian anti-Chinese incident in 1998, Singapore said that it welcomed the asylum of Indonesian Chinese immigrants, but the Singapore government headed by Lee Kuan Yew set the immigration threshold at 1 million. They welcomed the Indonesian Chinese to immigrate to Singapore, but they only welcomed the wealthy Indonesian Chinese. Zhou Hao was really moved by Peng Jinting's spirit of carrying a huge wealth, but still caring for other compatriots. Wang Zhonglei, who was present, listened to the dialogue between Peng Jinting and Zhou Hao, and his heart was heavy. Although Indonesia is on the other side of the ocean, those descendants of Yin and Huang who have always had the same ancestral ancestry with him, watching them suffer, Wang Zhonglei feels bad. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Peng Jinting smiled and said, hee, let's not say these disappointing words. I don't know yet, Brother Zhou. How did you and this little girl know Commander Zhu? Are you relatives of Commander Zhu? Peng Jinting knew that the relationship between Zhu Yongquan and Zhu Yongquan, who could have Zhu Yongquan send troops to support him, was definitely not simple. Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, Big Brother Zhu was a subordinate of my father's father, and a disciple of my father. Brother Zhu treated me like a sister. Peng Jinting was startled when he heard this. Although he hadn't set foot in China for decades, he probably knew about China's military. To be the top leader of the Nanjing military region, he is already a high-ranking general with great power, and Zhao Yuqin's father is still Zhu Yongquan's old leader. From this point of view, Zhao Yuqin's father must be a remarkable figure, and it is very likely that he is already a central leader member. Pang Jinting suddenly shook as he thought about the officer surnamed Zhao from the central government. He looked at Zhao Yuqin in astonishment and tentatively asked, "Little girl, my father is Zhao Rixin, General Zhao?" Zhao Yuqin smiled reservedly. "It's my father." Pang Jinting gasped fiercely. He naturally knew Zhao Rixin's weight, but he didn't expect that the big beauty in front of him was Zhao Rixin's daughter. It turns out to be General Zhao's daughter. "I'm disrespectful, really disrespectful." Pang Jinting smiled at Zhao Yuqin. "Old Pang, you passed the award." Zhao Yuqin still smiled. At this time, Zhou Hao said, "Pang, I think, if Indonesia really breaks out an economic crisis again, then the Chinese will definitely become the victims of Suharto and them again. Pang, if I say that the Indonesian Chinese can get rid of the current predicament and improve their social status, but it needs the cooperation of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Will you support me?" Pang Jinting was not excited about Zhou Hao's words, but frowned deeply. Get rid of the predicament of the Indonesian Chinese and improve the social status of the Indonesian Chinese. Pang Jinting and the Chinese Chamber of Commerce have been unable to do this for decades. Pang Jinting does not believe that Zhou Hao can do it, even if he is close to the Zhao family relationship. Seeing Pang Jinting's reaction, Zhou Hao guessed that he didn't believe his words. But Zhou Hao was not in a hurry, nor irritated. Instead, he smiled and said, "Pang, since the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce has helped Suharto and his family deal with the huge amount of funds, then you must have a lot of evidence of Suharto's corruption, right?" Pang Jinting snorted. Actually, Suharto's corruption is no secret at all, but he controls the Indonesian army and is also a dictator. No one dares to expose him at all. We do have a lot of information and evidence. But what's the use? Before Suharto's powerful political and military power, these evidences would not work at all. Zhou Hao leaned back in his chair and smiled and said to Pang Jinting, "Pang, you are very familiar with the situation in Indonesia, so I think you also know that Suharto is not popular with the people now. Because of the military's aggressive involvement in politics and in the economic field, the harm caused has already made the Indonesian people hate it." He stretched out his index finger and said, "If what I said becomes a fact, Indonesia has really become the starting point of the second wave of the financial turmoil. Then in the case of a sharp economic recession, the Indonesian people have been the dissatisfaction will definitely burst out immediately. This is also the main reason why Suharto wants to divert people's attention through anti-Chinese incidents. At that time, if all the evidence of Suharto and his family's embezzlement were exposed, then Suharto would have no hope of staying in office, and he would have to step down." Zhou Hao said. Pang Jinting took Zhou Hao's words deeply. If what Zhou Hao said really happened, then Suharto might be ousted. He said, "However, even if Suharto stepped down, the people who took over as president would not be those who hate the Chinese. Today, in Indonesian politics and the military, no one holds a pro-China attitude." Zhou Hao nodded. The situation Pang Jinting said did exist. Before and after the resignation of the previous life of Suharto, Indonesian political circles and the military were in intrigue to fight for the presidency, especially the military, which originally held a huge force in Indonesia. The last representative is Suharto's son-in-law, the commander of the Army Strategic Reserve Forces, and Lieutenant General Prabowo, who was the commander of Special Forces. In the 1998 anti-Chinese incident, Prabowo tried to create chaos in order to win the presidency, so that the commander-in-chief of the armed forces Wiranto, who was also interested in the president, could not restore security in the capital. Bovo can force Suharto to declare military control, and then he can control the situation. At the same time, this can also embarrass Suharto's political opponent and Habibie, who is also Suharto's adopted son. Prabowo, Wiranto, and Habibie are not politicians who have a close attitude towards the Chinese. If they are allowed to control the Indonesian government, the situation of the Chinese will not be improved in any way. Especially Prabowo, if he is in power, the life of the Chinese will be even more sad. Zhou Hao asked Pang Jinting, "Pang, if Suharto steps down, who do you think is most likely to take over as president?" I saw Pang Jinting stretch out 4 fingers, There are four people most likely to take over as president. First of all, Wiranto and Prabowo. Wiranto is the commander-in-chief of the Indonesian Armed Forces, and Prabowo is the Army's Strategic Reserve Force. He is also Suharto's son-in-law. These two men have a great influence in the military. I think that although Wiranto is young, his ambition and city government are very deep. If he wins the president, if he is in the position, I am afraid that he will become the second Suharto. Not to mention Prabowo. Let him be president. It will be more brutal than Suharto. The third is Megawati, the daughter of former President Sukarno. Although she is a woman, she has outstanding skills in handling interpersonal relationships and creating a personal image, Pang Jinting said. As for the last one, Suharto, the adopted son of Habibie, the reason why he has the opportunity to fight for the presidential position is not because of his outstanding personal ability, but because he has no ability and weak personality. So the cabinet guys want to control him to win the presidential seat, and then use him as a puppet. Zhou Hao also knew something about Megawati. This strong woman is the fifth president of Indonesia and is very popular in Indonesia. However, Zhou Hao didn't like Megawati, at least at this stage. Megawati did not have enough courage to clean up the mess left by Suharto, nor did he have a strong hand to suppress the Indonesian military. When she succeeded Wahid as the fifth president of Indonesia, Indonesia's military has been weakened a lot after Wahid's baptism. If according to the development of the previous life, Habibie will take over Suharto as the president of Indonesia, so that Prabowo's presidential dream will finally be shattered. But Habibie became Wiranto's string doll, and then the sudden emergence of Wahid defeated Wiranto as the fourth president of Indonesia. In Zhou Hao's mind, Wahid is the most suitable candidate to be the president of Indonesia. Because Wahid's attitude towards Chinese is better than others, he abolished many anti-Chinese policies after he took office and allowed Indonesian Chinese to reply to Chinese names, and he was hailed as the savior of Indonesian Chinese. Moreover, Wahid's ancestors were also Chinese. Of course, Zhou Hao did not think that Wahid's kindness to the Chinese was selfless, and all politicians would not be selfless, all for their own purposes. He even wondered whether the reason why Wahid abolished the Chinese exclusion policy was to obtain assistance from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. If this is the case, then the Chinese Chamber of Commerce may have been in contact with Wahid now. So Zhou Hao immediately asked Pang Jinting, "Old Pang, do you know someone named Wahid?" "Wahid," Pang Jinting said. "I know a Wahid who is the chairman of the Indonesian Islamic Teachers Association and is now a member of the Indonesian People's Consultative Conference." Zhou Hao nodded repeatedly. "It's him." Pang Jinting asked in confusion, "Brother Zhou, do you know him?" "I have heard of him, and I also know that he has a high reputation among Indonesian Muslims," Zhou Hao said. Pang Jinting nodded and said, "Brother Zhou, I won't lie to you. In fact, this Wahid is one of many politicians deliberately wooed by our Chamber of Commerce. He was re-elected as chairman of the Islamic Teachers Association. Strength." Zhou Hao was also pleasantly surprised when he heard that Pang Jinting and the others had already been online with Vidara. But now it seems that Pang Jinting and the others don't pay much attention to Wahid. They just regard him as a politician who can be wooed. And Zhou Hao did not intend to tell Pang Jinting that Wahid would become the president of Indonesia, because this foresight is his own advantage, and Zhou Hao wants to use this foresight to maximize his own interests. "Pang Lao, let's not talk about this. Now we all have a consensus. The financial turmoil will hit Indonesia again, and Indonesia's economy will definitely collapse at that time. If this is the case, should we plan earlier to help get the most benefit?" Zhou Hao said with a smile. Pang Jinting said with interest, "Brother Zhou, what do you think?" "My idea? Haha, I dare not be it." Zhou Hao smiled. "But I guess that when the financial turmoil hits Indonesia again, not only the Indonesian stock market will plummet, but the Indonesian rupiah will also collapse completely. So I want to add too. Take advantage of the fall in the Indonesian rupiah exchange rate to make a profit. Let's not hide from you. I have already loaned a large amount of Indonesian rupiah from Indonesian banks and gradually converted it into US dollars." Pang Jinting raised his eyebrows. If the Indonesian rupiah really fell, then Zhou Hao would be able to make huge profits from it. The vast majority of the funds in the hands of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce were originally US dollars, not Indonesian rupiahs. Because the US dollar is more secure than the Indonesian rupiah. So even if the Indonesian rupiah fell sharply, it would not have much impact on Peng Jinting and the others. However, Peng Jinting also has a bank. If the Indonesian rupiah falls sharply, he will suffer heavy losses. Zhou Hao said, Peng, if you also operate a bank in Indonesia, then I would advise you to convert all your bank deposits into US dollars, and at the same time lend out Indonesian rupiahs to other banks to convert them into US dollars. When it fell sharply, not only did you not lose, but you also made a fortune. But Peng Jinting frowned and said, but if this is the case, isn't it equivalent to scraping all the Indonesian people's money? Zhou Hao shook his head. I believe that many of the people who deposit money in your bank are Indonesian Chinese. Think about it. If your bank suffers a heavy loss, it is not them that will suffer. You are protecting them like this. As for other Indonesians, even we do nothing, and we can't prevent the outbreak of the financial turmoil. It's better to profit from it to the greatest extent. Besides, isn't your Chinese Chamber of Commerce still investing locally? With more money, you can better rebuild society. What? Speaking of this, Zhou Hao sneered. Moreover, didn't the Indonesians say that the Chinese controlled their economy? Then simply control their economy as they wish. If you want to get political power, or even military power, yes, money is indispensable. Zhou Hao said to Peng Jinting. Peng Lao, you have to know that the financial speculators headed by Soros have already transferred their money to Southeast Asia, and their funds are as large as hundreds of billions of dollars. But most people do not put their main force on Indonesia, which gives us a lot of space. Peng Jinting frowned. But can you really be sure that the second wave of the financial turmoil will start in Indonesia? What if it's not that? Zhou Hao smiled. Is the situation in Indonesia now very good? I think that many banks in Indonesia should have a run, right? Those foreign banks do not accept Indonesia. The letter of credit issued by the bank is here. Old Peng, the Indonesian rupiah is just like this glass. It is very fragile. It only needs a tap. He took a teaspoon and tapped it on the goblet in front of him, and saw that a crack appeared on the edge of the wine glass immediately, and then the crack spread quickly, and finally the whole wine glass was broken into a little glass. Scum. Peng Jinting raised his eyebrows and listened to Zhou Hao with a smile. Your Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce can mobilize tens of billions of dollars, and I have invested nearly tens of billions of dollars in Indonesia. If the two are added together, even the financial crisis, the second wave of the China, is not set off in Indonesia. We can also create this storm artificially. Old Peng, we can create a financial storm with our own hands like Soros and Julian. Zhou Hao's voice has a very provocative charm, which makes Peng Jinting, who has experienced decades of turmoil and waves, also heard his heart shake. On the other hand, Wang Zhonglei took a bit of air conditioning in his heart, thinking that our boss was too daring to create a financial turmoil with his own hands. What kind of feat would that be? Moreover, Wang Zhonglei was shocked when he heard Zhou Hao said that he had invested tens of billions of dollars in Indonesia. He and Wang Zhongjuan are only in charge of the North Star Media Group. As for Zhou Hao's other industries, they don't know much about it. Before, their perception was that Zhou Hao was rich. When you create a TV station, you buy a communications satellite. Not everyone has this skill. But now when he heard that Zhou Hao had invested tens of billions of dollars in Indonesia, Wang Zhonglei realized how powerful Zhou Hao was. In fact, before the first wave of the financial turmoil broke out in July 1997, Zhou Hao had invested more than $2 billion in loans of Indonesian rupiahs in various state-owned banks in Indonesia. Then, Zhou Hao invested in other places. Zhou Hao transferred the money to Indonesia again when his funds returned to his hands one after another. So I know that so far, Zhou Hao has invested nearly tens of billions of dollars in Indonesia. However, Peng Jinting frowned deeply. But in this way, the assets of Indonesia, including many Chinese, have been plundered by us? Zhou Hao sneered. Don't we do it? They can keep their property? If the second wave of the financial turmoil really breaks out in Indonesia, then a new round of anti-Chinese conflict will follow. Peng, do you think the Indonesian government will let go of your sheep after losing a large amount of money? At that time, it will not only deprive them of their property, but even their lives will be difficult to preserve. Seeing Peng Jinting's emotional appearance, Zhou Hao hurriedly continued. Peng Lao, We are now targeting the Indonesian military and government. Rather than being corrupted by them, it would be better to put the money in the hands of your Chinese Chamber of Commerce. At least you can give back to the Chinese community through investment. Furthermore, we can also use this opportunity to oust Suharto and fight for some power in the Indonesian government, so that we can better protect the Chinese in Indonesia. Old Pang, this is not what you have always done. Dream. Zhou Hao kept urging Pang Jinting. After a long time, Pang Jinting said, Brother Zhou, the matter is very important, and I need to think about it. After all, although I am the president of the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce is not my Pang's voice. Zhou Hao smiled with his hand in his arms and said, This is natural, but Pang Lao, I need to emphasize that this is a very rare opportunity. If you miss it, you will miss it. Can you intervene in the political field of Indonesia, or even the military? This time, Brother Zhou, I still have to ask their opinions. Pang Jinting said to Zhou Hao, But don't worry, I will reply to you as soon as possible. Then Zhou Hao stretched out 3 fingers. 3 days, you must make a decision within 3 days. Otherwise, it will be meaningless. Pang Jinting nodded solemnly. After that, he could not accompany Zhou Hao to dinner and chat. He took the time to go back and discuss Zhou Hao's suggestions with the officials of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. After Pang Jinting left, Zhou Hao also said to Zhao Yuqin, Sister, it seems that we have to go to Beijing as soon as possible. There are some things that I need the assistance of the state to complete. Zhao Yuqin said, Are you really going to get involved in Indonesian politics? Zhou Hao shook his head. It's not an intervention, just want to do something within my power. I can't just watch my compatriots being slaughtered and do nothing. In the last life, Zhou Hao was unable to do anything for the Indonesian anti-Chinese incident in 1998, and since this opportunity has been given in this life, Zhou Hao will naturally not stand by. Wang Zhonglei was sitting upright over there, watching his nose and his heart without daring to say anything. Because he knew that what Zhou Hao said to Zhao Yuqin already involved the scope of state secrets, and since Zhou Hao didn't let him out, he expressed his trust in him. Since the Indonesian guys say that the Chinese are manipulating their economy, then I simply do what they want. Zhou Hao said with piercing eyes, I not only want the Chinese to have influence in the Indonesian economy, but I also want the Chinese become the dominant player in the Indonesian economy. Of course, in this, I must never lose my share of the pie. Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, I think this is your biggest motivation in the end. Zhou Hao took Zhao Yuqin's jade hand. Hee, my sister knows me best. Afterwards, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin stayed here for one night in Hengdian, and then took a plane to Beijing. Before leaving Hengdian, Zhou Hao and Han Shixiang met again. He said to Han Shixiang, If you really can't stay in Hengdian group, please come to me. If you have my phone, you can contact me at any time. Han Shixiang is very grateful for Zhou Hao's sweeping the couch and waiting, but he will not leave the Hengdian group for the time being because of his gratitude to Su Wenrou. To Beijing, Zhou Hao followed Zhao Yuqin to the Zhejiazhai as always. Originally today was a working day, but Yin Xining, who worked in the hospital, stayed at home and waited for Zhou Hao's arrival. Even Zhao Rixin, the national leader, rejected a ministerial reception banquet for Zhou Hao. Flattered, and I haven't seen it for half a year. Zhao Rixin and Yin Xining are physically and mentally better than when they met last time. The whole person is radiant, not like those in their 60s. They look like 50 years old. Especially Zhao Rixin, as a national leader, the heavy work is a great burden for him. Before, the whole day of worrying about the country and the people, coupled with the sequelae left on the battlefield in his early years, made Zhao Rixin, who is in his 60s, gray-haired and gray, as if he was 70 or 80 years old. And in the past year, their old couple insisted on taking the healthcare prescription Zhou Hao prescribed for them, and their health became better and better. God, I think you are getting younger and younger. Zhou Hao smiled when he saw the radiant Zhao Rixin. You kid, you said that my old man became more active and went back. Zhao Rixin smiled and cursed. Yin Xining next to her said with a smile, Xiao Hao, your pharmacies are really amazing. The old man's hair has turned black, and the people below thought he used hair dye. Xiao Hao, I am very sorry for something. Zhao Rixin suddenly said to Zhou Hao, You gave us the healthcare prescription for our couple, and I also gave the chairman and the prime minister a copy. After all, they are not young anymore, and their health is not better than me. How much? Because Zhou Hao said before that this pharmacy should try not to spread it outside. Zhou Hao quickly laughed and said, "It's okay. Both the chairman and the prime minister are good leaders who care about the country and the people. Their health is better and it is more beneficial to the country. This is equivalent to my contribution to the country. How can I blame you, Godfather?" Zhao Rixin nodded and said with a smile, "But don't worry, Xiao Hao. The chairman and the prime minister have promised me that they will not spread the prescription. And they said that after your pharmaceutical group is established, they will definitely support it." Zhou Hao was overjoyed when he heard the words, and thought that if his future pharmaceutical group had the support of the chairman and the prime minister, he would surely get twice the result with half the effort. At least no one would dare to provoke him in China. After chatting with Zhao Rixin about the daily routine, Zhou Hao said to Zhao Rixin, "God, do you know the situation in Southeast Asia now?" Zhao Rixin nodded. "Although I am not in charge of the economy, I also know the situation there. I heard from the Prime Minister that Southeast Asia is not optimistic due to the financial turmoil. Hong Kong has also been greatly affected." He said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, that girl Yuqin told me before that you are afraid that Indonesia will again set off a case of Chinese anti-Chinese in the economic recession. Actually, I also have this worry. After all, it is not the first time. Suharto, this old bastard, was not right with us Chinese. After he came to power, there were hundreds of thousands of Chinese who died because of him." As expected by Zhou Hao, Zhao Rixin also hated Suharto. Zhou Hao said to him, "God, I think that guy Suharto won't be able to jump for long. In the first half of this year, he will leave the presidency." Zhao Rixin said in amazement, "Huh? Even if Indonesia's economy declined sharply because of the financial turmoil, Suharto already had control of the entire Indonesian army. At least in Indonesia, no one can oust him. God, Indonesia's problem is not due to this Asian financial crisis. Suharto has been in power for so many years, and the problems caused by the army's intervention in the political and economic fields have accumulated. Now Indonesia is like a gunpowder storehouse. Similarly, a small amount of sparks can cause a big explosion. The Indonesian government and people have hated the military. The most important thing is that Suharto's generals are no longer loyal to him and want to seize his power. Well, moreover, this explosion will definitely affect the Chinese in Indonesia." Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Rixin felt that he must have no purpose, so he laughed. "Xiao Hao, I know that you have invested a lot of money in Indonesia's stock and foreign exchange markets. Economically, what do you want to do? Indonesia can do it. After all, free trade cannot be prevented by anyone. However, if it interferes with Indonesia's internal affairs, this is not easy to handle." Seeing that Zhao Rixin didn't completely deny his actions during his words, Zhou Hao was immediately happy. There is a show. China has always declared that it will never interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. But in fact, when a country's national power and influence has risen to a certain level, it is difficult to avoid interference in the internal affairs of other weak countries. It is just different. Countries have different attitudes. For example, the United States, the only superpower in the world, has blatantly and unscrupulously interfered in the internal affairs of other countries. As for China, it has great influence on some countries in Africa and the Middle East, but China cares more about public opinion. To put it more straightforwardly, China's methods should be more concealed. Even if they really want to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, they will never be caught. Moreover, they often have to find an upright excuse, just like ancient China. As in war, when the two opposing parties want to send troops to eradicate the other, they often have to pay attention to being famous. Although Zhao Rixin relied on his meritorious service from the battlefield, he climbed to this high position step by step. To put it bluntly, he was a military commander. However, after decades of rolling in the officialdom, Zhao Rixin was already very hot. So Zhou Hao followed his meaning and said, "God damn, as early as the 1911 revolution and the war of resistance against Japan, overseas Chinese in Nanyang provided assistance to our country and donated a lot of materials and money. Now the overseas Chinese in Indonesia. We have been persecuted by the military government headed by Suharto all the time. We are both Chinese, so we can't just stand by." Zhao Rixin listened to Zhou Hao's words, looked at him with admiration, and nodded at the same time. "Xiao Hao, what you said is the truth. Actually, we all want to help the overseas Chinese in Indonesia, but whenever we want to help, Suharto's old all popped out and chirping, and we can't interfere with their internal affairs. While pondering, Zhao Rixin said to Zhou Hao, "Furthermore, after analysis by our experts, the political situation in Indonesia is indeed a bit unstable, and there is likely to be turmoil in Indonesia. I just don't know that their current turmoil will affect us. Will it be an opportunity?" Zhao Rixin's words largely represented the position of the central government, so Zhou Hao understood it at this time. In fact, China has long wanted to do something against Indonesia, but it has been hindered by Suharto's obstruction and concerns about international public opinion. So it's not easy to act, and as long as there is a chance, the country will never let it go. Daddy, although Indonesia is only an island country, unlike Japan, Indonesia has very rich mineral resources and is the only OPEC member country in Asia. Zhou Hao smiled. Under the influence of this financial storm, if there is another turmoil in the current situation, the foreign investment in Indonesian state-owned enterprises will definitely withdraw their capital. At this time, we can take the opportunity to buy shares in their state-owned enterprises, especially the shares of Indonesia's national oil company. Zhou Hao's words made Zhao Rixin's eyes shine. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to have such a keen strategic vision. He couldn't help asking Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, what do you want to do then?" "The first step is to break down Indonesia's stock and foreign exchange markets. Hum. But this does not require us to work hard. Even if we do nothing, Indonesia's economy will hardly be spared," Zhou Hao said. "The second step is to take advantage of the downfall of Suharto and the political chaos in Indonesia. This opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Godfather, we can support those who favor us in the Indonesian political arena like the United States and Japan after World War II. Only politically. With the right to speak, we can successfully invest in Indonesian state-owned enterprises. Moreover, we cannot directly invest in it. The best way to invest is through a company registered in a foreign country, so as not to let Indonesians know that we will be rejected." According to Zhao Ri's news, the splendor in his eyes is even more brilliant, but he is not the kind of person who is reckless when he hears the benefits. He touched his chin and said, "But we are concerned about the political situation in Indonesia and the military. I'm not very familiar. So how do you choose a pro-Chinese person?" "We are not familiar with Indonesia, but there are people who are familiar with Indonesia." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I heard that Peng Jinting, the chairman of Jinting Industrial, has been here during this period and wants to invest in the country." Zhao Rixin's eyes lit up and he understood what Zhou Hao meant. "You mean, let the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce help us find it?" Zhou Hao nodded and said, "Yes, the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce has always wanted to give fair rights to overseas Chinese in Indonesia, so they have always been looking for people who can help Indonesian Chinese to defend their rights. It's just that Suharto has always been right before. Indonesia is under a dictatorship, and the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce simply cannot get in." Zhao Rixin also felt very reasonable about Zhou Hao's words, and heard Zhou Hao say, "The Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce headed by Peng Jinting is relatively close to our motherland. So I think, if we can cooperate with them, this time it's much easier." The backbone of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, such as Peng Jinting, should still be considering whether to cooperate with Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao believes that they will definitely agree in the end. However, if the Chinese government puts some pressure on them, they will definitely cooperate more. Moreover, when Zhou Hao cooperates with the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce in the future, he can also use the banner of the Chinese government to grasp more initiative and bargaining chips. There is another problem. Even if Suharto stepped down, the Indonesian military would not be easy to provoke. I believe that after Suharto stepped down for a long time, the military will have a lot of political and economic influence on Indonesia. Big, Zhao Rixin said. So, I want to take advantage of the chaos in Indonesia this time to cut the mess. The best thing is to get rid of the 12 ministers of military origin in the Indonesian cabinet and the 22 governors who are also military generals. The top leaders of the Indonesian military were wiped out in one fell swoop, so that it would be easier for our spokespersons to take up positions. Zhou Hao said. Especially the Indonesian Armed Forces Commander Wiranto and Army Strategic Reserve Commander Prabowo. These two people must not stay. Zhao Rixin looked at Zhou Hao dumbfounded. and then showed a dumbfounded expression. Xiaohao, you are not just interfering in Indonesia's internal affairs, you are simply aggression against others. However, Zhou smiled with his hands in his arms and said, Hey hum. If our country really wants to deal with those Indonesian guys, if the United States, Japan, and Russia have waited without action, it will be able to let those Indonesians within a month. Weeping father and mother, let them dare to challenge us. Ha! Zhao Rixin laughed loudly, very happy. He patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. You brat, you really dare to do anything, but it suits my appetite. Of course, this is just a joke. Zhou Hao smiled and said, In a while, Indonesia will really be able to describe it as people don't have a living. We take advantage of the chaos and get rid of all their senior generals, as long as we keep it secret some, and then push the deaths of those generals to Indonesia's own conflict. No evidence. Who dares to say that the matter is related to China? At this time, Zhao Rixin was already considering the feasibility of Zhou Hao's words. And Zhou Hao fanned the flames again. Those high-ranking generals in Indonesia must be protected by many people, but this is not a problem. I think, if the First Army comes out, you can definitely do this task without knowing it. Finished. Zhao Rixin raised his eyes to look at Zhou Hao. You stinky boy, actually hit the top of the First Army? But seriously, if the First Army is really dispatched, then it is really not necessary to complete this thing. Impossible. After a pause, he muttered to himself. However, the First Army is not something I can mobilize alone. It needs the approval of the chairman and the prime minister. Well, or else, I will take you go to meet the chairman and the prime minister. You can tell them about your plan. Hey, if the chairman and the prime minister agree to you, let alone the First Army, there is no problem with sending a fleet to help you. Zhou Hao was taken aback. He didn't think he would still have the opportunity to meet the country's number 1 and number 2. It also happened that the chairman and the prime minister had returned from their foreign visits and were preparing to take a 2-day rest. They are now in their respective residences and are not bothered by official duties for the time being. I saw Zhao Rixin making a call in front of Zhou Hao. Lao Jiang. It's me. Ha. Have you gotten better recently? Of course, that prescription was carefully studied by my godson. We Laoku first tried the effect before we dare to use it for you, in Laozhou. The effect is pretty good. Hey, then you have to thank my godson. He happens to be in Beijing right now. Laozhou will come out for a drink with me, and take you to see my godson by the way. He's in the same place. Well, I'll wait for you to come. Remember to inform Laozhou. Putting down the phone, Zhao Rixin blinked at Zhou Hao and smiled. Come on, let's go and meet them for a while. So Zhou Hao followed Zhao Rixin to a green garden on the outskirts of Beijing. I can see that the winding path of this garden is secluded, and a pavilion can be vaguely seen inside, with red walls and green tiles and horns, very simple and unique. A sign was hung on the front entrance of the pavilion, and the book, Zhangshtai, was written. I think this is the name of the pavilion. Based on Zhou Hao's spiritual sense, he knew that there were countless secret posts between the green trees and gardens. They were actually 5 steps, 1 post, and 10 steps, 1 post. Moreover, after Zhou Hao's observation, he found that many of those guards breathed long and long auras, but were experts with very deep internal skills. However, this is also natural. The chairman, the prime minister, and Zhao Rixin, the top 3 leaders with the highest power in the country, are all gathered here, so the guards around them should be the masters known to the people. In fact, it is not only the people from Zhangshtai. Zhou Hao knows that the logistics personnel in Zhao Rixin's residence are also rare masters, and their strength is not comparable to ordinary members of the First Army. Zhao Rixin smiled to Zhou Hao. Some of the people around Zhangshtai are masters in the First Army. Well, by the way, the deputy commander of the First Army is what they call the second master. Is responsible for the safety of the chairman, the prime minister, and me. He himself often follows the chairman and the prime minister during their visits to protect them. Zhou Hao said, to be the second in command of the First Army, this second master must also be an unfathomable master. Zhao Rixin nodded and said, he is a weapon expert. Compared with his own martial arts, his marksmanship is more powerful. He has developed a special bullet himself, which seems to be able to break through the innocence of the inner master. When Zhou Hao heard this, he felt shocked in his heart. Even ordinary bullets can take the lives of ordinary martial arts masters. If it is a bullet that can break through the body protection, it will be fatal to most internal masters. But this isn't the case of being able to hit them, because no one is stupid enough to stand there and let you shoot. Especially the masters who are proficient in martial arts. They can figure out the trajectory of the bullet based on the movement of your fingers and the direction of the muzzle aiming, so as to avoid it. And monsters like Zhou Hao who can directly see bullets are even more afraid. Following Zhao Rixin, Zhou Hao came to the interior of Xiangshtai and found that the decoration here is very simple, and there are flowers and trees everywhere, which makes people unconsciously feel peaceful and quiet. There is a stone table in front of a bamboo forest in Xiangshtai, and Zhou Hao and Zhao Rixin are there waiting for the chairman and prime minister. It didn't take long before the two highest leaders of the country arrived together. I saw that the chairman and the prime minister were in good spirits, walking vigorously towards Zhou Hao and Zhao Rixin, with smiles on their faces. Zhao Rixin was still sitting there, but Zhou Hao quickly stood up and greeted the two respectfully. "Hello, Chairman Jiang and Premier Zhu. Hee, you are the Xiao Hao that Zhao always talked about." The chairman smiled at Zhou Hao. The prime minister beside him also showed a kind smile to Zhou Hao. "He is so handsome, much more handsome than the boy Zhao Dingzhou." Zhao Rixin curled his lips and snorted. "Humph, not all of my sons, you won't be envious of them." The chairman and the prime minister smiled at each other and sat down separately, and Zhou Hao sat down too, but he didn't seem humble. Then the chairman said, "Xiao Hao, thank you so much. Thanks to your prescription, I don't have insomnia at night after taking it. I wake up very well in the morning, and my feet and waist are not sore. I feel comfortable now." The prime minister also nodded again and again. "That is, I used to have no appetite. Now I can eat 2 bowls of rice every meal. Even my teeth are better than before." The two were grateful to Zhou Hao, and Zhao Rixin said, "Thank you for having a fart on your lips. I tell you, I will look at my godson in the future, otherwise I won't give you 2 good things next time." Zhou Hao, who was next to him, was embarrassed when he heard it. Only Zhao Rixin was the only person in the country who dared to seek benefits from the chairman and prime minister in person. After that, Zhao Rixin stopped talking nonsense and directly said to the chairman and the prime minister, "To be honest, when you come out this time, there is something to discuss with you too." The chairman smiled and said, "Let me just say, you guys calling us out is definitely not as simple as chatting. When we are all retired, we can talk as much as we want. Now, we still focus on national affairs." Zhao Rixin said, "You are also very clear about this Asian financial crisis." The prime minister nodded. "The guys George Soros and Julian Robertson have made the stock market in Southeast Asia a mess, and now even countries outside Asia are affected." After a pause, he said, "Our experts. Many urge us to devalue the renminbi, so as to reduce the impact of the financial turmoil on our country and to promote trade." When he said this, the premier saw Zhou Hao frowning next to Zhao Rixin and said with a smile, "Xiao Hao, what do you think about the devaluation of the renminbi? There is no one else here, just say it." Zhou Hao did not speak directly, but cast his eyes on Zhao Rixin. Several people know that Zhou Hao is looking forward to Zhao Rixin's horse. Zhao Rixin is beautiful in his heart, but he said solemnly, "Although Lao Zhu is also your elder, since he has spoken, you can just talk about it. It doesn't matter, after all, you are not an expert in that area." Zhou Hao hasn't commented yet, and Zhao Rixin's words are already defending him. Anyway, Zhou Hao is not an expert, and no one can blame him for making a mistake. Then I'll just say it. You guys, don't be surprised. Then, Zhou Hao said, "I think it is better not to depreciate the RMB at this time. Because our country's financial market is not linked to the international market, it is affected by finance. The impact of the storm is very small and can basically be ignored. And if we let the renminbi depreciate like other Asian countries and join the ranks of export competition, then the economies of Asian countries will suffer a greater blow. In this way, we may lose the population. In fact, it is said that we are taking advantage of people's dangers. Moreover, if we insist on not devaluing the renminbi, we can prevent the currency crisis from further expanding, especially to protect Hong Kong's linked exchange rate system." Zhou Hao knew that in his previous life, Hong Kong was able to survive the financial turmoil and not suffer the heavy losses like Thailand and Indonesia. The most important thing was to have China as a backer behind him. Neither the Prime Minister nor Zhao Rixin said anything, while the chairman nodded secretly. Zhou Hao said again, "I think this time is a good opportunity for us to establish our image as a great power. By insisting that the renminbi does not devalue, we can alleviate the devaluation of those currencies. The economic pressure of many countries, maintaining the economic order of Southeast Asia, is also very helpful to the stability of the world economy, eliminating the possibility of worsening the situation in Asia. At the same time, some European and American investors will be relieved, so that foreign investment will stay in China through China. Asia, this is very effective in preventing the Asian financial crisis from spreading to other countries." The last point is that now Japan is also affected by the financial turmoil. It is hard to protect itself. As long as our renminbi has played an important role in this economic crisis, it can replace Japan's leading position in Southeast Asia's economy with no blood. Zhou Hao said, "Good." The premier clapped involuntarily and praised Zhou Hao sincerely. "Xiao Hao, your views coincide with me. I also advocate that my country's RMB should not be devalued. Ha ha, yours. Opinions are far more useful than so-called experts." He looked at Zhao Rixin and smiled. "Old Zhao, you have a good son." Not only the prime minister, but the chairman also admired Zhou Hao very much. Zhou Hao was very embarrassed, because the views he just said were summed up by economists in previous lives after the financial turmoil. Taking advantage of the praise of the chairman and the prime minister, Zhou Hao took advantage of the trend to express his plan for Indonesia. After the chairman listened to the prime minister, he fell silent. The prime minister said, "Xiao Hao, your plan is successful. Our country will naturally benefit a lot, but if it fails, well, the risk is very high. But I think there is no opportunity without risk. Lao Jiang, what do you think?" I think I'd better support Xiao Hao. Because I have received news that many European and American capitalists have begun to withdraw their capital from Indonesia," said the chairman. The prime minister nodded, then turned to Zhou Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, have you met Peng Jinting? Can you help us introduce it? I think it is a good choice to cooperate with their Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce." They talked to the president and prime minister about the final plan of Indonesia. Because Zhou Hao had contacted Peng Jinting before, and he was Zhao Rixin's godson, and Zhou Hao was very familiar with the situation in Indonesia, so the president and prime minister simply let Zhou on behalf of the government. Hao went to talk with the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. After the official business, the chairman and the prime minister chatted with Zhou Hao freely, ranging from small family affairs to national affairs. Although in front of him are the three most powerful people in China, apart from being somewhat restrained when they first met, Zhou Hao soon calmed down. He only regarded the three as ordinary elders and said without restraint, "Come out of your own opinion." The chairman and the prime minister think that although some of Zhou Hao's views are somewhat different from their own, or even different from their own, they also feel that Zhou Hao's insight is very extraordinary and his vision is much broader than his peers. Especially in the understanding of finance and economy, Zhou Hao is comparable to top experts at home and abroad. Of course, Zhou Hao didn't tell the future economic trend, so as not to cause any disturbance. After leaving Zhangshtai, Zhou Hao was still very excited. Being able to show up in front of the chairman and the prime minister and make them leave a good impression of themselves is something that many senior officials cannot dream of. In Zhao Rixin's special car, Zhao Rixin also smiled at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, you performed very well today." Zhou Hao's excellent performance in front of the chairman and the prime minister is tantamount to saving face for Zhao Rixin. He just listened to him with a smile. "Lao Jiang and Lao Zhu are very good to you. Let you talk to Peng Jinting and the others on our behalf. You can do things cheaply, understand?" "Godfather, I understand." Zhou Hao also smiled. The so-called cheap act is to take advantage of appropriate when negotiating with Indonesian Chinese businessmen. As long as you master the scale and don't cross the bottom line, Zhou Hao has a lot of room to play. Zhao Rixin leaned on the back of the leather chair and said, "What you told the chairman and them just now is to break through the U.S.'s Pacific Island chain against us. I think your proposal is very good." When he was at Zhangshtai just now, When Zhou Hao talked about Indonesia, he proposed that Indonesia could be used to break through the Pacific island chain that the United States and Japan had targeted against China in order to curb China's military development. Because Indonesia is composed of multiple islands and has many good ports, and with the development of time, the strategic position of the geographic location of these islands in Indonesia is getting higher and higher. If China can station troops and establish naval bases on Indonesian islands, it will play an extremely important role in China's naval development. To achieve this goal, it is necessary to have sufficient influence in the political arena and military in Indonesia, which is what Zhou Hao planned to support a pro-China leader in Indonesia. Therefore, Zhou Hao's proposal attracted great attention from the chairman and the prime minister and Zhao Rixin, the big three. The chairman and the prime minister also reached a consensus and agreed to dispatch one army to cooperate with this Indonesian strategy. However, because this time it is of great importance, the detailed plan needs to be considered for a long time. At the same time, the chairman and they agreed that the Indonesian-Chinese Chamber of Commerce must be tightly tied to their boat. Zhao Rixin told Zhou Hao, "One of the most important reasons why the United States has spared no effort to support Taiwan is to allow Taiwan to cooperate with the Pacific Island chain plan to contain China." He turned his head and looked at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, we all have great expectations of you this time. If you do this thing well, then there will be many benefits for you and the Zhao family." "I know, Godfather. I won't let you down," Zhou Hao resolutely said. Zhao Rixin kindly touched Zhou Hao's head. "Although you are not my own son, in my eyes, you are my own son, just like Ding Zhou." He sighed long and said, "I should have found you earlier so that we can meet earlier." Hearing what Zhao Rixin said, Zhou Hao was very moved. He could feel that Zhao Rixin was not cheating on himself. Moreover, Zhou Hao also faintly felt that Zhao Rixin seemed to feel a little guilty towards him, but he just didn't understand why he felt guilty. In fact, although Zhao Rixin and Zhou Hao did not meet each other often, he still took great care of Zhou Hao. Even though Zhou Hao didn't want to rely too much on the Zhao family, his industries were already closely linked to the Zhao family. Zhou Hao understands that it is inseparable from Zhao Rixin that his industry can develop to today's scale. At the same time, Zhao Yuqin and Yin Xining were in the Zhao family house. At this moment, Zhao Yuqin was standing in front of the cooking table in the kitchen, holding a spoon in his hand, carefully stirring the steaming pot of soup in front of him. "Mom, is this really enough? Do you want to add some more salt? I'm afraid the taste will be too weak." "Xiao Hao likes the stronger one," Zhao Yuqin asked Yin Xining beside him while stirring the pot of thick soup. Yin Xining smiled and said, "This is a very popular old hot soup in Guangdong. The taste is already very strong." Looking at Zhao Yuqin, Yin Xining said curiously, "It's the second girl. How come you suddenly learned to cook? Didn't you hate going into the kitchen the most?" She knew a lot about her own daughter. She wanted to look good. She needed talent, but she didn't have any talent in cooking. She was the kind of person who could make fish head pot into fish head soup. "But I didn't expect to cook for Xiao Hao in person today. You know, even her father, Zhao Rixin, has never tried her own meals." Girl, are you having fun with Xiao Hao in Venice these days?" Yin Xining asked with a smile. "It's okay." Thinking of the glamorous incident between the two of them in Venice, Zhao Yuqin's pink cheeks floated with two red clouds. Fortunately, Yin Xining thought she was smoked by the steaming heat in the kitchen, otherwise she would be suspicious. "I heard Yin Xining blame Zhao Yuqin. I said that girl, you are so big. Why do you still pester Xiao Hao to accompany you on a trip? Even if Xiao Hao doesn't have to go to school, maybe people still have to accompany his girlfriend, but be entangled by your sister." Regarding Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin's trip to Venice, Zhao Rixin and Yin Xining only thought it was their usual trip, but they never thought that it was actually a honeymoon trip between Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao. When Zhao Yuqin heard her mother's words, she cocked her mouth. "How do you know he has a girlfriend?" "Haha, Xiao Hao is filial and sensible. He is more capable than many adults in handling affairs, and he is so handsome. According to me, a boy like Xiao Hao, even if he is not active, will definitely have many girls like him." Yin Xining smiled and said, "If Xiao Hao had not given birth much later than your girl, I would want to marry you to him." "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Yuqin groaned, but he was very happy. Zhou Hao's impression in Yan Xining and Zhao Rixin's mind is very good, and he might be much more likely to be with him. And the last obstacle between the two is the age difference. Zhao Rixin and Yan Xining are both very traditional people. Although Yan Xining said so now, if she really told her the matter, she would probably object immediately. Oh, why do you think so much? Anyway, if I give everything to that little enemy, I can only follow him in this life. Zhao Yuqin said silently in her heart. Huh. Yan Xining's gaze suddenly fell on Zhao Yuqin's right hand. Why are you wearing a ring? You still wear it on your ring finger? Girl, do you know what it means to wear a ring on your ring finger? Zhao Yuqin was slightly startled, and then smiled casually. Of course I know, but during this time there are always some people who don't have long eyes to pester me, so I find a ring to wear, so I can get rid of those guys. This reason is quite good, and Yan Xining said, it's better for you to scare outsiders. If you let your relatives and friends see it, it's not a misunderstanding that you're married. She would definitely say that the daughters of our Zhao family won't invite them to drink wedding drinks after they get married. After a pause, she said again, Second girl, by the way, you are almost 25 this year. If you don't find someone, you will be an old girl in a few years. Alas, the ones I introduced to you by your dad boy, you say you don't like it again, and you want us to let you find it yourself. I don't know how worried your dad and I are about you. Mom, what are you worried about? I'm such a big person, I will deal with it. Zhao Yuqin said, every time you say this, you never see you take a boy home to let us have a look. Yan Xining muttered. Zhao Yuqin murmured, didn't I bring him back often? What are you mumbling? Yan Xining couldn't hear Zhao Yuqin's words clearly. Oh no. Zhao Yuqin shook his head quickly. Not long after, Zhou Hao and Zhao Rixin returned. As soon as he walked in, Zhou Hao sniffed his nose and smiled. Well, it smells so good. Godmother, what kind of soup did you make? It smells so sweet. Yan Xining smiled and shook her head. I didn't cook it. It was your sister who cooked it herself. Huh. Zhao Rixin was the first to be surprised. The second girl finally entered the kitchen. I'll go in and help her. As he said, Zhou Hao walked into the kitchen. Seeing Zhou Hao coming in, Zhao Yuqin, who had just turned off, pinched his arm and said, I blame you. Me, what did I do? Zhou Hao looked wronged. After Zhao Yuqin told him what had just happened, Zhou Hao smiled and said, Sister, you are 7 or 8 years older than me. In fact, that's not bad. Doesn't the old saying say that female juniors hold gold bricks? Now I am the same. I have 2 gold bricks. Peking University, the best representative of China's ivory tower, is also the university with the longest history, the highest reputation, the highest achievement in China. Nowadays, being admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University is like being an ancient high school champion. In his previous life, Zhou Hao once looked up to Peking University and Tsinghua as a student, admired and dreamed of dreams, and even after he came out to work in society, he would always feel that they had come from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Kind of aura of different ordinary people. Today, Zhou Hao has made enough money to buy all the supplies and equipment of the 2 universities in Peking University and Tsinghua University, even though he has earned the money through cheating. But these are not important anymore. The important thing is that Zhou Hao's current strength is already in comparison with the previous life. Therefore, Zhou Hao saw things around him from a different perspective, especially when he came into contact with Zhao Rixin, the chairman, the prime minister, and Zhao Dingzhou Zhuyongquan, who could only look up to the distance in his previous life. Zhou Hao's attitude towards others and the world there have been few changes. In Zhou Hao's eyes, Peking University and Tsinghua University are just universities. At this time, Zhou Hao was walking on the campus of Peking University, looking at the pleasant scenery around him, as well as those proud of heaven. On the school roads, or mavericks, or in pairs or groups, these college students are always full of youthful breath. And Zhou Hao, who is also walking on the school road, although his actual age is younger than them, he is much more mature than them in psychological age, and even more sophisticated than these college students who have not yet been exposed to society. Observing the pride and jealousy in the eyes of those students, Zhou Hao's mouth was slightly pulled up with a smile. He knew that at this time, many students at Peking University and Tsinghua University held the concept of everything is inferior, only reading is good. Even if they are out of the society, Their unusual status makes them often with a sense of superior self. Zhou Hao shook his head, laughing bitterly at himself while he thought about these unimportant things. He came here today to see Yang Jiabao. That's right. The only reason Zhou Hao came to Peking University was Yang Jiabao, who he hadn't met for some time. Thinking of that arrogant but very cute daughter, Zhou Hao's heart swayed slightly, and he really missed her. After knowing that Zhou Hao had come to Beijing, Yang Jiabao had to look for him immediately. However, after learning that Yang Jiabao was going to be the master of ceremonies for a party of their management department, Zhou Hao stopped letting her run around. He decided to find her by himself and watch her as the master of ceremonies. The Department of Economics and Management of Peking University should be called Manhwa School of Management, which was formerly known as the School of Business Administration of Peking University. Since hotel management is the main business project of Yang's Bao Group, and Yang Jiabao has shown extremely high commercial talents under the guidance of his father Yang Dongshan since he was a child. In order to learn better management concepts, Yang Jiabao applied for the exam Guanghua School of Management at Peking University. After asking for directions several times, Zhou Hao came to the venue where the Guanghua School of Management held the party. This venue is very large and can accommodate more than 2,000 people. There is a wide podium in front, which can serve as a stage for the party. To say that this party, according to Yang Jiabao, is a spring festival party of Guanghua School of Management. Because it is already January and the students will go home for the new year in a while, the college decided to hold this party in advance. Upon entering the venue, Zhou Hao saw the students standing or sitting inside, and the atmosphere was very lively. I wanted to go to the backstage to find Yang Jiabao, but seeing that the doorway of the backstage was also crowded with people, Zhou Hao shook his head, thinking it was fine. Classmate, you are also from Guanghua College. Don't be crowded here. Let me take you to the front. The party is about to begin. A student who looked like a student union said to Zhou Hao. Ah, thank you then. Zhou Hao did not deny it, and followed the boy through the crowd to the front and sat down in an empty seat in the 5th row. Then the boy went to arrange other matters. Seeing the boy's busy back, Zhou Hao smiled slightly. In universities, there has never been a shortage of student cadres who are busy, and the benefits are obvious. That is, they can cultivate their own management skills and make them better adapt to society in the future. In his last life, Zhou Hao also thought about participating in organizations such as the Student Union Discipline Inspection Committee, but because he was still busy working at that time, he didn't have that free time and time. Looking up, Zhou Hao saw that the first row of the front was a table covered with red cloth, and there were brand names on it. He knew that it was the seat of the college leader, and then the second and third rows should be. It is the position of the teacher or the instructor, and the students sit at the beginning of the 4th row. Seeing that the drink provided to the leader on the red cloth table in the first row was black tea or green tea produced by Tianhe, Zhou Hao smiled contentedly and proudly. Looking at the stage again, I saw the words Guanghua School of Management Spring Festival Gala written on the red screen in the background, and there were some colorful balloons hanging on both sides. Why haven't it started? Didn't it start at 7:30 on time? A dark-skinned boy next to him complained. After speaking, he unscrewed a bottle of iced black tea and took a few sips. Seeing Zhou Hao looking at the iced tea in his hand, the dark-skinned boy took out another bottle of iced black tea and handed it to Zhou Hao. Give it to you. I originally wanted to meet some freshman students, but this year's the new students are too arrogant, and they say that they can't drink something from strangers. Hearing the boy's words was funny. Zhou Hao smiled and took the iced tea and said thank you. You are also a freshman. I am a sophomore financial. My name is Zhong Wentong. He smiled, showing his white teeth. My name is Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. Zhong Wentong looked at Zhou Hao for a while, then looked next to him and said strangely, Don't you have a girlfriend? Don't you have a girlfriend? It's impossible. A handsome boy like you should be in school. I got my girlfriend in the first month. Zhou Hao smiled and said, My girlfriend is not here. Oh, let me just say, how can a boy like you have no girlfriend? Hey, it's finally started. You see, the MC has come out. Zhong Wentong pointed to the stage, and then he was full of excitement. It's Yang Jiabao, is the MC of ceremonies. Look. Wow, it's really beautiful, and deserves to be the garden flower of our Guanghua College. Zhou Hao also saw Yang Jiabao coming to the front desk from behind the scenes, and suddenly he couldn't help but feel amazing. I saw Yang Jiabao wearing a white and red horizontal zipper sweater coat, with a brown knee-length pleated skirt underneath. His inner legs were wrapped in black cotton tights, and then a pair of short boots. She also painted light makeup on her exquisite and beautiful face, and she looked lively and charming, bringing a sense of spring to everyone in this winter. Hello everyone, I am Yang Jiabao of Freshman Marketing. I am very happy to be the MC of our Guanghua College Spring Festival Gala. Yang Jiabao smiled to everyone on the stage. This is my first time as an MC. I hope everyone advise. There were cheers from the audience. Zhou Hao knew that beautiful girls are always popular in school, especially Yang Jiabao, who is a stunning beauty, not only Guanghua School of Management, but even the entire Peking University. There is no girl's appearance that can match hers. Zhou Hao saw Zhong Wentong cheering and applauding desperately next to him. He was even more excited than Liang Xiaobing's fans, so he couldn't help laughing. I said, "Brother, do you like Yang Jiabao very much?" "Of course I like it. I think there are no boys who don't like her in Guanghua College or even Peking University." Zhong Wentong took it for granted. She is not only beautiful and has good grades, but she has only been in our school for one semester. It is already the most popular candidate for the president of the student union. Listening to Zhong Wentong's evaluation and looking at Yang Jiabao, who was highly anticipated on stage, Zhou Hao's face was full of smiles. Zhong Wentong looked at Zhou Hao with a strange gaze. I said, "Junior brother, are you from our Guanghua College? You don't even know Yang Jiabao? You don't know? There are boys waiting every day downstairs in her dormitory." On several occasions, the boys who wanted to pursue her had to break into the girls' dormitory. After getting to the school, they specially arranged several times the school police in their dormitory. The boys who pursued her have all types, handsome and talented. The rich, the family is high-ranking, but I just didn't see her showing kindness to anyone, and I don't know if she has a boyfriend. Zhou Hao also found out that all the boys in this venue were staring at Yang Jiabao on the stage, and Yang Jiabao was able to calm down and preside over the Spring Festival Gala under the attention of everyone. She was a wise girl, she was very humorous in her words, she was very typhoon, and she was able to hold the audience down. In fact, everyone's attention to Yang Jiabao, the MC of ceremonies, is even higher than that of other students performing programs. Suddenly, Yang Jiabao on the stage spotted Zhou Hao sitting here, and the look on his face immediately became excited, and his smile became much brighter, as gorgeous as 100 flowers blooming. They were all dumbfounded, and Zhong Wentong also shouted, "Look at you! Yang Jiabao is looking at me. She is looking at me." As soon as he said this, the surrounding boys immediately cast extremely vicious glances at him, which made Zhou Hao amused. Although under the venomous gaze of the boys around him, he looked like a sword, but Yang Jiabao, who was the most brilliant in the entire Peking University, looked at himself with certainty, making Zhong Wentong feel very exhaled and raised his eyebrows. Zhou Hao next to him looked at Zhong Wentong, who was a little entertaining, and just shook his head and smiled. In the stands, Yang Jiabao had already retreated behind the scenes. On the stage were more than a dozen girls wearing ethnic costumes dancing ethnic dances. As the saying goes, there are no ugly girls in 17 or 18. The girls on the stage are naturally not as good as Yang Jiabao in terms of appearance, but they are also permeated with a fresh breath. In the university, there are still many versatile girls. However, with Yang Jiabao as the MC of this Spring Festival Gala, the boys in the audience felt that the various programs were garbage time and only hoped that the program would end soon so that Yang Jiabao could come out soon. By the way, junior brother, where is your hometown? Do you plan to go back during the Spring Festival? Zhong Wentong asked. Zhou Hao smiled and replied, "I am from Guangdong, and I have to go back to accompany my family during the Spring Festival." "Oh, hee, I'm from Hubei." Zhong Wentong said, "I don't plan to go home for the Spring Festival this year. I want to take a look at Shanghai and Shenzhen." Reminiscing that Zhong Wentong was studying finance, Zhou Hao said, "You went to Shanghai and Shenzhen to try the water in the stock market? Haha, you're so smart." Zhong Wentong laughed. Seeing Zhou Hao's strange expression, he guessed what Zhou Hao was thinking and said, "Actually, I don't only have theoretical knowledge about stocks. Let's put it this way. My experience in stock trading is much more abundant than that of ordinary stockholders. It's just that I have always used the telephone to invest remotely before, and this time I want to go to Shanghai and Shenzhen to see it. Hee hee, I just started stock trading in my freshman year. The second semester is now a full year. At the beginning, I invested 20,000 yuan in the stock market, made more than 10,000 yuan during the period, and owed more than 200,000 foreign debts due to investment failure. Fortunately, so far, I have earned more than 1 million in the sum of the losses in the year. Zhou Hao was really surprised this time. Originally, when he heard Zhong Wentong was about to invest in stocks, he was worried that he was still a student with only theoretical knowledge but no practical experience. If he rushed into the stock market like this, he might be battered. Unexpectedly, he started trading stocks a year ago, and he even made more than 1 million in just 1 year. More than 1 million is not a big number for Zhou Hao, but Zhong Wentong is still only a college student, and his original fund is only 20,000. In other words, Zhong Wentong made 50 times the profit in 1 year through the stock market. Even a person like George Soros, at Zhong Wentong's age, probably has no such achievements. Didn't Xiaoping say that practice is the only criterion for testing truth? If you just memorize those theories in school, what's the use? Zhong Wentong said, so, I practice while studying. Seeing Zhong Wentong's white teeth showing when he laughed, Zhou Hao admired him very much. This dark-skinned boy with a sunny smile is really a genius. Most importantly, he has not been smooth sailing in the stock market. Hearing what he said just now, he once had a debt of more than 200,000 yuan. More than 200,000, which is a lot of pressure for a student. Under this pressure, Zhong Wentong can make a comeback and make persistent efforts. This is not just a question of talent. He has the kind of courage that most people don't possess. It is certainly not the luck that Zhong Wentong said to be able to turn 20,000 into more than 1 million. Zhou Hao knows that people who can make a lot of money from the stock market either have huge financial resources and can go to the bank on their own, or they have extraordinary analytical power and predictive power. Moreover, even if he earned more than 1 million yuan, Zhong Wentong didn't have a taste of arrogance. Zhou Hao, a man with 2 life experience, just now regarded Zhong Wentong as an ordinary student. Do you plan to invest more than 1 million earned in the stock market? Zhou Hao asked with interest. Zhong Wentong shook his head lightly. Of course not. That's more than 1 million yuan. How many white buns can be bought? I only plan to use 200,000 yuan this time. As for the other money, I will give it to my parents, although those 2 old guys are not short of money. But after all, they are pulling me up, so I have to be filial to them, right? Zhou Hao laughed loudly when he heard the words. He had already made a decision in his heart that this Zhong Wentong must be brought to his own company. Such a talent, it is a pity to miss it. Zhou Hao not only felt lucky, but also met a talent casually. By the way, junior brother, I told you these things because we can still talk about them. Even my roommate doesn't know about them. You have to help me keep secrets. Zhong Wentong said again. Zhou Hao looked at him with a smile on his face. If you let those girls know that you have a net worth of more than 1 million, then they will take the initiative to give and hug even if you don't do anything. Cut. Zhong Wentong curled his lips. What's the point of such a woman? Zhou Hao nodded in agreement. He knew that Zhong Wentong's family situation should be very good. If it were an ordinary family, where would he give his son 20,000 yuan to buy stocks? If Zhong Wentong is the kind of playboy, he should be able to find many girls based on his family background. The people on the stage performed enthusiastically, and Zhou Hao and Zhong Wentong in the audience also had a very happy chat. Hearing Zhong Wentong said that he and a few roommates changed the way to spy on the girls' dormitory, and he also taught Zhou Hao a lot of good tricks in the name of brothers, which made Zhou Hao to bear with laughter. While chatting, the two suddenly heard Yang Jiabao on the stage saying that tonight's Spring Festival Gala was coming to an end, and they came back to their senses, feeling that there were 1,000 cups of wine in their hearts. Zhou Hao, which dormitory do you belong to? I'll find you when I have time. You guy can talk to me quite well. Zhong Wentong said. Zhou Haojing was struggling to tell Zhong Wentong that he would not die a student of Peking University. He suddenly heard Yang Jiabao on the stage holding a microphone and saying, Classmates and teachers, our Spring Festival Gala tonight is coming to an end, but don't hurry. We also have a finale program to dedicate to everyone. Next, sentimental classmate Zhou Hao came to the stage to present a song to everyone as a thank you for your visit tonight. As soon as these words came out, not only Zhong Wentong and the other students, But even Zhou Hao himself was stunned and couldn't help but point at himself. What? Want me to be on stage? On the stage, Yang Jiabao smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "Student Zhou Hao, come up soon. Everyone is waiting." Touching the sly smile in Yang Jiabao's eyebrows, Zhou Hao could only respond with a wry smile. This girl wanted to be dissatisfied that she hadn't come to her for a while, so she deliberately wanted to punish herself. Seeing the students around him cast curious gazes at him, Zhou Hao couldn't sit here and pretend to be nothing, so he had to stand up, walk to the stage in full view, and cast a touch to Yang Jiabao, who was standing in the middle of the stage. An angry look. Yang Jiabao was naturally not afraid of Zhou Hao's blame. When Zhou Hao came around, he deliberately asked him, "Student Zhou Hao, I don't know what song you are going to sing for everyone." Everyone in the audience looked at Zhou Hao, wondering which class this boy was in. Why hadn't he seen it before? And although everyone in the audience did not know Zhou Hao, because of Zhou Hao's tall and handsome and extraordinary temperament, his appearance on the stage attracted the attention of many girls. Facing the microphone that Yang Jiabao had brought together, Zhou Hao deliberately embarrassed her, so he said, "Well, I have a habit of singing. I need piano accompaniment. If there is no piano, I am not used to it." I saw Yang Jiabao smile and said, "Our college lacks everything, but there is no shortage of musical instruments. Come here and push the piano over." Several boys immediately pushed a grand piano onto the stage, and Yang Jiabao looked at Zhou Hao like a demonstration. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that since it's all here, if Yang Jiabao isn't satisfied, maybe she will do something to deal with herself tonight. So Zhou Hao sat in front of the piano, and Yang Jiabao immediately mounted the microphone on the stand and pointed it at Zhou Hao. Knocked on the microphone lightly, Zhou Hao said to the people in the audience, "I am fortunate to be able to perform for you tonight. Then I will present a song I wrote recently for our beautiful classmate Yang Jiabao, as well as every classmate and teacher. The title of this song is 'The Moon Can Represent My Heart,' which is a shame." Many people in the audience heard the title of Zhou Hao's song and thought he was going to sing Teresa Teng's song, "The Moon Represents My Heart." They couldn't help but slandered. "I'm embarrassed to say that I wrote it by myself if I cover someone else's song." However, when Zhou Hao's 10 fingers began to beat on the piano keys, flowing a melody with a touch of sadness, those who originally wanted to watch Zhou Hao make a fool of themselves knew immediately that what Zhou Hao wanted to sing was not the classic. "The Moon Represents My Heart." Just listen to Zhou Hao's magnetic voice through the microphone, floating over the spacious venue. "I love you so much, I miss you so much." It rained on the sidewalk outside the window. The pink rain does not explain. Sighing to me behind the glass. Does my heart hurt or my steps are heavy? What is love I won't describe? I think you are as strong as black coffee anyway. People who have not drunk will not understand. You ask me how deep I love you. The moon can represent my heart. No one can tell you. But they are not simple enough. You ask me how deep I love you. The moon can listen to me. Keep asking or give up. Not a kiss can explain. Listening to Zhou Hao's charming singing and watching Zhou Hao's soft moonlight eyes, Yang Jiabao was fascinated unconsciously. This song, "The Moon Can Represent My Heart," originally sung by Yang Kuan, is Zhou Hao's favorite song. In his previous life, Zhou Hao used to play and sing and entertain himself, but now it happens to be given to Yang Jiabao with the help of flowers and Buddha. Although Zhou Hao's voice is not as hoarse as Yang Kuan, it also has a different charm. Especially in this lifetime. "The Moon Can Represent My Heart" hasn't even been released yet, so the audience in the audience has no way of knowing what the original version is like. They only think that Zhou Hao's sing is the original version. A slightly sad melody floated over the venue, immersing the teachers and students in the audience, especially the girls, who looked at Zhou Hao with bright eyes. After Zhou Hao pressed the key and jumped out the last note, his singing and piano sound seemed to persist for a long time. Zhou Hao stood up and bowed to the audience. He smiled modestly and said, "You are showing your ugliness. Thank you for your support." The crowd recovered from the beautiful music and immediately burst into applause. Even the boys who had been very wrong with Zhou Hao had to admire him. Zhou Hao's gaze floated to Yang Jiabao, as if asking, "Well, it's not bad." Although Zhou Hao just said that this song is dedicated to Yang Jiabao and the audience, Yang Jiabao knows that this song, "The Moon Can Represent My Heart," was specially given to him by Zhou Hao. From the tragic lyrics feeling Zhou Hao's longing for himself. So at this moment, Yang Jiabao's grudge against Zhou Hao has long since disappeared, replaced by his tender affection. But after seeing the girls in the audience staring at Zhou Hao with bright eyes, Yang Jiabao replied with annoyance, "This bad guy is too good, too much to provoke women." Back in the audience, Zhou Hao was still the focus of everyone's attention. Many girls wanted to come up to have a conversation, but they didn't dare to come forward for a while because of their reservedness. Zhong Wentong looked at Zhou Hao with a smile on his face. "It turns out that Yang Jiabao is your girlfriend." You know? Zhong Wentong hugged his hands and shrugged. "Look at what you guys frowned on the stage just now. So you still can't tell? You think I am blind?" He didn't speak loudly, because he also knew that if this matter was made to the boys present hearing it, Zhou Hao can hardly leave here. He looked at Zhou Hao with interest. "I can't think of it. If you want to say that you are such a handsome and talented boy, you should not be infamous in our college. Moreover, Yang Jiabao is actually your girlfriend. TSK, it's so tight. I don't care. You have to ask me to have a meal. Otherwise, I won't help you keep this secret." As soon as Zhou Hao was about to speak, the phone in his arms rang, but it was Yang Jiabao. "Zhou Hao, the party is over. We want to go out to eat something. Zhong Guifang and Quan Ying are also going. Are you coming? I want to take a new friend, my aspect." Zhou Hao asked. "Since you are a friend, what is inconvenient?" Yang Jiabao smiled on the phone. Putting down the phone, Zhou Hao smiled at Zhong Wentong and said, "Hey, now I have a chance to have a meal, go? Is it with Yang Jiabao?" "Of course. I have not tried to see her up close." Zhong Wentong was very excited. Zhou Hao, Yang Jiabao, and the others gathered at the back door of the venue, so they took Zhong Wentong with them. When he arrived at the back door of the venue, Zhou Hao saw Yang Jiabao and the others already waiting there. In addition to Yang Jiabao, there are also her roommates Zhong Guifang and Quan Ying, and Zhong Guifang's boyfriend, Lu Weidong, who had a close relationship with Zhou Hao. Except for Zhong Wentong, everyone here is Yang Jiabao's acquaintances, so Yang Jiabao is not as restrained as he was on the stage just now. As soon as he saw Zhou Hao, he ran over and threw in like a swallow. Zhou Hao's arms. In this faint cold winter, Zhou Hao's embrace seemed particularly warm, making Yang Jiabao, who had been missing for a long time, linger. If it weren't for someone else, she would take the initiative to kiss Zhou Hao. For a long time, when Yang Jiabao let go of Zhou Hao, Quan Ying, who also walked forward, smiled and said, "Jiabao, you always talk about Zhou Hao on weekdays. He is finally here now. You should be happy." Zhou Hao also nodded to Zhong Guifang, Quan Ying, and others, while Quan Ying looked at Zhong Wentong behind Zhou Hao. "This is..." Without waiting for Zhou Hao to speak, Zhong Wentong stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhong Wentong. I am a sophomore in finance, and I just met with junior brother Zhou." Quan Ying smiled and said, "What junior brother Zhou? Zhou Hao is not a student of Peking University." Zhong Wentong was taken aback, and when he saw Zhou Hao's apologetic expression, he said, "I'll just say, someone like you shouldn't be known to no one in our college." Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go to the restaurant as soon as possible." "Teacher, he should have been waiting for a long time," Yang Jiabao said. "Ms. He." Zhou Hao was a little confused. Zhong Guifang nodded and said, "Yes, this time teacher he invited us to dinner, and the president of the Student Union and Discipline Inspection Committee, because the Student Union and Discipline Inspection Committee are also the organizers of the Spring Festival Gala. And teacher he is our class. Her counselor is also a tutor who teaches us finance. In fact, it's our family treasure that people want to invite, and we only have the opportunity to go with her." Zhong Wentong also said that Yang Jiabao was a strong candidate for the president of the student union, and he nodded in understanding. The restaurant was on the campus of Peking University, not far from here, so a group of people walked past. On the road, Yang Jiabao held Zhou Hao's hand all the way. Fortunately, it was already more than 10 in the evening, and the weather was cold, so there were not many people on the school road, and Zhong Guifang and Quan Ying were also interested in helping Yang Jiabao cover. Otherwise, if you let others know that Yang Jiabao, who is at Peking University, has a boyfriend, I'm afraid he will think of a big storm. Among the group, only Zhong Wentong and Quan Ying are single, and Quan Ying looks good, and the people are very kind, so Zhong Wentong tried his best to be close to the British set. With Zhong Wentong's humor, Quanning giggled from time to time. Moreover, Zhong Wentong is not the kind of person who is not educated and skillless, and the conversation room is not empty, but it makes Yang Jiabao and Zhong Guifeng look at each other with admiration. Zhou Hao leaned into Yang Jiabao's ear and smiled. Jiabao, I think your roommate is going to be destroyed by Zhong Wentong. Senior brother Zhong's person is not bad too. They are a good match for Quanning. However, I hope that he will not be as carefree as you. Yang Jiabao squeezed Zhou Hao's palm. Soon, a few people came to this restaurant called Good Taste and asked at the counter on the first floor. The waiter said that He had opened a box on the second floor, so Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao went up together. Knocking on the door and entering, the people inside saw that Yang Jiabao and others were coming, and said with a smile, Here. Our big star is finally here. Zhou Hao saw 4 people in the box. One was a man about 30 years old. He was wearing a suit. Zhou Zheng's face was still wearing a pair of gold glasses. It looked gentle, which was obviously what Yang Jiabao said. Teacher he from here. In addition to this person, there are also 3 students, 1 woman, 2 men, and the man and woman sitting on the left have a close look. They should be a couple. Zhong Guifeng introduced to Zhou Hao and Zhong Wentong. This is our teacher he. This is Brother Yu Yunyan, the president of our student union, and next to him is his girlfriend, senior sister Yao Lele. And this one is our discipline inspection, Brother Jin Jietsong, the president of the club. In universities, the presidents of the student union and disciplinary inspection committee are often talented people, especially in famous universities like Peking University. The extroverted Zhong Wentong immediately smiled to Yu Yunyan and a few people familiarly and said, Hello boss, my younger brother is Zhong Wentong from Guanghua University's sophomore finance. Yu Yunyan and Zhang Jietsong both greeted Zhong Wentong kindly, except that teacher he's face was a little ugly. Zhou Hao had noticed it a long time ago. When he saw Yang Jiabao coming in just now, this teacher he still had enthusiasm and a smile on his face. But when he saw Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao holding hands close together, his expression suddenly changed, and the gaze looking at Zhou Hao turned out to be bitter. Zhou Hao frowned. Seeing this teacher he's reaction, he guessed that this teacher he's to Yang Jiabao is definitely not just the teachers to the students. Jin Jietsong and Yu Yunyan also looked at Zhou Hao curiously, because they also saw Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao very close holding hands. Without them having to speak, Yang Jiabao took the initiative to smile and said, You don't have to stare at you with big eyes. His name is Zhou Hao, my boyfriend. Jin Jietsong smiled and said, I don't think our Jiabao also has a boyfriend. If it spreads out, I don't know how many boys' hearts will be hurt. That Yao Lele also smiled at Yu Yunyan next to him. Let me just say, how can a beautiful girl like Jiabao have no boyfriend? This Zhou Hao, isn't it the classmate Jiabao asked to sing on stage? I know you are not that simple. According to these people, their relationship with Yang Jiabao should be very good. And Quanning asked the teacher who was very ugly. Huh? Teacher are you okay? Are you uncomfortable? Teacher reacted and barely smiled and said, Oh, I'm fine, maybe I'm a little tired. Zhou Hao also smiled at teacher at this time. Hello, teacher he. Teacher flashed a sullen look, and then smiled at Zhou Hao. Your name is Zhou Hao, right? Which class are you in? Why haven't I met you? As soon as he heard teacher he asked which class he was in. Zhou Hao immediately guessed that this guy might want to deal with himself as a teacher. After all, it is relatively easy for teachers to clean up students in school. Without Zhou Hao speaking, Yang Jiabao beside him already smiled and said, Miss Zhou Hao is not from our school. Then, are you from Tsinghua? Teacher he asked again. Zhou Hao shook his head. No, I'm not in college in Beijing. Teacher he was very interested in finding the bottom line and continued to ask Zhou Hao. Did you just come back from studying abroad? Is it the United States, the United Kingdom, or Australia? Neither. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Then Zhou Hao saw a scornful look in teacher he's eyes. Although it is very hidden, how can he escape Zhou Hao's eyes? Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. This teacher he should only recognize students who are studying at Tsinghua and Peking University or studying abroad. As for other universities, they all look down on it. Zhang Jietsong, the chairman of the disciplinary inspection committee over there, smiled and said, Then Zhou Hao, you are out of luck. If you can study in our Peking University, you can accept our teacher he's teaching. You don't know? He is our Peking University. The youngest professor is still a master's tutor. Not only that, our teacher he is also very famous in the domestic financial industry and has published academic papers in the Journal of Financial Economics. Many domestic economic journals want to invite teacher. He couldn't ask for anything to post. Regarding Zhen Jietsong's words, Mr. He smiled and said with a fist, I praised it. It's just my experience of financial economy. I wrote it and shared it with you. I am tired of being famous because of it. Teacher he is very humble in his words, but Zhou Haowan's self-satisfaction on his face is clearly a flattering luxury to Zhen Jietsong. Therefore, in Zhou Hao's heart, he had already concluded that this teacher he was the kind of hypocritical hypocrite. As a professional financial manager in his previous life, Zhou Hao also knew that Journal of Financial Economics was one of the top publications in the field of financial economics in the world, and he had read it. It's just that the economic theories in it are really esoteric, so Zhou Hao only regards it as a publication that can expand his knowledge. However, this teacher he can publish a paper in the Journal of Financial Economics, and his knowledge should not be underestimated. However, Zhen Jietsong said that he was very famous in the domestic financial street, but Zhou Hao was somewhat disapproving. In his previous life, Zhou Hao knew a lot of celebrities in the financial world, but those were practical people who were not well known in public opinion and the people, but they could make huge profits through the stock market or various financial products. Even some people are big dealers in the stock market. These people all know that fame will bring some troubles and adverse effects to themselves, so they are often not exposed to the public sight. Just like Zhong Wentong, who appears to be an ordinary student secretly earning more than 1 million from the stock market, and even Zhou Hao, who now holds tens of billions of dollars in funds but is unknown in the financial circles at home and abroad. So-called, a good warrior has no great merit, and a good doctor has no brilliant name, which refers to this category of people. What impressed Zhou Hao were those who did not see the end in the stock market. As for the so-called stock critics who were speculated by the media, Zhou Hao never remembered one. And now Mr. Guanhe should be the kind of so-called financial commentator who just talks but doesn't do anything. Teacher he's reputation in our Peking University is no less than that of Jiabao. Even if you are a classmate of our Department of Construction Engineering, many of you like to listen to Teacher he's class. Yu Yonyan said with a smile, I would like to thank my classmates for their kindness. Teacher he smiled deeper and glanced at Zhou Hao intentionally or unintentionally, as if to say, listen, I am a talented and famous intellectual. What about you? Which green onion are you? In this regard, Zhou Hao just didn't say anything, with the same smile on his face, and Yang Jiabao beside him didn't seem to be listening to Teacher he. He just gave Zhou Hao some tea intimately, so that Teacher he over there was jealous. At this time, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. Due to the busy Spring Festival Gala, Yang Jiabao and Zhong Guifeng, a member of the student union, had not had time to eat dinner. Now they saw the full table of food. They immediately became greedy. But when he saw that Yang Jiabao was hungry, he first picked up a chicken leg and put it in the bowl in front of Zhou Hao and smiled to him. The scallion chicken here is delicious. You can try it. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, then lowered his head to take a bite, then frowned slightly. The smell is a bit weak. Yang Jiabao immediately took a small plate of juice from the turntable and put it in front of Zhou Hao. If it's light, just dip some juice. During Zhou Hao's meal, Yang Jiabao added drinks and food to him, and Zhou Hao naturally enjoyed Yang Jiabao's weight and ate with relish. But this scene left everyone watching. Yang Jiabao was in school, wherever it was the focus of everyone's attention. Have you Yonyan and Zhen Jietsong ever seen Yang Jiabao's appearance at this time? Especially Zhou Hao enjoys the appearance of taking it for granted. It really makes them envious and jealous. Yu Yunyan deliberately asked Yao Lele next to Yang Jiabao to follow the example of Yang Jiabao, but before he said anything, Yao Lele stepped on the table, and those words would naturally be swallowed back in his stomach. Among all the people present, Mr. He was the most depressed. Seeing Yang Jiabao wholeheartedly waiting for Zhou Hao with no one by his side, he only felt that his heart was being grabbed by others, and it was so painful. Teacher He is 32 this year, but she is still unmarried, even without a girlfriend. There is no other reason. The vision is too high. Teacher, he looks good, and he is a professor at Peking University with high salary and good welfare. According to his conditions, it is not difficult to find a wife or girlfriend. But teacher, he requires his partner not only to have a beautiful appearance, but also to have knowledge comparable to himself. What he is looking for is a woman like a confidant. What he wants is the kind of love that reads in the middle of the night and has red sleeves. It's just that he didn't find a suitable candidate until Yang Jiabao appeared. Needless to say, Yang Jiabao's beauty. The most important thing is that her talent is among the freshmen. Even the entire Guanghua Academy is outstanding. She once did a research paper on a well-known hotel chain in a foreign country and predicted in it that this hotel group would surely close down due to capital turnover issues within 2 months. Sure enough, that hotel group fell apart during the financial turmoil and is now being liquidated by the bank to pay off its debts. Because of this paper, the Journal of Financial Economics also sent an invitation to Yang Jiabao, hoping that she would post another article. Yang Jiabao declined because he had to deal with the school exam. Even so, the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Financial Economics also praised Yang Jiabao and predicted that this woman will become a wonderful work in the international financial world within 10 years. Since Mr. He has published a paper in the Journal of Financial Economics, and the editor-in-chief is considered old knowledge, so he knows Yang Jiabao very well. Since then, he began to pay attention to Yang Jiabao, and gradually attracted by Yang Jiabao, and then became obsessed with him. Yang Jiabao's beauty, Yang Jiabao's talents, Yang Jiabao's sunshine and cheerfulness, and even Yang Jiabao's occasional self-willed willfulness all made teacher he deeply infatuated. So in academics, he also took more care of Yang Jiabao. Even if Yang Jiabao does not need extra care, he can achieve excellent results. Since teacher-student love is still controversial at this time, teacher he dare not take obvious pursuit actions against Yang Jiabao. Since Yang Jiabao enrolled in school, he has been pursued in countless numbers. Among them, there are many talents and talents. He originally worried that Yang Jiabao would be succeeded by the boys in the school. Later, seeing that Yang Jiabao had never been in a relationship, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep for several days, and even thought that Yang Jiabao was waiting for his confession. Seeing that Yang Jiabao suddenly brought Zhou Hao to attend now, his expression was intimate, and his thoughtfulness to Zhou Hao was definitely not a fake. This is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for teacher he, who has infinite affection from Yang Jiabao. Well, I think that a life without a university degree is not a complete life. A life without a study at Tsinghua University or Peking University is also a life of regret. Teacher, he suddenly sighed. I am very proud to be in Beijing. I have spent my university life in the university, and I am honored to be here to teach and pass on the culture and spirit of our Peking University to students from generation to generation. Come, everyone, to make a toast to Peking University. His words sounded like expressing emotion, but in the eyes of those with a heart, he could also hear that he was taunting Zhou Hao. Yu Yonyan and Zheng Jietsong quickly raised their glasses, but Zhong Guifang and Lu Weidong, who didn't hear the meaning of teacher he, also raised their glasses. Zhong Wentong, Kuan Yang Jiabao, and Zhou Hao sat there without moving. Huh? Jiabao and Zhou Hao, you guys haven't had a bar before, Yu Yonyan said deliberately. In fact, he also heard what teacher he said, but didn't want Yang Jiabao and the others to get too involved with teacher he. Stiff, so they deliberately gave such an excuse for them. As long as Yang Jiabao and the others followed this, they would be able to step down, and neither of them would be ugly. But when he heard Yang Jiabao snorted, he looked directly at teacher he and sneered. Teacher he, I don't agree with your point of view. Do people who have not studied at Tsinghua and Peking University are inferior to others? Humph. Bill Gates also dropped out of school and went to the sea. That's it. Yang Jiabao's words made everyone present stunned, not because of the content of Yang Jiabao's words, but because of Yang Jiabao's words. It is no different from talking to teacher he. As a professor of finance at Guanghua University and a tutor in Yang Jiabao's marketing class, Missy holds the power of many students to enter and even graduate. Especially the finance he teaches is a compulsory course. If he doesn't pass, students cannot graduate, and teacher he is not the kind of unreasonable person on weekdays, so the students are never willing to offend him. Many discerning students will flatter him, like Zheng Jietsong. Moreover, As the youngest professor at Peking University, coupled with his relatively large reputation, Ms. He's status in the school is higher than other professors or tutors. Peking University also intends to train him as a school administrator. So even people in the college administration department are polite. Everyone knows that Yang Jiabao has a very harmonious relationship with teacher He. Therefore, when Yang Jiabao refuted teacher He at this time, Yu Yonyan and Zheng Jietsong were both stunned. Yang Jiabao didn't care about Zheng Jietsong's surprised gaze. How many people in China have not studied at Peking University and Tsinghua University? And how many successful people are not graduates of Peking University and Tsinghua University? Are their lives incomplete? They are all regrets. Yes? Teacher He, I think your words are too one-sided. Jiabao, teacher He didn't mean that. Don't get me wrong. Yu Yunyan immediately reconciled the atmosphere for them. Home Jiabao, teacher He didn't expect Yang Jiabao's reaction to be so great. Knowing that she came out for Zhou Hao and relentlessly refuted his own teacher, his resentment towards Zhou Hao was even deeper. Up. Yang Jiabao wanted to say more, but saw Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop her and smiled at teacher He over there. Teacher He, I'm sorry, Jiabao didn't mean to collide with you. It's just a different point of view. Don't you damn it. But Zhou Hao, Yang Jiabao puffed up his cheeks and waited to say. Zhou Hao who glared at her. Although Yang Jiabao was still dissatisfied, he didn't say anything anymore and was very obedient to Zhou Hao. Yu Yonyan and Yao Lele, who have a lot of friendship with Yang Jiabao, are shocked again because Yang Jiabao has a strong personality. If she is on top of someone on weekdays, she will definitely not give up easily. In addition, she is very smart, so often it was the other party who suffered, and she ended with a win. Now that Zhou Hao's eyes were just a look, she died down, showing how important Zhou Hao is in her mind. Then Zhou Hao laughed to teacher He and the others. I'm sorry, Jiabao is more headstrong. Please don't take it off. Teacher He, I apologize to you for Jiabao. Don't take it to heart. After saying that, Zhou Hao filled up teacher He with wine, then raised his glass, raised his head and drank it. Zhou Hao's actions were impeccable, and teacher He knew that if he didn't appreciate it, he would look too petty. Therefore, even if Yang Jiabao felt so jealous of Zhou Hao for being so obedient to him, he had to raise his wine glass and take a sip to show that he had ignored what had just happened. Then, in order to ease the atmosphere, Yu Yonyan kept chatting and laughing with teacher He and others. Yu Yonyan is worthy of being the president of the student union. He has much better communication skills than his peers and quickly dilutes the rigid atmosphere during the meeting. Zhou Hao also nodded secretly, thinking that this person must be a public relations expert in the future. At the same time, Zhou Hao also felt that although Yu Yonyan was sleek, he did not mock Zhou Hao in order to please teacher He like Zheng Jietsong. So Yu Yonyan's moral character was still very good. Therefore, Zhou Hao has a heart to solicit Yu Yonyan. What's wrong? Do you want to recruit brother Yu into your company? Yang Jiabao, beside him, has been paying attention to Zhou Hao. Seeing that he has paid attention to Yu for more than a year, he knows what he is making. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Hee, I've been thirsty for more talents recently. At this time, Zheng Jietsong said with a smile, since July of last year, the financial turmoil broke out in Southeast Asia, and it has spread throughout Asia. Even many companies in Japan and South Korea have closed down. Even the state-owned banks have collapsed. Teacher He, what do you think of this financial turmoil? Teacher He took a look at Zheng Jietsong with admiration, because the question Zheng Jietsong raised was exactly what he was good at, especially in front of laymen, like Zhou Hao, and also let Yang Jiabao know the gap between Zhou Hao and himself. So Mr. He smiled and said, this financial crisis, Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asian countries have suffered heavy losses. For this financial crisis, I have done a detailed analysis, and in my opinion, it caused this time. In addition to the actions of George Soros's big speculators, there are several reasons for the financial crisis. First, the foreign exchange policies of many countries in Southeast Asia are improper, and second, they have used them for a long time in order to maintain a fixed exchange rate system. Foreign exchange reserves are used to make up for the deficit, leading to an increase in foreign debt. In the end, the foreign debt structure of these countries is unreasonable. He analyzed in detail the constituent factors of this financial turmoil, and its content is similar to the expert analysis after the financial turmoil that Zhou Hao has seen in his previous life. Although theoretical analysis and actual operation are completely different things, Zhou Hao has to admit that Mr. He's theoretical foundation is very solid, and even Zhong Wentong, a practical expert, listened very attentively. Seeing everyone listening attentively during the banquet, teacher he felt even more proud and peeped at Yang Jiabao from time to show her talents. However, he was extremely disappointed that Yang Jiabao didn't seem to listen to him at all, and he was still serving Zhou Hao with all his heart. Seeing which dish Zhou Hao's eyes fell on, he immediately picked it up for him. Be dedicated. In fact, Yang Jiabao also heard him, but she didn't take it seriously. She knew that Zhou Hao manipulated tens of billions of US dollars, and that he was not disadvantaged in the stock and foreign exchange markets of Asian countries. In comparison, Mr. He and Zhou Hao were not on the same level. Just listen to Zhang Jietsong asking Teacher He again. Then Teacher He, what do you think our country should take in this financial crisis? Finding that Yang Jiabao was not listening to his own words, Mr. He's enthusiasm was reduced a lot, but he still deliberately showed off his insights and said, I think our country should take advantage of this financial turmoil to devalue the RMB. Because of this, our country can minimize the impact of the financial turmoil on us, and it can also enhance our country's trade competitiveness with this opportunity. Hearing this, Zhou Hao, who had some appreciation for Teacher He, immediately shook his head in his heart. Teacher He, the theoretical knowledge is very deep, but his vision is too short-sighted. Future development will prove that the right choice is to insist on not devaluing the renminbi. Zhou Hao knew that some central economic advisors and experts also advocated devaluing the renminbi. Fortunately, the leadership has a long-term vision. And Zhou Hao also discovered that Zhong Wentong, who had also listened carefully to Teacher He's words, was also shaking his head slightly when he heard that he wanted to devalue the renminbi. It seems that Zhong Wentong's insight in finance is also very extraordinary. In the end, the meal ended in Teacher He's talk, perhaps in order to show it in front of everyone. He had settled the bill early, and Zhou Hao and the others were happy to eat for nothing. Since Zhou Hao is here, Yang Jiabao will not go back to the girls' dormitory with Zhong Guifeng and Kuanying, and plan to go to their love nest with Zhou Hao in Beijing. Teacher He didn't know that Yang Jiabao had a house outside. He thought that Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao had entertainment programs. He didn't want Yang Jiabao to stay with Zhou Hao so late. So he said to Yang Jiabao, Jiabao, it's so late. It's so cold again. You should go back to rest early and stop wandering around. I didn't wander around. Am I just going home with Zhou Hao now? Yang Jiabao showed a bright smile to Teacher He. What? Are you going back to his house? Teacher He looked at Yang Jiabao in disbelief. Her words had already indicated that she would spend the night with Zhou Hao tonight. This makes it difficult for Teacher He to accept, because in his eyes, Yang Jiabao is a bit headstrong, but he is not that kind of bloody girl. And Yang Jiabao ignored Teacher He's reaction and walked out with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said goodbye to everyone and left with Yang Jiabao. Back at the luxurious residence, before Zhou Hao had time to turn on the lights and heating, Yang Jiabao threw himself on the sofa in the hall. I saw Yang Jiabao sitting on Zhou Hao's waist, pulling his jacket apart and pushing up the shirt inside, revealing Zhou Hao's strong and tough upper body. Then Yang Jiabao leaned down and stretched out her little lilac tongue, raging from Zhou Hao's abdomen or kissing or licking, all the way to Zhou Hao's chest, and finally took a bite on his chest. Hiss! The tingling feeling made Zhou Hao so comfortable that he took a cold breath and said with a smile, You little fairy. Yang Jiabao leaned over Zhou Hao's chest, bit his nose, and smiled. I am a fairy, how about it? You ate me. I'll eat you. Zhou Hao laughed, then turned over to hold down Yang Jiabao and unzipped her sweater. And Yang Jiabao didn't need him to do anything. So he lifted up his shirt, revealing the lovely pink-blue bra with a bow inside. Zhou Hao pushed her bra away and held the two round little white rabbits and said with a smile, It's been a long time, little fairy. In harmony. Finally, Zhou Hao finally vented in Yang Jiabao's body. Then, the two of them went to the bathroom to take a hot bath. Of course, the beauty in it was inevitable. In short, Yang Jiabao was finally hugged by Zhou Haoing. His skin was still white and flawless. The strands are pink. Zhou Hao didn't bring a change of clothes, so he was naked in the master room. And Yang Jiabao, who was lying on the bed and weak, said to him, There are some underwear in the closet. I bought you the other day. When he opened the closet, Zhou Hao saw that there was a plaid in it for men's underwear. He took it out and put it on, but it was not too big or too small. I think it was Yang Jiabao who found it out from many practices. Zhou Hao's size. Zhou Hao was a little sweet in his heart. Although this Nizi sometimes acted arrogantly and had a bit of nerves, she was very caring and considerate to herself. Zhou Hao went back to bed and hugged Yang Jiabao and kissed her on the forehead. Yang Jiabao smiled and said, "It's still suitable. Some time ago, Zhong Guifeng and Kuaning came here to play. These underwear let them they found it out and made me laugh for a little while." After all, she vented twice at Zhou Hao. "By the way, Sister Qin is back in Beijing too?" Yang Jiabao asked suddenly. Zhou Hao nodded slightly. "That's right, she is with Godfather." He knew that under Zhao Yuqin's deliberate closeness, Yang Jiabao's relationship with her had become very harmonious. When Zhou Hao was not in Beijing, the two women would often go shopping and watch movies together. At that time, before Zhao Yuqin gave Zhou Hao his body, he would often ask Yang Jiabao about this matter and discuss Zhou Hao's habits and preferences when doing that. In this way, the two women became confidants like best friends, and Zhou Hao was also happy to see this situation. However, every woman is always reluctant to mention other women when she is with her beloved man. So Yang Jiabao only briefly mentioned Zhao Yuqin. And Zhou Hao also smiled at her. "I think you had a good time at Peking University. I heard that you are still the school bachelor of Peking University." Yang Jiabao stretched out his hand to hook Zhou Hao's neck and chuckled. "Well, it should be a great honor for you to be your girlfriend of Peking University." Yes. Zhou Hao squeezed one of her butts. "By the way, I think your teacher, he seems to be very unkind to me. Could it be that you offended him? So he want to anger me?" I don't believe you can't see it." Yang Jiabao bit Zhou Hao's nose and grinded his teeth a few times before letting go and saying that he's Xiangping, who is like a dog on weekdays in this way. When you look at people through your nostrils, you really think that you are a great talent? Don't call him a teacher, because it will smear the profession of a teacher. That guy actually has an intention on this lady," she said indignantly. "I also said that if I have his recommendation for the postgraduate entrance examination, it is absolutely possible. Does this lady have to recommend him for the postgraduate entrance examination? I don't want to think about who this lady is. I dare wishful thinking with a guy like him." Hearing Yang Jiabao's words of a "my lady," the arrogance was overflowing. Zhou Hao was a little funny. This Nizi is very similar to Situ Jianying. Only in front of him can he have a gentle side. To other people, unless it is a close friend, it is difficult to have a good face. Although Yang Jiabao was a little careless, with her cleverness, it was easy to see that He Xiangping had serious thoughts about herself. Although He Xiangping is a good target, Yang Jiabao has given Zhou Hao his whole heart, and his family is a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. How could a man like He Xiangping be in his eyes? I usually don't want to expose him because of the friendship between teachers and students, and He Xiangping's mocking of Zhou Hao at the dinner table just now encountered Yang Jiabao's inverse scale. Now that he knows that you are my girlfriend, will he embarrass you in school? Do you want me to kick him out of Beijing? Zhou Hao asked Yang Jiabao. Although he has nothing to do with Peking University, even if he doesn't have the Zhao family, he still has a lot of ways to deal with He Xiangping. But Yang Jiabao shook his head. "No, don't you think I'm good to deal with? If he really makes things difficult for me, then he just wait and see." Zhou Hao smiled. Why did he forget? Even without her own asylum, Yang Jiabao is still a terrible female star. She herself is not weak in martial arts. Usually a dozen strong men can't get close, and the Yang family is not easy to follow. Not to mention other things. As long as Yang Jiabao tells her brother Yang Xiaoguo about what He Xiangping thinks about him, He Xiangping will probably not end well with Yang Xiaoguo's temperament. The two had a conversation, and Zhou Hao's phone on the bedside rang. Yang Jiabao thought that some other woman was looking for Zhou Hao. She didn't want them to disturb her in Zhou Hao's two-person world, so she yelled at Zhou Hao. "It's all so late. Who is looking for you? I don't care. Where are you tonight? You are not allowed to go." Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Stop making trouble. Maybe someone is really looking for me with serious matters." He picked up the phone and leaned to his ear, and Yang Jiabao also leaned his head to hear whether it was a man or a woman over there. "Is it Brother Zhou?" But there was an old man's voice over the phone. Only then did Yang Jiabao feel relieved. and at the same time blamed Zhou Hao for himself and blushed. Zhou Hao didn't care either. He heard that this person was Peng Jinting, the president of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. He only heard him say, "It's Peng Lao, I'm Zhou Hao. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry to bother you so late." Peng Jinting said, "But you said before, if our Chinese Chamber of Commerce has any decision, we will notify you as soon as possible." "He, the secretary of our Chamber of Commerce discussed, a decision has been made. We decided to cooperate with you, the Chinese government." From Peng Jinting's words, he already knew that Zhou Hao represented the Chinese government. It can also be seen that the Chinese government must have taken certain actions against the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, or exerted certain pressures to make them faster. A decision is made. Zhou Hao smiled, laughing for Peng Jinting and their knowledge of current affairs, because there are only 3 days left before the second wave of financial turmoil that started in Indonesia in the previous life. After putting down the phone, Yang Jiabao saw Zhou Hao's face still full of smiles, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong? What is the old man asking for you? I will please you." Zhou Hao turned over and suppressed Yang Jiabao again, and said with a smile, "Jiabao, the big fish has taken the bait. Let's celebrate again." Don't. I can't stand your tossing." With a soft cry, Yang Jiabao ignited war with Zhou Hao again. Early the next morning, Zhou Hao went to discuss with Peng Jinting and the chief executives of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Due to time constraints, Peng Jinting and the others flew to Beijing overnight. And Zhou Hao also knew that there was not much time before Indonesia's economic crisis broke out. Therefore, we must discuss the specific plan with Peng Jinting as soon as possible. In order to increase Zhou Hao's bargaining chip, the chairman also asked the deputy prime minister to meet Peng Jinting and the others, expressing China's sincerity in cooperating with them. Although the deputy prime minister left after meeting Peng Jinting and others within 10 minutes, the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce also knew Zhou Hao's strength. Moreover, with the banner of the Chinese government, the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce is more confident. After all, after so many years of oppression by Suharto in Indonesia, they are still very jealous of the Suharto family. Not to mention Zhou Hao's major national events. Yang Jiabao, who had been lingering with Zhou Hao for most of the night, knew that he had business affairs, so he stopped pestering him. He also endured the soreness of his lower body and got up and made Zhou Hao a loving breakfast. Although it was just a simple sausage and a poached egg, it was also very rare for a daughter like Yang Jiabao, who did not touch the sun with her fingers, and Zhou Hao was very moved. After Zhou Hao leaves, Yang Jiabao will also go back to school. Because she still wants to run for the post of president of the student union, she doesn't want to miss school without reason. After dressing up, she took a car key that Zhou Hao gave her last night and went to the parking lot. Zhou Hao said last night that he bought a gift for her. When Yang Jiabao took the car key, he guessed that the gift was a car. Originally, with the financial resources of the Yang family, it was easy for Yang Jiabao to buy a car, but she did not want to be too gossip at school, so she has always been like ordinary college students, occasionally squeezing the bus with Zhong Guifang and the others. Taste. Now that it was a gift from Zhou Hao, Yang Jiabao would naturally not refuse it. He wondered what kind of car Zhou Hao would give him. The real estate they lived in originally had a reserved parking space, but it had been vacant before, so Yang Jiabao now went straight to his own parking space and saw the car Zhou Hao gave him. This is a small hatchback with a royal blue body and a panda-like front. It is also very cute. Yang Jiabao knows that this car is BMW's Mini Series. The Chinese distributor selling this series was only established in Beijing in 1996. Yang Jiabao himself likes this car very much. Even if Zhou Hao doesn't give it to her, if she buys a car in the future, her first choice is this Mini. Therefore, Zhou Hao gave her this car now, which made Yang Jiabao feel that he and Zhou Hao had a close relationship. Driving this Mini back to the campus of Peking University immediately attracted the attention of many students, because in China, there are still a few people buying this car. Yang Jiabao didn't go back to the dormitory, but drove the car directly to the front of the teaching building because class was about to start. As soon as I got off the bus, I met Zhong Guifang and Quan Ying who were coming to class, and they were very surprised when they saw Yang Jiabao getting off the brand new Mini. Quan Ying immediately walked over to the left and looked at the right, and then smiled at Yang Jiabao. "It must be given to you by Zhou Hao." Yang Jiabao nodded with a sweet smile, and Quan Ning said again, Zhou Hao is so kind to you. This car is worth hundreds of thousands. At that time, I asked my dad to buy one for me, and he was not willing. When Zhong Guifang next to him heard the car cost hundreds of thousands, he immediately opened his mouth. What? This car costs hundreds of thousands. But it is smaller than Santana. The price of a car is not defined by size. Those Dongfeng trucks are not so much bigger than Mercedes-Benz. Do you think the Mercedes-Benz is expensive or the trucks are expensive? Quan Ning lighted Zhong Guifang's nose and smiled. Furthermore, this is a gift from Zhou Hao to Jiabao. Even if it is Santana, it is much more precious than Rolls-Royce. Several people walked up to the teaching building while talking. Quan Ning took Yang Jiabao's arm and leaned into her ear and asked in a low voice, I said, Jiabao, you had a happy time with Zhou Hao last night. Did you do that? What? Rao is Yang Jiabao grinning, and he will inevitably blush when he hears this. But Quan Ning sees her reaction, but he still doesn't understand and continues to smile. Then, how many did you have last night? Yang Jiabao glared at Quan Ning and said with a smile, Why are you this girl like this? Are you really pregnant? Quan Ning shook Yang Jiabao's hand. Say it. Say it. People really want to know, Guifang. You want to know too, right? The other half of Zhong Guifang immediately blinked and looked at Yang Jiabao expectantly, almost wagging his tail. Yang Jiabao reluctantly said, Sorry, even the purest Guifang in our dormitory was ruined by your little girl. Okay, don't shake it, can I say it? She blushed and lowered her face. Turning his head, he whispered, 6 times. What? 6 times? Quan Ning obviously didn't believe it. I said, Jiabao, do you know what the climax is? If he didn't put it in, it would be the climax. Yang Jiabao snorted. Of course I know, but you don't know. Thinking of the fragrance of last night, Yang Jiabao felt that his body was still a little weak. Although I haven't done it yet, I also know that getting a woman too is not easy 6 times. Your Zhou Hao is too monster, right? Wait, didn't he take medicine? Quan Ning started to say, You just took the medicine. Yang Jiabao said to Quan Ning with a face. But to be honest, Zhou Hao's ability in that area is indeed a bit too strong. Although it is said that when the internal strength is extremely high, it can be solid and refined. However, Yang Jiabao could feel that Zhou Hao did not deliberately endure it, relying on his real power. At this time, Quan Ning asked Zhong Guifang again, Guifang, you have been with Lu Weidong for so long. How many have you had at most at one time? When Zhong Guifang heard this, his neck was red, but Yang Jiabao also told the private matter just now. What she didn't say was not good, so he lowered her head and replied in a low voice, 2, twice. Although she was born in a rural area and had to be conservative in her thinking because she had a very deep relationship with Lu Weidong, and there was no family restraint here in Beijing, she couldn't help but do that when she was in love. Fortunately, Lu Weidong and Zhong Guifang, 2 simple teenagers from the countryside, can maintain their original minds in the materialistic city of Beijing, and their feelings have not changed at all. It is really rare. According to Yang Jiabao and Quan Ning, Zhong Guifang and Lu Weidong might get married immediately after graduating from university. All England put his hands on his chest and looked like a sexologist. Well, twice. It's amazing. Yang Jiabao couldn't help but smile when she saw her like this. You guy, you are obviously an old virgin, and you pretend to be very experienced, ass. By the way, I know that after dinner last night, you and Zhong Wentong didn't go back to the dormitory immediately. Quan Ning blushed as soon as he heard Yang Jiabao's words, and Zhong Guifang next to him also added to the flames. Well, she only came back after 2 o'clock last night. Don't mention that would. Quan Ning said angrily. I thought he would take me somewhere to be romantic, but I didn't expect that guy would take me to see the candlestick chart. What an idiot. I was so angry. When Yang Jiabao and Zhong Guifang heard the words, they trembled with laughter, making Quan Ning tickled with hatred. Fortunately, there are no other people on this staircase, otherwise I don't know how to feel after listening to them. When they arrived on the floor of the classroom, they met He Xiangping at the exit of the stairs. Zhong Guifang and Quan Ning were taken aback. They both knew that Yang Jiabao and He Xiangping were very unhappy last night because of Zhou Hao. Seeing He Xiangping at this time was obviously different from that of the young professor who was swift and gentle. His face was swollen under the eyes, and a lot of roots appeared around his mouth. It seemed that he didn't sleep well all night. I saw him staring at Yang Jiabao, and for a long time he said, "Jiabao, I want to talk to you about something alone." What he meant was to let Zhong Guifeng and Quanian go away. The two women looked at Yang Jiabao and listened to her. "You go to class first. By the way, help me ask for leave." Now that Yang Jiabao spoke, the two women had no choice but to leave, giving Yang Jiabao a careful wink. Then, Yang Jiabao and He Xiaoping also came to the teacher's lounge on this floor, and He Xiaoping locked the door. Yang Jiabao was not afraid of any evil intentions from him. If He Xiaoping really wanted to do something, Yang Jiabao could easily kill him. "Jiabao, did you last night? Were you with that Zhou Hao the whole night?" He Xiaoping asked Yang Jiabao. Yang Jiabao hugged his hand and said nonchalantly, "So what? Although you are the tutor of our class, this is my personal business, so you shouldn't be in charge of it." "Jiabao, don't you pay it back? Don't you understand my heart for you?" He Xiaoping stared at Yang Jiabao firmly. "From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you." Regarding He Xiaoping's confession of true love, Yang Jiabao sneered. "Teacher He, I now call you teacher respectfully, hoping that you will not smear the name of the teacher. Don't say I don't have any feelings for you, even if I am really interesting to you. But you are a teacher, and I am a student. I don't want people to poke the backbone." She didn't know that Zhou Hao, whom she loved so much, actually had an affair with his high school teacher. What's so good about Zhou Hao? He Xiaoping became angry. "He is not worthy of you who studied at Peking University. What is better than me?" Yang Jiabao said contemptuously, "He is better than you in everything." Hearing Yang Jiabao's words and touching her eyes full of contempt, He Xiaoping was really uncomfortable, like 1,000 arrows pierced through his heart. Not only because of losing to Zhou Hao in this battle of love, but also because of Yang Jiabao's attitude towards him. Since He Xiaoping became sensible, no woman has ever seen him with such contemptuous eyes. Since he was a child, he has been known as a child prodigy, and he has been eye-catching with his outstanding results all the way. Even admission to Peking University is a matter of course. In addition, he is indeed talented, and he has admired many people since middle school, so many times. In his opinion, women are nothing but taking. It is precisely because of this that he is more obsessed with Yang Jiabao, because what is not available is always the best. Yang Jiabao's gaze at him at this time was very similar to the gaze he used to see the girls who admired him. But He Xiaoping is still a bit dignified after all. He is unwilling to show others the image of a loser. "I don't want to cry to save the woman like those male characters who are in love in romance dramas." He took a deep breath, then looked directly at Yang Jiabao and said in a deep voice, "Jiabao, if you put aside the shackles of teachers and students, how can I have the opportunity to compete with Zhou Hao for you?" When Yang Jiabao saw that He Xiaoping had recovered his fighting spirit in a blink of an eye, he was also very surprised, saying that this guy was quite promising. "Although in my heart, He Xiaoping is no better than Zhou Hao, and even if He Xiaoping is really better than Zhou Hao, Yang Jiabao cannot empathize with him." But Yang Jiabao still wanted to frustrate this guy's spirit, so she smiled. "If you can make 100 million in a year, you can try." "Money." He Xiaoping suddenly let out a sneer. Does money reflect a man's ability? He has studied economics for more than 10 years, but he never thought of going to the sea to do business, because he looked down on those stinky businessmen from the bottom of his heart. He always prided himself on intellectuals and didn't want that money to smear his fame name. Seeing that Yang Jiabao also uses money to measure others, I felt disappointed in my heart. At the same time, I felt sickly that I had finally recovered some dignity, because the woman in front of me was just a layman among all living beings. But Yang Jiabao said with a smile, "A man's talents may not necessarily be reflected in the money he has, but to a certain extent, money can reflect the ability of a man." In fact, she had asked He Xiaoping to start with what he was best at. If He Xiaoping were to compete with Zhou Hao, he might not even know how to die. "It turns out that you are as vulgar as those women who are greedy for vanity." He Xiaoping sneered. Yang Jiabao didn't bother arguing, but still smiled. "Whatever you say, just treat me as vulgar, then don't pester me in the future." Then, Yang Jiabao turned around to leave. He Xiaoping hurriedly stopped. "Wait, you said 100 million yuan. Is it RMB or US dollars? Whatever you like. Yang Jiabao didn't look back and left the door with just one sentence. He Xiangping clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This time, he was not just for Yang Jiabao, he also had to prove it to everyone. Let them see his abilities, and he wanted to get his dignity back. After returning home, Yang Jiabao did not tell anyone about her conversation with He Xiangping. In her mind, He Xiangping was just a trivial existence. After a whole day of class, Kuan-Ning clamored to go to Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao's mansion. It happened that Yang Jiabao had just gotten the means of transportation, so he took them and Lu Weidong. Neither Zhong Guifang nor Kuan-Ning came for the first time, but it was the first time that Lu Weidong followed Zhong Guifang. He hadn't closed his mouth when he saw this luxuriously decorated and spacious duplex mansion. Because the mansion Zhou Hao gave to Yang Jiabao is very large, unless Zhou Hao returns or Yang Jiabao wants to have a small party with Kuan-Ning and the others, Yang Jiabao rarely comes back to live. She would rather stay with Zhong Guifang and the others in the dormitory. Even though there are many well-off families in the school, Yang Jiabao does not want to be too outrageous. Huh? Zhou Hao hasn't come back yet. Kuan-Ning asked Yang Jiabao. He said in the morning that he was going to discuss business with the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and he should be still busy now. Lu Weidong said in surprise. What the does Zhou Hao do? I think he is not older than us. Why is he so rich? What Zhou Hao made Yang Jiabao proud of most was not only his unfathomable martial arts, but also because Zhou Hao did not rely on the shelter of his family, but instead relied on himself to run such a large family business from scratch. She smiled at Lu Weidong and said, Zhou Hao started an investment company by himself. I don't know much about it. I only know that his company's business is pretty good. Lu Weidong is also an enterprising young man. He saw the mansion that Zhou Hao gave to Yang Jiabao today. He didn't give birth to any inferiority complex. Instead, he took this as a motivation and decided in his heart that Zhong Guifang must also live in such a house in the future. At this time, Zhou Hao called back and heard Yang Jiabao say that Zhong Guifang and the others were also here, so he proposed to buy some vegetables and cook together. The Yang family BMW happily agreed. Before long, Zhou Hao bought a lot of vegetables and returned. The kitchen in the house is very spacious, so Kuan-Ning and Zhong Guifang did not appear crowded when they came to help with cooking, and the people who were cooking together were also very happy. Among the people, Zhou Hao is the best cook, followed by Zhong Guifang and Lu Weidong. Zhong Guifang and Lu Weidong were born in a peasant family. Cooking and cooking are essential skills, and the worst are Yang Jiabao and Kuan-Ning. Yang Jiabao can handle a simple breakfast like sausage and egg, but now she and Kuan-Ning are getting more and more help. It was Zhong Guifang who got angry and knocked them on the heads with a soup spoon and drove them out of the kitchen. Finally, when Zhou Hao and Zhong Guifang made a good table of dishes, Yang Jiabao and Kuan-Ning came over to enjoy their achievements. Since they were all young people, everyone had a great time eating and chatting during the dinner. After the meal, while Zhou Hao was chatting with Lu Weidong, two men, Kuan-Ning also chatted with Zhong Guifang in the master room with Yang Jiabao about the girl's whispers. Just listen to Kuan-Ning said, Jiabao, I said you should wake up with a smile when you dream. Your family Zhou Hao is so good. Guifang and I are jealous of you. What's so jealous? That guy is so bothered. Although Yang Jiabao was scolding Zhou Hao, his face was full of smiles. Kuan-Ning hummed, You should be content. Zhou Hao is not only talented, but also handsome. He is also rich, and the most important thing is to be nice to you. It's hard to find such a good boy now. According to me, by the way, if it is a boy like Zhou Hao, even if he has other women, I will recognize it. It is rare that he can make a woman have 6 in one night. I heard that many women in the world have never tried in their entire lives. Tasteful. Yang Jiabao stretched out Jade and pointed Kuan-Ying's forehead with a smile and cursed, You are a pornographic jerkin. But Yang Jiabao was just talking about it. She knew that Zhou Hao was more than a woman, but after so many things, she also knew that she could not do without Zhou Hao in her life. So she simply opened one eye and closed it. One eye out. After sending Kuan-Ning back to school, Yang Jiabao and Zhou Hao enjoyed the two-person world again. She wanted to ask Zhou Hao about the talks with the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce today, but seeing Zhou Hao's face always smiling, she knew that it must be going well, and she didn't bother to ask, but was intimate in Zhou Hao used cotton swabs to help him out his ears after taking a bath. Now that he had made up his mind to be Zhou Hao's woman all his life, Yang Jiabao asked himself, as Zhou Hao's wife, to be considerate of Zhou Hao and always put Zhou Hao first. Inadvertently, her former eldest lady's squeamishness has changed a lot because of Zhou Hao, and she has more and more potential for a good wife and mother. Zhou Hao rested comfortably on Yang Jiabao's soft legs, enjoying her gentleness, and smiled. Tomorrow, I am going to see a singer with great potential. Will you accompany me? Yeah. Originally, Yang Jiabao would not be absent from class for no reason. This was to better run for the next president of the student union. But in front of Zhou Hao, these were nothing. Zhou Hao was going to see Jie Chou, who was staying in Beijing. Some time ago, Wang Zhongjuan, who came to Beijing to discuss cooperation with CCTV, happened to find Jie Chou mentioned by Zhou Hao, and he immediately notified the Polaris headquarters. In fact, Jie Chou did not come to Beijing to travel. He came with Wu Zongxian. Although Jie Chou was unsuccessful in the singing contest, he was favored by Wu Zongxian and became a member of his company's production team. Wu Zongxian has also heard of Polaris, which is very popular recently, because Liang Xiaobing's Mandarin album is also selling well in Taiwan. The shrewd Wang Zhongjuan did not tell Wu Zongxian about Zhou Hao's search for Jie Chou, so when Wu Zongxian received Wang Zhongjuan's invitation, he thought Wang Zhongjuan wanted to cooperate with his company, so he stayed in Beijing obediently. I have been here in Beijing for a week. Although all the board and lodging expenses are covered by Wang Zhongjuan, Wu Zongxian is still a little depressed, because Wang Zhongjuan has not discussed business matters with him for a long time, but only takes him occasionally to tour Beijing. Now suddenly when Wang Zhongjuan said that the big boss of Polaris was about to meet with him, Wu Zongxian was very excited. The two parties met in the business room of Wang Fujing Hotel. When Zhou Hao saw Jie Chou standing silently behind Wu Zongxian, he couldn't help but sighed. This is the future Uranus superstar. I didn't expect that he was a fool when he was a teenager. It was originally, if Jie Chou was not a star, and the halo had disappeared from him, if he was only viewed by ordinary people, he could be described as dumb. Zhou Hao felt a little funny when he thought that this future star was just an ordinary person when he was not famous. He even thought with a bit of nasty fun, if he dug Jie Chou from Wu Zongxian and then hid it in snow, would there be Jie Chou who is popular all over the country in the future? Shaking his head gently to throw away the distracting thoughts of happiness, Zhou Hao would not do such boring things. Although he no longer has to look up to see those superstars, Jie Chou is full of commercial value for him. When Zhou Hao looked at Jie Chou, Wu Zongxian was also looking at Zhou Hao. He never thought that the big boss behind the Polaris, the person who can drive Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, would turn out to be the young man in front of him. In his imagination, Zhou Hao should be a mature man who is not too confused. In addition to Zhou Hao, Yang Jiabao, who accompanied Zhou Hao, also made Wu Zongxian very experienced. He has been in Taiwan's entertainment industry for many years. What kind of female celebrity has not been seen? But no one can compare to Yang Jiabao. Even Xiao Chong, who is now known as Taiwan's #1 beauty, can hardly match Yang Jiabao. Although he knew Wu Zongxian a long time ago, Zhou Hao shook hands with Wu Zongxian after Wang Zhongjuan's introduction. After sitting down, Wu Zongxian, who had already learned a lot about rewards, was just about to say something flattering to Zhou Hao, the big boss. However, seeing Zhou Haojing looking at him with a smile, as if he had seen through his mind, Wu Zongxian, I felt that the words I had prepared for a long time could not even be said. Brother Xian is the king of variety shows in Taiwan. I have admired you for a long time. Zhou Hao is not talking lie. He liked Wu Zongxian in his previous life. Of course, he likes his host, his style, and I also appreciate that he is not ashamed of vulgarity, and his attitude is not ashamed, and his image of a real villain is much better than those of the moral hypocrites. And Wu Zongxian was really flattered when he heard Zhou Hao call himself the king of variety shows in Taiwan. Although he has gradually reached the peak of his personal career by hosting variety shows, he also has his own company. There is still some distance. Moreover, he could feel that Zhou Hao's words were not perfunctory, but with a sense of appreciation, so he immediately felt a lot closer to Zhou Hao, and even felt like a confidant. Repeatedly smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, you have passed the prize, You really have passed the prize. How is your wife? Zhou Hao asked. Wu Zongxian was taken aback and subconsciously wanted to say that I was not married yet, but when he saw the smile on Zhou Hao's face that seemed to know everything, he smiled bitterly. Mr. Zhou is really capable. She is doing well. Similar to Andy Lau, the existence of Wu Zongxian's wife has been concealed by him for many years, but Wu Zongxian was able to give him the status of wife in the end and treated his children very well. For this, Zhou Hao felt that Wu Zongxian was still a good man. As for Wu Zongxian's continuous scandals over the years, Zhou Hao not only did not despise this, but felt a sense of comrades in the same way. Okay, let's talk about business. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I believe that Brother Xian, you also have a certain understanding of our Polaris business? Wu Zongxian nodded quickly. Before meeting Zhou Hao, he did his homework. I know your company's business covers a wide range. The main thing is to use Galaxy Guard as the center while developing the mass media industry, such as movies and records. Haha. Expensive. The company's Ms. Liang Xiaobing's albums have sold very well in Taiwan, and many of our local record companies are paying attention. Zhou Hao smiled and said, well, if I said, let Brother Xian your company be our company's distributor in Taiwan, would you agree? Send distributor? Wu Zongxian couldn't believe his ears, because compared to other local record companies in Taiwan, his small company was just like sesame among beans. For example, Liang Xiaobing's album was through Taiwan's Manhwa record company. Agent issued. You should be familiar with Taiwan's situation and market, and you have a wide network of contacts. Zhou Hao smiled and asked him, how about it? Brother Xian, do you want to cooperate with our company? In fact, Zhou Hao wanted to leave the Taiwanese Manhwa Records company and cooperate with Wu Zongxian, in addition to fancy Wu Zongxian in Taiwan's entertainment circle, but also because the Manhwa Records threatened the Polaris because of its gangster background. In the future, the albums sent to Taiwan can only be sold by them. Otherwise, don't even think about releasing the film in Taiwan. Even Cineon and Liaoning will not sell the face. Originally, Manhwa Records had a strong strength and was a good partner for cooperation, and even if they were asked to act as an agent for Polaris in Taiwan, it was not necessary. However, Zhou Hao hated being intimidated by others, and even more hated the arrogant attitude of, I have the final say in Taiwan, of Manhwa Records. And Wu Zongxian, like many other local artists in Taiwan, is inextricably related to the gang. Zhou Hao knew that the gang behind Wu Zongxian and the gang of Manhwa Records were equal in strength and hostile. So Zhou Hao turned to work with Wu Zongxian and went to China Records in a hurry. Zhou Hao even wondered whether Wu Zongxian's revenge by gangsters in his previous life caused the Manhwa record company to provoke him. Zhou Hao has no interest in interfering with the underworld in Taiwan. The underworld in Taiwan is more rampant than in China and Hong Kong, and has even penetrated into the political circles like some Western countries. There are frequent fights in Taiwan's parliament because those members are gang bosses, and of course they fight when they disagree, turning Taiwan's political arena into a place for ruffians. Where does Wu Zongxian know the inside story? Polaris is now the most famous media company in mainland China. Being able to cooperate with them will not only benefit their own development in Taiwan, but also lay a solid foundation for entering the mainland in the future. Therefore, for Zhou Hao's intention to cooperate, Wu Zongxian couldn't ask for it and nodded in a hurry. At this time, Zhou Haocai glanced at the taciturn Jie Chou behind Wu Zongxian, and then smiled at Wu Zongxian. Brother Xian, I think this guy fits my eyes well. I wonder if you can cut love and let him switch to our company. In fact, Zhou Hao is not older than Jie Chou, and it is obviously inappropriate to call him young man. However, in Wu Zongxian and Wang Zhongjuan's view, with Zhou Hao's current status, Jie Chou's young man still praised him. Wu Zongxian was shocked when he heard this. He never expected Zhou Hao to pay attention to Jie Chou. Originally, he brought Jie Chou over just to open his eyes, but now he has attracted the attention of Zhou Hao, a rich man. Jie Chou is still like a piece of undeveloped jade, showing no extraordinary talent. Before Wu Zongxian recommended his songs to Andy Lau and Zhang Huimei, but they were not accepted. Therefore, in Wu Zongxian's heart, Jie Chou's status is not that important, and it is nothing to be able to embrace a tree like Zhou Hao and sacrifice a Jie Chou. Therefore, Wu Zongxian said very wisely, It is also his opportunity to get your appreciation from Mr. Zhou. He turned his head to look at Jay Cho. Jay, what do you mean? You know, Mr. Zhou's Polaris is much larger than my company. If you go to his side, you will definitely have a lot of achievements in the future. Big. But seeing a hesitant look on Jay Chou's face, Zhou Hao did not force him and patiently waited for his answer. On the other hand, Wu Zongxian was very anxious, afraid that if Jay Cho rejected Zhou Hao, his cooperation with Zhou Hao might not be so smooth. After a while, Jay Cho looked up at Zhou Hao. I can invest in your company. However, I have a very good friend in Brother Xian's company. I want you to invite him over. His request may be a bit excessive, he immediately added. Don't worry, his talent is also very good. Zhou Hao smiled and looked at Wu Zongxian. Wu Zongxian immediately said, he is talking about an employee in our company, Fang Wenshan, who has written some lyrics. It turned out to be Fang Wenshan. Zhou Hao thought to himself. Perhaps Jay Cho and Fang Wenshan are really destined partners. And to Zhou Hao, this is undoubtedly a good deal of buy one get one free. But he didn't show anything on his face, he just smiled at Jay Cho and said, since you admire him so much, let him come together. But you will live in Zhejiang in the future, haha, from Zhejiang in Taiwan. The climate is not too bad, and our country is much broader than Taiwan. I believe you will adapt soon. Wu Zongxian heard Zhou Hao's remarks that he looked down on Taiwan and wanted to refute a few words, but after thinking about it, he endured it. Zhou Hao could naturally see Wu Zongxian's reaction, but he did not take it to heart, nor was he interested in discussing the issue of Taiwan's ownership with Wu Zongxian. These things are meaningless. After Wu Zongxian left, Jay Cho, who had already switched to North Star, stayed. Facing Zhou Hao and Wang Zhongjuan, he was somewhat introverted by nature and felt very cramped. He didn't know how Zhou Hao would treat himself. Just listen to Zhou Hao said. Although I am very optimistic about you, if you immediately praise you, it will be difficult to convince people in the company, and your ability is not clear. So let's talk to the company people first, do something about record production, and accumulate more experience. As for the salary, let's set it at 5,000 yuan a month. Jay Cho nodded. During the time he came to Beijing, he knew that a monthly salary of 5,000 renminbi was already very good. However, in the early days of their debut, many artists in the showbiz did not have a fixed monthly salary, and their lives were very difficult. Zhou Hao did have high expectations for Jay Cho, but he also knew that he wanted to promote the first suppression method, so he wanted to hone Jay Cho first so that he would not become popular in the future. To be honest, Jay Cho is also an aspiring young man who has a dream and works hard for it. Once upon a time, he thought that as long as he had a dream, everything in the world would no longer be difficult. But after hitting a wall in society, he realized that it is useless to have a passion for it. He also understood that many people start from low before realizing their dreams. So at this time, Zhou Hao only asked him to do some behind-the-scenes record productions. He did not feel discouraged. Instead, he thought that since Zhou Hao dug himself out of Wu Zongxian, he must have extraordinary value. Then, Wang Zhongjuan asked his assistant to send Jay Cho away first, and Zhou Hao said to Wang Zhongjuan, Zhongjuan, this Jay Cho, you can beat him first, and then give him a chance after grinding his edges and corners almost. Wang Zhongjuan glanced at Zhou Hao, and then said, Boss, I don't know if I should say something. I also took a look at what Jay Cho wrote, which is very different from our current mainstream music. Is there a market for this? I say you won't believe it now, so let's wait for the facts in the future to speak. Zhou Hao smiled. Wang Zhongjuan also knew that once Zhou Hao made a decision, no one could stop it, so he had to agree. At this time, the door of the business room was knocked. Wang Zhongjuan thought it was the customer service of the hotel, and said strangely, Is it a hotel person? It's strange, I obviously didn't order a meal. However, Zhou Hao keenly heard that the person outside the door breathed long, and he was actually a person with profound internal strength. But intuitively, he sensed that those people were not hostile to him, and seemed to be old acquaintances. So he went straight to open the door, and saw a man and a woman standing outside the door. Seeing the person, Zhou Hayatin was stunned, because the man and the woman were Mr. Han Mei, the head of the First Army, and Li Shuihan, the fourth head. Mr. Han Mei still had a chic smile on her face, and her body had an atmosphere. And Li Shuihan's face was as cold as before, with a cold expression that turned away thousands of miles away. When he saw Zhou Hao, he curled his lips slightly, not knowing what it meant. It was Zhou Hao who spoke first. Master? Why did you come here? Looking for me. Zhou Hao is not surprised that the masters can come here to find themselves. After all, the intelligence capabilities of the First Army are amazing. He deliberately skipped Li Shuihan, causing Li Shuihan to feel annoyed, and couldn't help humming. Who can you look for? Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and glanced at her, and hummed. This is strange. I didn't break the law or the discipline. Why are you looking for me? After a pause, he looked at the master, and his face was averted. With that slanderous look, he asked, Master, have you found that man? I'm sorry, Zhou Hao, the man you asked us to find. We still don't have news of him. The master apologized. We also feel strange with our intelligence network, and that guy is just ordinary man. There is no trace of him until now. It's really weird. But don't worry, we promise that you will find him, and we will definitely not go back. Zhou Hao was also very disappointed when he heard the words, and said, Then, you guys are here for Indonesia. The master nodded. We already know your plan against Indonesia, and the three leaders also agreed to let us, First Army, cooperate with that plan, so we're here to talk to you about the specifics. Well, that's okay. Zhou Hao would naturally not refuse, and because it was related to state secrets, he let Wang Zhongjuan leave first. As for Yang Jiabao, she is Zhou Hao's woman, and Zhou Hao naturally doesn't have to avoid it. But this time we still need some help. We are going to visit that person. If you don't mind, just go with us. The master said to Zhou Hao. Li Shuihan added indifferently. If you are afraid, you don't need to come. Yang Jiabao has seen from just now that Li Shuihan has no affection for Zhou Hao. Originally, when he saw this woman with a better appearance and temperament, Yang Jiabao thought it was Zhou Hao who provoked him outside. I was relieved after the mismatch. And Zhou Hao is the most important person in Yang Jiabao's mind. Naturally, Li Shuihan's disrespect for Zhou Hao cannot be tolerated. So before Zhou Hao could speak, she said coldly to Li Shui, Whoever is afraid, go and go. Li Shuihan squinted and looked up and down Yang Jiabao. And Yang Jiabao was not afraid, raised his head to meet her gaze, not showing weakness at all. Seeing this, Zhou Hao could only smile and shook his head. To Zhou Hao's surprise, the master was very curious about Yang Jiabao. After getting in the First Army car, the master kept asking Yang Jiabao, Little girl, your name is Yang Jiabao, right? What's the matter with Hao? This question is so direct that Yang Jiabao would disdain to answer if she changed someone else. But she was a master of great magnanimity, and her gestures could give people an invisible pressure. She was, obviously, an unfathomable master. And Zhou Hao is not repulsive to the master, so Yang Jiabao said politely, Hello, senior. I am Zhou Hao's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Hee. Okay. The master smiled to himself. Are you a student of Peking University? Are there any brothers and sisters in your family? What kind of business do you do at home? I also have an older brother above me. My family mainly manages hotels and produces auto parts. Yang Jiabao said. I wonder if the seniors have heard of the Guangxi Yang family. Oh, so you are a child of the Yang family in Guangxi. Haha. No wonder. I think you are not weak in martial arts. You turn out to be the daughter of the Yang family in Guangxi. The big master's smile seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Jiabao. Zhou Hao looked at the smile on the master's face and felt very awkward. He felt that the master at this time was completely different from the peerless masters of the past. If he were not for the upright man, Yang Jiabao's expression really seemed to see the future. Daughter-in-law's mother-in-law. Listening to the great master's admiration for Yang Jiabao, Li Shuihan, who was sitting next to him, twisted his face, showing a very disdainful expression, as if saying, What is the Yang family in Guangxi? Seeing her expression, Yang Jiabao was naturally unconvinced. As soon as he was about to speak, he felt Zhou Hao's hand on his thigh. Knowing that Zhou Hao didn't want to mess with Li Shuihan, Yang Jiabao didn't want to disobey Zhou Hao's will, but he still snorted at Li Shuihan and turned his face away from her. When Zhou Hao and the master saw that the two women looked at each other uncomfortably, they had to smile at each other. The group came to a high-end residential area in the center of Beijing. Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao also followed the master to the top floor of one of the tall buildings. The master rang the doorbell, and soon a man opened the door. Seeing this man suddenly, An adjective appeared in Zhou Hao's heart wretched. It's not that Zhou Hao deliberately discredited this person, but the impression that this man gave was really not much better. He was only a few meters tall, but he had a big pumpkin-like belly, and he was wearing a white bathrobe, showing his thickly hairy feet. Looking at his appearance, it was a stubborn face with a shiny bald head. Moreover, he didn't know whether it was a natural disease or an acquired cause. He did not have a single eyebrow on his eyes, and he looked very awkward when he was bare. A pair of eyes are slightly narrowed like mung beans, and he has 2 thick lips and a big nose. To put it harshly, this man is a fat pig standing up. Mr. Gongsun, hello. The master smiled and greeted the man. Zhou Hao felt even more uncomfortable when he heard the master call this man Mr. Gongsun, because the name Mr. Gongsun first made people think of the wise and calm Gongsun Su who assisted Bao Zheng in the TV series Bao Qingtian. And the fat pig-like man in front of him really insulted the elegant title of Mr. Gongsun. Oh, it turned out to be Mr. Hanmei, ha 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 ha. What brings you here really makes the place below shine. Mr. Gongsun laughed, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. His image is even it's unbearable. The head of the house gave a fist to Mr. Gongsun. I have something to ask for this time, so I specially came to Mr. Gongsun for a while. Mr. Hanmei is polite. Come, please come in, please come in. So Mr. Gongsun greeted Zhangjia, Zhou Hao and others into his house. His unit is also a duplex mansion, which is more luxurious than Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao's love nest, and there is wine in the living room. There are various famous Chinese and foreign wines on the cabinet, which shows that Mr. Gongsun is a good wine man. Lin Feng, who is here? When people arrived, Zhou Hao and the others saw 3 tall, plump and young and beautiful women in bikini swimsuits walking down the 2nd floor. There were still water droplets on their bodies, perhaps bathing or swimming on them. When Zhou Hao saw those 3 women, he thought this fat man would enjoy it. Mr. Gongsun did not show any shame in front of Zhou Hao and others, but said to the 3 women, "You 3 go back first. I have important guests." Although the 3rd daughter was reluctant, she still did not dare to disobey Mr. Gongsun's will, went upstairs to dress and left. At this time, the big master introduced Mr. Gongsun to Zhou Hao. Mr. Gongsun's full name is Gongsun Linfeng. He is ranked 4th among the 4 elders of Tang's sect and is in charge of Xuanwu Hall. Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard the words. He didn't expect this fat man to be the Xuanwu elder of Tang's sect. To say that Zhou Hao and Tang's sect did not have much grudges, the only holiday was that the ninjas of the Wind Demon clan invaded the military base of the Guangzhou military region in order to spread the news of the country's Jade Seal. When the people were trapped, Tang's sect was trying to beat the mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole, but Zhou Hao was followed. Later, Zhou Hao and the 2nd elder of Tang's sect clashed over the ownership of the Wind Demon clan ninja. The 2nd elder of Tang's sect was internally injured by Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao did not get the Wind Demon clan ninja. All the people from Tang's sect escaped. Later, from Zhao Rixin, Dangjia and others, Zhou Hao also had a certain understanding of Tang's sect. Tang's sect is actually not an evil organization, and sometimes it helps the country, and it is still fighting their world feud, the Wind Demon clan, for a long time. It's just that the Tang sect does not listen to the government's calls on weekdays, and sometimes it violates the law. This is also because most of the Tang sect members are high-powered martial artists and generally have the habit of banning knights by martial arts. The First Army, headed by the Great Master, cooperated with Zhou Hao's plan for Indonesia this time, but also hoped to get help from Tang's sect. I saw Gongsun Linfeng placing a cigar in his mouth, and he laughed for a long while. Mr. Hanmei has been famous in the martial arts for many years, and he has been in friendship with our sect master again. What can I do? Even if you speak up, as long as you can, I will definitely not refuse. Then I really don't hide it. The master said with a light smile to Gongsun Linfeng. I believe, Mr. Gongsun, you have also heard of Indonesia's many slaughters of local Chinese. Although those Chinese have moved to foreigners, they are still us. My compatriots, they are not hesitating to help us when the country is in trouble. The financial crisis that broke out in Asia has a great impact on Indonesia. Now Indonesia's political situation is already showing signs of instability. We are worried that Indonesian authorities will diverting the public's attention and persecuting the local Chinese here. Moreover, the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce has also sought help from the country, so the above ordered us to an army to protect the local Chinese. After a pause, the master continued. However, Indonesia is a military man in power and has a tough attitude towards the local Chinese. I am afraid it will be difficult to change. Originally, we planned to assassinate all senior generals in Indonesia's 26 provinces and let the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce support goodwill. The Chinese are in power, thereby improving the status and safety of the Chinese in the local area. However, if the high-ranking generals of the 26 provinces are assassinated, the disturbances caused may be difficult to calm. So I specifically come to Mr. Gongsun for a countermeasure. We have always known the secrets of the First Army, but Mr. Han Mei does not conceal him. He is sincere and admires him very much. Gongsun Linfeng touched his big belly and said with a hee-hee smile, I am here now. There is a medicine that can be turned into clean water or be ignited to evaporate. It is colorless and tasteless. It is colorless and tasteless. It is not noticeable in the middle, and there is no major problem on the surface. In fact, the sanity has been lost. The medicine should be able to help you. The master was overjoyed when he heard this, and said to Gongsun Linfeng, Mr. Gongsun, thank you very much. But the master bears in mind that the effect of this medicine can only last for about 10 hours. Once the effect is over, the middle will undoubtedly die. Gongsun Linfeng added, although this medicine has a time limit, being able to control the senior generals who manipulate the provinces for 10 hours is enough for the First Army to do anything. Zhou Hao was also very surprised by the poison provided by Gongsun Linfeng. He thought that this Tang sect was indeed a mysterious organization that had been passed down for thousands of years. The poison made by it was so cruel and strange, it was not inferior to the poisons recorded in Shun Nong Bai Chao. Square. Naturally, Gongsun Linfeng would not directly hand over the prescription to the master, but would take it out. But at this time he looked at Zhou Hao and smiled at the master and asked, Mr. Han Mei, looking down at this little brother, his breath is long and extraordinary. He is really a dragon and phoenix among people. I wonder if Mr. Han Mei can introduce it. The master frowned slightly, because he also knew about the feast between Zhou Hao and Tang's sect. While hesitating, Zhou Hao had already spoken. Hello, Mr. Gongsun, my name is Zhou Hao. I saw a strange light in Gongsun Linfeng's mung bean-like eyes, and then smiled to himself. About half a year ago, the second elder of the school, that is, when the second brother met a martial arts in Guangdong. The very tall boy wants to compete with the main door for the ninja of the Wind Demon clan. Although the second brother tried his best to let the doorman bring the ninja back, he himself was able to get away, but he was also injured by the boy. He has not yet recovered. Later, after investigation by this school, he learned that the young man's surname was Zhou Mingho, a native of Xiangqing, Guangdong, and the son of General Zhao Rixing. Speaking of this, Gongsun Linfeng's eyes were shining, and he fixed his eyes on Zhou Hao's face as if he were substantive. He smiled and asked, I don't know this Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao hesitated for a while, then resolutely nodded. Yes, I am Zhou Hao. Gongsun Linfeng continued to touch his belly, with a smile on his face. Heroes come from boys, heroes come from boys. Although my second brother is not a super master, his martial arts are also first-rate. Even the tribe of the Wind Demon clan, it's far less than you can run away in such embarrassment under your hands. After that, his eyes turned to the master. Mr. Han Mei, since this Zhou Xiaoxia is here with you, it must be your friend. Seeing that the master did not deny, Gongsun Linfeng said, Mr. Han Mei, Zhou Xiaoxia has a holiday with this school. Please forgive me for not being able to assist you. I am really sorry. The big master didn't say anything, but Li Shuihan beside him changed his face. But instead of aiming at Gongsun Linfeng, he glared at Zhou Hao, because it was Zhou Hao's variable that made Gongsun Linfeng change his mind. Moreover, even though the martial arts of the great master surpassed Gongsun Linfeng by a lot, the Tang sect was of great value to the government and often needed help from them. So Gongsun Linfeng was embarrassed, so he had to vent his anger on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also knew that it was his own existence that caused Gongsun Linfeng to temporarily change his mind, and he felt a little guilty. He was about to speak, but Yang Jiabao, who could not see him being wronged, spoke first. She just listened to Gongsun Linfeng with a sneer. Now we are talking about major national events that affect millions of people. What we want to save is the many compatriots who are in dire straits. But you, fat man, stands by because of personal grievances. You know this will how many compatriots were killed. She looked at Gongsun Linfeng, and her eyes were full of contempt and ridicule. No wonder the Li family of the Tang dynasty lost the world, so treating the people like ants, it really deserves this end. Because their Yang family is also a family of martial arts, Zhou Hao also mentioned to her the origin of Tang sect. Hearing Yang Jiabao's words, Gongsun Linfeng's face changed drastically when he was smiling, but his words severely stabbed the people in Tang sect. The fat on his face was also trembling with anger, and those Mung bean-like eyes suddenly glared at Yang Jiabao. You little girl, dare to insult her? You apologize to me. Then I can still forgive you for your disrespect. Yang Jiabao didn't mean to apologize at all, and said without showing weakness, "Why do I have to apologize? Am I wrong? Didn't Tang Taizong say that a monarch is like a boat, and people are like water, and water can carry and overturn a boat? Just look at the attitude of you people towards the people, and you deserve to be destroyed." Gongsun Linfeng was very angry, raising his hand to deal with Yang Jiabao. Humph! Hearing a cold snort from Zhou Hao next to Yang Jiabao, Gongsun Linfeng, who was sitting across from him, trembled suddenly, and all his internal organs trembled. He is also a top-notch master, with a very deep internal training, and he can naturally feel that his vitality is firmly locked by Zhou Hao. From the inner master's spiritual sense, Gongsun Linfeng knew that as long as he changed a little, Zhou Hao would definitely take action. The second elders of the Tang sect were half of the power of Gongsun Linfeng, and he was defeated and fled under Zhou Hao, let alone Gongsun Linfeng. Therefore, Gongsun Linfeng calmed down rationally and did not dare to act rashly. And Zhou Hao's just cold snort actually contained deep internal power. Although he was targeting Gongsun Linfeng, Li Shuihan couldn't help feeling that his internal organs trembled, so he secretly alarmed Zhou Hao's skill. The master also nodded slightly and smiled at Zhou Hao. "I haven't seen you for many days. I never thought that, Zhou Hao. Your skill has deepened." At this time, Gongsun Linfeng suppressed the blood surging in his body and said to Zhou Hao, "Since Mr. Han Mei and the others are contributing to the country, it is indeed impossible for us to help the Tang sect. Let me compare with you. If you win, the festival with you will be revealed, and I will try my best to help you. But if you lose, then I'm sorry, please go back." "Compared to what? Are you going to compete with Zhou Hao?" Yang Jiabao held his hand and glanced at Gongsun Linfeng. Actually, there is no need for Yang Jiabao to say. Other people also know that even the big boss has no confidence to win Zhou Hao. If Gongsun Linfeng wants to compete with Zhou Hao, he will lose 100%. However, Gongsun Linfeng sneered and said, "At the end of the effort, isn't it humiliating to compete with Zhou Xiaoxia? In addition to martial arts, Wei Tang sect also has another skill that can be used well, that is, medicine." When the master heard this, his face immediately changed. Although Gongsun Linfeng said it was using medicine, the master knew that it was actually using poison. Although Tang Min is not a purely poisonous family like the Tang Min and Shuzhong in martial arts novels, Tang Min is a secret organization founded by the Li family of the Tang dynasty, which is older than the famous spy agencies such as the Jinyue East and West Factory. They already possessed many secret poisons, coupled with thousands of years of inheritance and development. It can be said that the Tang sect in reality uses more poison than the Tang sect in Shu in the novel. Although the descriptions of many martial arts novels are exaggerated, there is a situation that the reality is the same as the descriptions of martial arts novels. That is, martial arts masters are afraid of poison. Even if the deep internal force can resist the invasion of the poisonous body to a certain extent, the resistance to poison is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But even if the internal strength is cultivated to the level of the master, it cannot be invaded by all poisons. High ones can be eliminated directly with internal force, but when the toxicity is violent to a certain degree, the poison can only be suppressed, and then a solution can be found before the poison occurs. During the Tang dynasty, the Tang sect had mastered many poisons secretly smelted by various schools in the martial arts, and by the royal family. Moreover, after 1,000 years of development, its use of poison is probably even better than that of the U.S. Biological and Chemical Weapons Research Institutes. Not on. The Tang sect was independent from the government and refused to listen to calls. In addition to relying on its strong financial resources and its own secrecy, there was another important reason that the government was afraid of Tang sect's poison. If the pressure is tight, Tang sect poisons the central officials under the dog jumped over the wall, it will be troublesome. Now that the master heard that Gongsun Linfeng was going to test the so-called medicine with Zhou Hao, he had to worry the master. He sternly said to Zhou Hao, don't take this risk. Even without Tang sect's help, our first army can complete the plan, and you don't need to risk it. But Zhou Haoran smiled. You don't have to worry about the big master. Even if there was no first army, I wanted to settle the grievance with Tang's sect. Humph. Originally, I wanted to compete with Li Tsongyun. Although I haven't seen the righteous master yet, it can also frustrate their vigor, lest they look down upon me, Zhou Hao. The Tang sect was afraid of Zhou Hao's relationship with the Zhao family, so he didn't dare to settle accounts with him rashly. That's why Gongsun Linfeng thought of such a way of comparison and ended the Tang sect's feast with Zhou Hao under the condition of "you love me," and the Zhao family couldn't find the Tang sect's unluckiness. Hearing Zhou Hao's arrogant words, Li Shuihan, who had no affection for Zhou Hao, couldn't help feeling a little admiring. And Yang Jiabao, who was always by Zhou Hao's side, couldn't be more proud in his heart. He gave Li Shuihan over there like a demonstration, as if he was saying, "Look, my man is a man who stands up to the ground." Zhou Hao looked at Gongsun Linfeng with piercing eyes, and his smile was full of confidence. "Mr. Gongsun, I don't know how you want to compare?" Gongsun Linfeng looked at Zhou Hao's confident face and felt a little awkward. After all, he was deceiving Zhou Hao for not knowing how to use poison. Even if he wins, he will inevitably end up with a reputation for deceiving others. However, the dignity of the Tang sect cannot be violated. For this reason, Gongsun Linfeng can only bite the bullet. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Xia, and you each take out a kind of poison and let the other party take it separately. If Zhou Xiaoxia doesn't have the poison on his body, I can let you prepare for it. After the poison is taken, the other party can use any method to detoxify. The method, the party who can clear the poison is considered a victory. What about Zhou Xiaoxia's intention?" Hearing this, the master frowned deeply. The people in the Tang sect used poisonously, and the methods of detoxification were also very clever. The First Army also had some antidote given by the Tang sect, which was used in certain dangerous tasks. It had a miraculous effect in that time when the Feng Mo clan attacked the First Army in a stronghold in Beijing and poisoned the First Army. Li Shuihan used the antidote given by Tang's sect to solve it. Gongsun Linfeng used poison to everyone, and naturally he had absolute confidence not to fear Zhou Hao's poison. Therefore, the worrying leader Chao Gongsun Linfeng said, "Then if it can't detoxify, the master doesn't need to worry. If he can't get rid of the poison, he has his own antidote. Even if Zhou Xiaoxia's body can't recover immediately, he can always save his life." He said this as if Zhou Hao had already lost. Hearing his tone, Zhou Hao had concluded that he would definitely lose, and he sneered. "Let's do this. There is no need to prepare. I just happen to have a poison in my body." So Gongsun Linfeng got up and took out a small wooden box from a room. After opening it, there was a small capsule inside, which should be Gongsun Linfeng's poison. Zhou Hao was rather curious about Tang sect's poison with modern packaging, and thought that Tang sect was also advancing with the times. Gongsun Linfeng said, "This medicine is a highly poisonous drug developed by this school. It is called Yijian seals the throat. It can be directly absorbed by human skin. It only takes 2 milligrams to make normal adults feel unaware within 20 seconds. Death. Even the big bosses can't help but take a cold breath. This kind of one sword seals the throat is even more powerful than the biological and chemical weapons of those international terrorists. Fortunately, it is not infectious, otherwise it will be too harmful. The one sword seals the throat in this capsule is exactly 2 milligrams, but with Zhou Xiaoxia's internal strength, it should be able to suppress the toxicity for more than 2 minutes. However, if Zhou Xiaoxia feels that you cannot detoxify, you have to speak out immediately, and you will immediately Detoxify you. Zhou Hao nodded without having to say anything from Gongsun Linfeng. He picked up the capsule in the small wooden box and swallowed it in. Zhou Xiaoxiayu. Gongsun Linfeng couldn't help being shocked when he saw Zhou Hao's reckless actions, because the penetration of a sword to seal the throat through the skin could cause an adult to die within 20 seconds. So direct swallowing, poisoning time it's faster. When Zhou Hao smiled, he took out a little red pill like a little finger from his arms and threw it into his mouth like a candy. Gongsun Linfeng immediately understood that the Xiaohong pill should be Zhou Hao's own antidote pill, but he was very disapproving. The poison made by Tang's sect had always been only the Tang sect to deal with. The master and Li Shuihan also watched Zhou Hao with some worry, fearing that he might be in danger from the poison. Gongsun Linfeng himself was also ready for the antidote, so he waited for Zhou Hao to help him when he couldn't control the poison, and he won the victory steadily. However, Zhou Hao just sat there leisurely. 1 minute, 2 minutes, or even 10 minutes passed, and there was nothing unusual about him. With the passage of time, the big master's face gradually relaxed and smiled, because Gongsun Linfeng's one sword sealed his throat seemed to be incapable of helping Zhou Hao. Gongsun Linfeng's reaction was exactly the opposite of that of the big master. As time passed, his expression became more and more ugly. It was not until 10 minutes passed that he was incredibly sure that Zhou Hao had one sword sealed. The toxicity of throat is solved. Because even a supermaster like the master, it is impossible to suppress the poison of one sword sealing throat for 10 minutes with internal force. Zhou Xiaoxia, the red pill you just ate was yes. Gongsun Linfeng was a little slurred, because the poison made by the Tang sect was diffused by someone outside the Tang sect for the first time. Moreover, the one sword to seal the throat was developed by Tang sect for many years. Zhou Hao smiled indifferently. It was a pill given to me by a stranger. I heard him say that it has a strong detoxification function. Try it now, and it's really good. That stranger. I'm sorry, I don't know his name or whereabouts. I only met by chance. Zhou Hao smiled. In fact, there is no alien at all. Zhou Hao's body is inherently non-invasive. Until now, he has not encountered a poison that can cause damage to his body. This sword sealing the throat is no exception. As for the little red pill, Zhou Hao used his own blood that also had detoxification function before. He and Zhao Yuqin and other women took it with him in case of emergency. And Zhou Hao deliberately took the pill to prevent the big master and Gongsun Linfeng from knowing that they were invincible. Yang Jiabao already knew Zhou Hao's physique, so he didn't worry a bit about Gongsun Linfeng's test. At this time, Zhou Hao took out another black pill. Gongsun Linfeng's expression immediately changed when he saw it. The black pill was definitely the poison that Zhou Hao had prepared. Just now he thought that Zhou Hao didn't know how to use poison. Now that he can easily solve his sword to seal the throat, the poison he took out must be no small thing. Therefore, even Gongsun Linfeng's poisonous people can't help but hesitate. Not to mention whether he can solve the poison of Zhou Hao's poison. But Zhou Hao has just solved the poison of one sword seals the throat, and it can be said that he is invincible. Mr. Gongsun, this poison is called broken head arrow, and the person in it will be unconscious within a minute. Before Zhou Hao finished speaking, Gongsun Linfeng raised his hand and said, Zhou Xiaoxia, no need, let me give up. When Yang Jiabao heard this, he immediately puffed up his cheeks and said, You fat guy is so shameless. You want to stop taking poison when you admit defeat. You are bullying. Zhou Hao patted Yang Jiabao's hand and smiled. Jiabao, don't be fooling around. Since Mr. Gongsun has given up, he has to be forgiving and forgiving. Forget it. He turned his head to Gongsun Linfeng and said, I only hope that Gongsun, if Mr. Tang can keep his promise, Tang's sect will not trouble me anymore. Also this time, you have to do your best to help the master. Zhou Xiaoxia has a lot. I admire it. Gongsun Linfeng rushed towards Zhou Hao and hugged him. Zhou Hao just smiled slightly. That grace and demeanor made the great master also secretly admired, and also made Gongsun Linfeng feel ashamed. They didn't know. Actually, Zhou Hao didn't want Gongsun Linfeng to taste the poison, but he didn't prepare any poison at all. He was just taking advantage of the toxicity of a sword to seal his throat and let Gongsun Linfeng frighten him. His bet was that Gongsun Linfeng would automatically admit defeat and the facts prove that he won the bet. As for the black pill, it was just an old mud pill that Zhou Hao rubbed out of his body temporarily. In mid-January, the second wave of the Asian financial turmoil really broke out in Indonesia, and Indonesia's stock and foreign exchange markets collapsed. But unlike Zhou Hao's previous life, this storm was more ferocious than Zhou Hao's previous life, and the scope of the storm was wider. Because with Zhou Hao's participation, the Chinese-Indonesian Chamber of Commerce quietly invested more than $20 billion in Indonesia, and the Domestic Construction Bank, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Agricultural Bank of China, and Bank of China all secretly went to Zhou Hao's galaxy at the direction of the chairman and prime minister. The investment company sent 50 billion yuan. Coupled with Zhou Hao's previous investment of tens of billions of dollars, under such a large-scale capital operation, the financial turmoil that broke out in Indonesia is naturally much more violent. As for the initiators such as George Soros and Julian Robertson, they also thought that Zhou Hao and their funds were just international speculators who had smelled blood and did not know Zhou Hao's political goals. When Zhao Rixin informed the chairman and the prime minister of Zhou Hao's Galaxy Investment Company, the two leaders were shocked. They never dreamed that Zhou Hao made tens of billions of dollars so silently. I am very impressed by the market's operational capabilities, so I handed over the purchase of Indonesian state-owned enterprise shares to Zhou Hao to operate, in addition to using Zhou Hao's talents, but also to cover people's eyes. After all, this matter should involve the Chinese government. Otherwise, the international turmoil caused will also be difficult to quell. At the same time, the chairman and the prime minister once again felt envious for Zhao Rixin's acceptance of Zhou Hao's godson, and Zhao Rixin was naturally very satisfied with Zhou Hao. When Peng Jinting was excited to call Zhou Hao and told Zhou Hao that the financial turmoil really broke out in Indonesia, Zhou Hao was still enjoying his dreams on Yang Jiabao's delicate body like a jade. Brother Zhou, it's done. It's done. Indonesia really has a financial crisis. Peng Jinting on the phone was as excited as a child. Hee, isn't it the credit for you to operate properly, old Peng? Zhou Hao smiled and rubbed Yang Jiabao's soft and creamy breast with his face, causing Yang Jiabao to roll his eyes. Although Peng Jinting was extremely happy, he also knew that Zhou Hao's words were complimenting himself. In fact, Zhou Hao's Galaxy Investment Company's trading team was the main operator of this large sum of money. Although the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce also has a well-qualified financial management team, it only played a supporting role. By the way, Brother Zhou, I have already given Suharto and his family's evidence of corruption and money laundering to Wahid, as you said. When the impact of the financial crisis expands, let him sit exposed all these evidences. Zhou Hao reminded. Peng, remember to be cautious about this. Don't let Suharto and the others know about it. Otherwise, not only our plan will be affected, but your safety will also be endangered. This week, you can rest assured that we have the protection of the First Army. Even if it ends in failure, you can always retreat. Peng Jinting smiled. After the master discussed the specific details of the plan with Zhou Hao, he rushed to Indonesia with Li Shuihan and most of the frontline personnel of the First Army. On the one hand, when Suharto stepped down, when the Indonesian political situation was unstable, they would control the cabinet and senior generals of the provinces and let Peng Jinting and the pro-Chinese elements arranged by them to take power. On the other hand, with the help of Peng Jinting and others, they secretly stationed in various member companies of the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, or in the manner of members of the Chamber of Commerce. If there is an anti-Chinese incident in Indonesia, they will crack down on those thugs and try their best to protect the local Chinese. In fact, in addition to the members of the First Army, Zhao Rixin also arranged for Special Forces personnel to go to Indonesia. After all, this mission was intense, covered a wide range, and required a lot of manpower. Elites, but they are also taking the precious and less expensive route, so special forces must be dispatched to fill up the manpower. Peng Jinting also used the Suharto government's trust in the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce to secretly transport a large amount of arms to Indonesia for use by the First Army and Special Forces. There is another thing Peng Jinting didn't know, that is, the master had already secretly met with Wahid, who had been wooed by the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. At the beginning, Zhou Hao recommended Wahid to the chairman, the prime minister, and Zhao Rixin. saying that he could be the spokesperson of China in Indonesia. As the matter is of great importance, it is related to the relationship between China and Indonesia in the future. Therefore, although the chairman and they trust Zhou Hao very much, they have to observe Wahid in advance. And the big master went to meet with Wahid on behalf of the central government. After the first meeting, the master sent a report to Zhao Rixin in China, saying that Wahid was worthy of use. Compared with the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce with empty financial resources, Wahid certainly hopes to get support from China. As a result, no one including Peng Jinting and others knew that Wahid, who is still not well known, had been tied to the big Chinese ship. When do you plan to leave this time? On the bed, Yang Jiabao stroked Zhou Hao's hair with the tenderness in his eyes. Maybe it will take the first day of the new year before leaving. Zhou Hao said, I want to spend this new year with my godfather, and I will return to Xiangqing on the second day of the new year. Yang Jiabao pursed his mouth and said in a bitter voice, when will we return to our Yang family? She also knew the importance of the Zhao family to Zhou Hao, and she couldn't help feeling jealous of Zhao Yuqin in her heart. Although the Yang family is a century-old family, when it comes to energy, at least it is of some use in Guangxi, and it can't keep up with the Zhao family. Yang Jiabao hoped that his family would be more valuable to Zhou Hao. In this case, his position in Zhou Hao's mind might be higher. Just like in ancient times, the status of a woman in her husband's family is often related to the strength of her natal family. Next year's spring festival, I will accompany you to Guangxi. Zhou Hao didn't know how much Yang Jiabao's thoughts had changed in that moment. Yang Jiabao immediately stretched out his little finger to hook Zhou Hao's little finger. You said, I will come to my house next year. When did I lie to you? Zhou Hao smiled brilliantly. Yang Jiabao will return to Guangxi during the winter vacation, and now there is still half a month before the winter vacation of Peking University, but he can enjoy this time with Zhou Hao, and it can be regarded as making up for Yang Jiabao's regret that he cannot spend the spring festival with Zhou Hao. Of course, although Yang Jiabao spent the night with Zhou Hao every day, she still had to go back to class during the day because she had to deal with the final exam. And during Yang Jiabao's class time, Zhou Hao was with Zhao Yuqin. Originally, Yan Xining still had a lot of complaints about Zhou Hao staying out every day and night, because she had already regarded Zhou Hao as her own son, so she naturally hoped that Zhou Hao could live in Zhao's house. Zhao Rixin knew that Zhou Hao was busy with Indonesia during this time, so he told his wife that Zhou Hao was busy with national affairs. What the two elders didn't know was that Zhou Hao was indeed busy with Indonesia, but at the same time he was singing with Yang Jiabao night and night, and they didn't know that their baby daughter and Zhou Hao often announced adultery outside. In the Zayajayas High, even if both Zhao Rixin and the old are working, there are still security personnel there, which naturally hinders Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin's business, so Zhao Yuqin simply rented a suite in Wangfujing Hotel. It is convenient for you to meet Zhou Hao. At this time, Zhou Hao came to Zhao Yuqin's suite again as scheduled. Zhao Yuqin just finished the beauty and massage services provided by the hotel below, and now she is standing by the bed and taking off her skirt. And when he heard the door opening, Zhao Yuqin didn't shy away, because the only one who had the key to this room was Zhou Hao, and she didn't have to shy away from Zhou Hao. Sure enough, Zhou Hao, who turned in, saw Zhao Yuqin standing beside the bed and taking off her skirt, revealing a pair of slender thighs wrapped in broad-grain black stockings, and the looming secrets of Taiyuan in the crotch. He swallowed fiercely. The eyes burst brightly. Ever since Zhou Hao broke her body and was moisturized by Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin, who was already stunning, has become more and more overwhelmed. Just a lazy yawn can remove Zhou Hao's soul. Seeing Zhou Hao standing there looking at him in a daze, Zhao Yuqin's mouth curled up. I'm willing to put Jiabao down and come to my sister? Didn't Jiabao know? Zhou Hao sighed slightly. Actually, even if I don't say anything, Jiabao doesn't even know it? She just doesn't tell the truth. Jiabao is a girl with a delicate heart. Although she is a little willful at times, she is also a rare companion. Humph, I don't know what you have been drugged. Both of our sisters were deceived by you. While talking, she took off her coat, leaving only a white shirt with a collar. What Zhou Hao likes most is that Zhao Yuqin wears that kind of professional women's clothing, which is the OL outfit as the saying goes, because Zhao Yuqin is originally a strong woman, and this suit is just right. Zhou Hao walked up to her, hugged her, and stroked her thigh with both hands. The two cuddled up on the bed. Zhao Yuqin knocked out Zhou Hao's bad hand, who was unbuttoning his shirt, and turned on the TV. There was a financial program playing on the TV. Zhou Hao's attention was originally focused on Zhao Yuqin, but after passing the TV screen, he was astonished, because in the financial program on TV, besides the host, the guest turned out to be Yang, who Zhou Hao had met before. He Xiangping, the tutor of Jiabao class. Dear viewers, welcome to today's Financial Frontline. I believe viewers who are paying attention to international financial trends will know that in the last few days, Indonesia has once again broken out a financial crisis. Affected by it, the stock markets of Asian countries have also continued to fall. The well-dressed hostess said to the camera, "Today we are honored to invite Professor He Xiangping from the Guanghua School of Management of Peking University to serve as our program guest." Professor He, regarding the financial turmoil, many investors said it will have a great impact on the domestic stock market. What do you think of this? Unexpectedly, this guy is also on TV. Zhou Hao said in surprise, while secretly unbuttoning Zhao Yuqin's shirt. Zhao Yuqin saw that Zhou Hao was so persistent and let him say, "That is to say, Jiabao's mentor He Xiangping? Haha, look very gentle. What about a typical intellectual?" Zhou Hao licked his lips and said disapprovingly, "It's just the kind of intellectuals who pretend to be high-minded and no one looks down on. Couldn't it be because they like Jiabao, so you just slander them?" Zhao Yuqin nodded Zhou Hao's nose. "What I said is the truth." Zhou Hao pretended to be a tiger, opened his mouth and bit Zhao Yuqin's jade finger, sucking it carefully. He just listened to the camera and said solemnly, "In fact, I had predicted that the financial storm would break out again before, but I didn't guess that it would break out in Indonesia. But one thing is certain. This is the second wave of the financial turmoil in July 1997, and international speculators like Soros are still contributing to the flames. Moreover, because the economic systems of Southeast Asian countries are not yet perfect, I estimate this second wave of financial turmoil. The coming will be more violent and last longer, and its impact on Asian countries will be greater. As for some people think that the financial turmoil will affect the domestic stock market, what I want to say here is that the impact will definitely be there, but it will never be big." He Xiang pinned the gold glasses on his face, full of confidence, said, "Our country's stock market is not linked to the international market. This is a disadvantage and an advantage. The disadvantage is that capital flows are inflexible and cannot follow the pace of the international financial market, which slows down the development of the domestic stock market. The advantage is that it has played a large degree of protection for the domestic stock market. For example, in this financial turmoil, since China's financial market is not linked to the international financial market, the impact of the financial turmoil is not as great as that of Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Thailand." Listening to He Xiangping's words, Zhao Yuqin smiled at Zhou Hao. I think this He Xiangping is also quite talented, and he's a set of things." Zhou Hao turned his face away and said, "Humph, his words are nothing more than $10,000. Anyone can say a few words." Wanjinyu. Zhao Yuqin obviously lacks knowledge of future internet language. It's something that can be used anywhere. At this time, the hostess of the financial program asked He Xiangping, "Professor He, what do you think my country should take to be more beneficial in this financial crisis?" "Haha, I think our country should take this opportunity to devalue the renminbi." Then he said a series of benefits of the devaluation of the renminbi, exactly the same as what he said to Zhou Hao and others in the Good Taste restaurant before. Seeing He Xiangping's vigorous appearance in front of the camera, Zhou Hao couldn't help shaking his head. This guy, he's getting worse. Naturally, Zhao Yuqin also knew about the decision made by the central government regarding the financial turmoil, so he also opposed He Xiangping's views. After thinking about it, when Zhao Yuqin came back to her senses, she realized that her shirt had been taken off by Zhou Hao's little friend, and even her bra was pushed up by him, about to attack her plump breasts. "You little pervert, you are getting worse." Zhao Yuqin groaned. Zhou Hao was originally like a kid who was caught stealing candy. After hearing Zhao Yuqin's anger, he simply let go of his hands and feet, directly stuck his face on, and gnawed at Zhao Yuqin's attractive pair of jade breasts. Biting again made Zhao Yuqin exclaim again and again, but he was reluctant to push him away. "Sister," He suddenly raised his head from the frankincense and looked at Zhao Yuqin. Your stunners are so old now, and you can still have children in the future? I'm afraid it will break our children. Seeing Zhou Hao's ill-intentioned smile, Zhao Yuqin said with shame, You bad guy, who wants to have children with you, is really necrotic. Is it possible that you will have a child and grow up like you to bully girls? Then dare to love it. This is the fine tradition of our Zhou family. Zhou Hao smiled. Although Zhao Yuqin's mouth was full of anger, but when he thought of having a baby for Zhou Hao, his face was almost sweet. Zhou Hao saw that her face was suddenly filled with maternal brilliance, and even subconsciously touched the flat and fat-free lower abdomen, but couldn't help but leaned forward to kiss the delicate red lips of this stunning beauty. Feeling that Zhou Hao's hand was already taking off his underwear, Zhao Yuqin quickly pushed him away. Don't. Turn off the TV first. Because the TV camera was facing He Xiangping, it was as if He Xiangping watched the two on the bed, which made Zhao Yuqin very uncomfortable. Zhou Hao was about to use the remote control to turn off the TV, but he listened to He Xiangping on the TV saying, As the domestic stock market is not affected by the financial turmoil, I speculate that the following stocks will have a relatively large increase. Then He Xiangping said the names of several stocks. Zhou Hao, who wanted to turn off the TV, stopped when he heard these stocks. Because in his impression, the stocks mentioned by He Xiangping had the biggest gains in early 1998. Zhou Hao frowned. He knew that, with the exception of a few stocks that had risen on their own strength, most of the others had been raised by speculation. But no matter what, it is certain that these stocks will rise. Zhou Hao didn't know whether He Xiangping received the inside information from the dealers, or he really guessed it through his own analysis. If this was analyzed by He Xiangping based on his own ability, then he would have to be reevaluated. And Zhao Yuqin, who was waiting for Zhou Hao to invade, saw Zhou Hao suddenly watching He Xiangping on the TV, and said strangely, What's wrong? Did he say something? She was in confusion and infatuation just now. Where could she hear what He Xiangping said? Zhou Hao told Zhao Yuqin about the stocks He Xiangping said, and Zhao Yuqin asked, Which stocks do you know? Well, I also estimate that those stocks will rise, and the increase is not small. In this way, He Xiangping is quite capable. Zhao Yuqin said, Ordinary financial commentators, or simply stock commentators, are mostly after the fly, and often when a stock rises to a high level, he comes out and says that the stock was recommended by him earlier. There are also many stocks recommended by stock critics to the public that have no investment value at all. Even some stock critics have directly become the mouthpiece of the market maker and have become a tool for the market maker to attract investors into the game and serve the market maker. Those so-called stock critics are largely misleading investors to invest in disorder. As a result, some people commented sharply, If those stock critics are really so godly, they have already made a fortune in stocks, so they need to show their faces. Therefore, whether it is in the past or in this life, Zhou Hao does not have the slightest affection for those stock critics. But now that He Xiangping looks a little real, as long as those stocks rise after a period of time, his name will easily be heard in the financial world. Although Zhou Hao was very polite to He Xiangping when he was at Peking University, in fact, Zhou Hao did not have a slight affection for He Xiangping. In addition to the fact that He Xiangping is the kind of hypocrite who is superficial and practical and utilitarian, it is also because He Xiangping has a bad idea about Yang Jiabao. Zhou Hao has never admitted that he is a large number of people. Now he is even thinking about whether he should resort to means to severely suppress those stocks that He Xiangping said would original rise. But then I thought, it would cost hundreds of millions of dollars to suppress those stocks. Although Zhou Hao didn't care much, it was not worth it to deal with people like He Xiangping. Shaking his head, Zhou Hao laughed mockingly. So why bother about such an unimportant person? Looking at Zhao Yuqin who was lying beside him, Zhou Hao shouted in his heart, It's better to cherish the person in front of you. Then, while Zhao Yuqin was unprepared, he took off her underwear and pressed it up naked. It is inevitable for Wushan Yunyu. After returning from Venice, Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Haoan have been more and more sensitive to Zhou Hao. As long as Zhou Hao's hand touches it, the secret place between his legs will overflow with shame. Things come. However, Zhao Yuqin did not want to resist Zhou Hao, but to enjoy the gentleness and passion that Zhou Hao gave him and the real happiness of that woman. After several ups and downs, Zhao Yuqin fell weakly in Zhou Hao's arms. I couldn't help thinking about it. I shared with Yang Jiabao day and night to let this little enemy toss, but he never showed signs of fatigue. If he changed to an ordinary person, he would be exhausted long ago. Suppressing her thoughts, she said to Zhou Hao, "By the way, Xiao Hao, Vice Chairman Hu wants to see you." Vice Chairman Hu? Zhou Hao, who was still reminiscing about the excitement just now, did not immediately react, and it took a while before he was shocked. Could it be that Hu boss? That is the future leader. In fact, Zhou Hao knew that boss Hu had not yet assumed the position of vice chairman, but it was coming soon, and the central government had already made a decision. Boss Hu and the vice chairman had only one appointment letter. Moreover, after the current chairman changes, Hu's boss will take over. Therefore, in Zhou Hao's eyes, the position of Hu's boss is more important than the current chairman. For future development, Zhou Hao had long wanted to embrace this giant Buddha. However, Zhou Hao had no money and no power, so there was no way to meet people. But now that Zhou Hao is worth tens of billions and is Zhao Rixin's adopted son, he has more scruples. Because if Zhou Hao rushed to visit Boss Hu, it wouldn't be a good thing in the eyes of those who care. Whether it was for himself or the Zhao family, this was not a wise move, so Zhou Hao had not acted. Unexpectedly, Hu boss had come to him now, but he faced Zhou Hao's worries. He just asked Zhao Yuqin, "Sister, what did he do with me? I did not do anything, right?" Indeed, Zhou Hao didn't understand why Hu's boss suddenly found himself. He knows that you are the main executor of the domestic plan for Indonesia, so he wants to talk to you about this matter. Zhao Yuqin said. In fact, of course, it would not be the boss of Hu who asked her to meet with Zhou Hao in person, but Zhao Yuqin, the secretary of Hu's boss. Zhou Hao felt strange. It doesn't make sense. Indonesia's plan has been roughly finalized. Several heads have already nodded. What else is there to talk about? Also, I am not a major executor, it's just a pawn. He is self-aware, and the plan for Indonesia this time has risen to the scope of a national event. Although Zhou Hao proposed the plan, the role he played in the plan was also very important. The chairman and the prime minister even gave Zhou Hao the 50 billion yuan provided by the country's major banks. But Zhou Hao knew that he was just a big flag carrier, and he didn't dare to take credit for arrogance. Although he was not a man of officialdom, he also knew that it was a taboo in officialdom. Of course, being able to carry the banner of the country, even if you are a pawn, the benefits are hard to measure. Just listen to Zhao Yuqin's smile. Hum. Actually, it's just a borrowed word from him, I think. On the one hand, he appreciates your ability. On the other hand, it is aimed at my dad or our family. Regarding political sensitivity, Zhou Hao asked himself that he couldn't catch up with Zhao Yuqin, who was born in an official family. He quickly asked, "Sister, tell me, maybe that person wants to use me as a gunman, right?" Zhao Yuqin's Qianqinyu fingers circled Zhou Hao's chest, and there was a sly smile on the pretty face that day. "Sister, don't make a fuss. Pick me up. Don't blame me then." Zhou Hao viciously pinched the big white rabbit on Zhao Yuqin's chest. Zhao Yuqin really stopped her hand and smiled and said, "Xiao Hao, you also know his father's position in the military, right?" Zhou Hao nodded. Maybe it was not clear before, but after becoming Zhao Rixin's adopted son and realizing the benefits that this righteous son status brought to him, Zhou Hao's concept became much clearer. In terms of name, Zhao Rixin is assigned the position of deputy prime minister, but there are several deputy prime ministers in the country, so compared to the chairman and the prime minister, and even the upcoming vice chairman Hu boss, this position is not high. In addition, Zhao Rixin is also a member of the Politburo Standing Committee and a member of the state-level government. Putting aside these titles, what Zhao Rixin looks up to most is his position in the military. Many senior generals in the country were originally Zhao's subordinates. Among them, the highest climbed was Zhu Yongquan, the current commander of the Nanjing military region. And Father Zhao's eldest son, Zhao Dingzhou, is also the commander of the Guangzhou military region and has many other contacts. Although it is said that the military and politics are not separated in China, the chairman is also the highest leader of the military, but in fact, when it comes to the position in the military and the connections in the military, even the chairman is not as good as Father Zhao. This is why, in addition to the chairman and the prime minister, the deputy prime minister, Mr. Zhao, directly governs the most mysterious ace army in the country. Zhao Yuqin said, Dad's position in the military is very important. If he can get the support, it will be extremely beneficial to anyone. Even if you want to sit in the highest position, if you have the support of your father, you will be well. A lot of. Although Zhao Yuqin didn't say it clearly, Zhou Hao already knew what he meant. He asked in amazement, could it be that boss who is already interested in that position now? Of course Zhou Hao knew that whose boss would be the chairman in the future, but he didn't expect that he was already making preparations now, because there was still a full 5 years before he took office. But think about it, Zhou Hao is relieved again. This is the top of the summit. Of course, whether it is the entire government or the person, it is necessary to prepare as soon as possible. However, Zhou Hao also understood that this was a battle for the highest level in Chinese officialdom, just like the battle for the throne in ancient times. A little carelessness would be the end of the battle. Moreover, even if boss who will be in power in the future, the current chairman will still have 5 years to reign. If these two gods are not right, and Zhou Hao hastily leaned against boss who, then life will be difficult. Zhao Yuqin easily recognized Zhou Hao's concerns and stretched out his jade hand to stroke his forehead, as if to smooth his frown. She smiled and said, in fact, you don't have to worry so much. Although the central government already has a candidate, it will be at least a few years before the election is really changed. Moreover, the relationship between Chairman Jiang and Vice Chairman Hu is not bad, but it is still harmonious. It's very. Zhou Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it, thinking in his heart, yes, isn't this political thing just repeated negotiations and compromises? Recalling the 60th National Day military parade that attracted worldwide attention in previous lives, Chairman Jiang was still able to stand on Tiananmen Square. The two of them were not the kind of everlasting political enemies, nor were they indifferent to each other. Moreover, modern society is not an ancient feudal dynasty after all. No one can sit in that position for a lifetime. It would be better to retreat from the rapids and give way to the next one, so that you can take the initiative and strive for more benefits. It is naturally not an ordinary person to be able to sit at the top position, and I am afraid that he has already had this consciousness. Therefore, Zhou Hao, under Zhao Yuqin's instructions, understood that the relationship between Chairman Jiang and boss who might be much better than he thought. Then Zhao Yuqin laughed and said, actually, you don't need to be so nervous. Vice Chairman who just wants to show his sincerity to Dad through you. You can just meet the ordinary elders. Don't think of yourself so importantly. If it wasn't for my brother who was a general who guarded one side and couldn't blatantly woo him, do you think Vice Chairman who would find you a pervert? Zhou Hao immediately made a bitter face. Sister, don't you take you to beat people like this? I was still proud in my heart just now. No, I have to shake up my husband, otherwise you will not deceive me in the future. After that, Zhou Hao turned Zhao Yuqin over and pressed it down, and the evil dragon also touched Zhao Yuqin's legs and rubbed gently. No, good brother, my own brother. Don't, sister can't bear your tossing, The last exclaimed, but Zhou Hao's defense had already been broken by Zhou Hao, and it was completely fallen. Irresistible, Zhao Yuqin could only harden his scalp to withstand Zhou Hao's impact, but the grievances in his heart were quickly overwhelmed by the wave of pleasure. When meeting Boss Hu, naturally you can't go to the places in the hotel, because that would make Boss Hu look vulgar, and whose boss is now also a member of the country, so he can't get in and out of the hotel casually. So the meeting place was in the house of Mr. Hu, a unique and quiet courtyard. Of course, in this seemingly inconspicuous small courtyard, there are actually many guards with extraordinary skills hidden, just like the Zhao's house. When Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin came together, whose boss was making tea for the two of them, Zhou Hao hurried up with one piece. Chairman Hu, how embarrassed this is, let me come. Boss Hu smiled at Zhou Hao. It doesn't matter, the door is the guest. Besides, there are no guests waiting for the host. When Zhou Hao heard this, he couldn't help thinking, Boss Hu, you don't know, how many people want to serve you can't ask for it. This was the first time Zhou Hao saw Boss Hu at such a close distance. In his previous life, he could only see it on TV or newspapers. I saw Boss Hu all dressed in casual clothes, with a round face and bright eyes. Perhaps the reason is preconceived. In Zhou Hao's eyes, whose boss looks very expensive. As Zhao Yuqin said, whose boss treats Zhou Hao as an elder, but he is amiable and very close, which makes Zhou Hao feel flattered. As for Zhao Yuqin, boss who is even more kind. Zhou Hao followed Zhao Yuqin and called boss who an uncle, which made Zhou Hao sigh in his heart. Even boss who has become my uncle. This is really a Guangzhou Yaozu. Come here, my wife has already prepared dinner. Let's eat together. Hu boss invited Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin into the dining room. So Zhou Hao met Madame Hu, a woman of the type of a good wife and mother. Xiao Hao, come, have a drink with Uncle Hu, your uncle who hasn't had a drink in a long time. Boss Hu took out a bottle of old Maotai in Madame Hu's anger. Zhou Hao quickly took over the wine bottle and poured a glass for Hu and himself. Before Mrs. Hu could complain, Zhou Hao laughed and said, occasional tasting of wine is good for the body. Moreover, I have a health prescription here, which is very good for your health, Uncle Hu and Andy. For those who are close to the extreme power and have a worry-free life, the most fascinating thing is not money, but their own health. So Zhou Hao took out his own favor and took out Zhao Rixin and the chairman. They both praised him. Health medicine. Healthcare prescription. Both Boss Hu and Madame Hu both showed curiosity at the same time. Although Boss Hu is now among the top national leaders and will soon be the vice chairman, the chairman and the prime minister promised Zhou Hao not to spread the prescription, so Boss Hu didn't know. Only Zhou Hao laughed and said, yes, this was left to me before the death of my master, and the effect was very good. My godfather did not leave a lot of sequelae on the battlefield in his early years, and rheumatism. I got better after taking this prescription. Also, Chairman Jiang, Premier Zhu and others also praised my prescription. Boss Hu suddenly smiled. I'm just surprised that Lao Zhang's complexion during this time has changed so much, especially Lao Zhao, who hasn't seen him suffering from rheumatism for a long time. I asked them if they took any tonic, but they all smiled and didn't tell me. It turned out that you used Xiao Hao's prescription. Does it really have such a good effect? Madame Hu also said, I went to see Xining a few days ago and saw that she has lost a lot of white hair, and she has been younger for 10 years. Could it be that Xiao Hao also used your prescription? Zhao Yuqin, who was beside Zhou Hao, smiled and said, yes, Aunt Qing. Now my mother doesn't know how much she cares for Xiao Hao. She almost forgot about my daughter. Madame Hu smiled and said, Xiao Hao, your prescription is so good. Hu and I are not young anymore, and this machine is not so good. Although the country has assigned us several old military doctors, after taking the medicine they prescribed, the effect was not so good. Originally wanted to have a good relationship with Zhou Hao, the husband and wife did not want to refuse, not to mention that the prescription was really useful for them. Then I heard Boss Hu slowly laughed and said, Xiao Hao, I heard from Lao Zhao that your investment company made hundreds of millions of dollars. It's really talented people from generation to generation. By the way, you seem to have another company called Tianhe. Beverage companies, think about it. It seems that they are already the leading domestic beverage companies. However, as the saying goes, Xiao Hao, you should be cautious in your affairs. It is better for young people to be aggressive, but it is not appropriate for young people to be aggressive. Zhou Hao quickly smiled and said, Xiao Hao must remember what Uncle Hu said. Seeing that Zhou Hao was neither humble nor overbearing, Hu's boss repeatedly admired him. Among the young people he had met, there were really not many young people who could compare to Zhou Hao. He smiled and said, if you need Uncle Hu's help for anything, you are welcome. Zhou Hao naturally understood that the previous words of Boss Hu were foreshadowing, and the most important thing was the last sentence. He is willing to take care of Zhou Hao. On the one hand, he is grateful to Zhou Hao for his healthcare prescriptions, and on the other hand, he is also closer to the Zhao family. Of course, Zhou Hao couldn't ask for a good relationship with Hu's boss. He knows very well that in China, money can bring many privileges, but if it really offends those in power, it will definitely not end well. I remember that the richest man in China in his previous life was caught in jail because he violated the above jealousy. And although both Zhou Hao and Hu boss have a purpose, there is no lack of true affection, especially the husband and wife love Zhou Hao, a sensible junior, and Mrs. Hu keeps adding dishes to Zhou Hao's bowl. Boss Hu is jealous. During the dinner, Boss Hu told Zhou Hao a lot of past events, including his experience in dealing with people, which benefited Zhou Hao a lot. And Zhao Yuqin was by her side, watching Zhou Hao chatting with Mrs. Hu with a smile on her face, her heart full of pride. Suddenly, Zhou Hao felt an itchy sensation on the back of his feet, as if someone was gently teasing him. Zhou Hao's heart swayed. Of course it would not be Boss Hu and Madam Hu that would provoke him. In that case, there would be only one person left. He turned his face slightly to look at Zhao Yuqin, but saw that Zhao Yuqin's face was as usual, and he was chatting with Madam Hu in full swing. At this moment, Zhou Hao felt Zhao Yuqin lift up his trousers with his toes and gently rub the back of his instep. The texture of the stockings, coupled with the presence of Mrs. Hu, the boss, made Zhou Hao's heart beat faster. This sister is too bold. Zhou Hao was secretly surprised in his heart, but he didn't mean to stop Zhao Yuqin in the slightest. Moreover, Zhou Hao pretended to be nonchalant and stretched out his hand under the tabletop and sneaked on Zhao Yuqin's leg. He pushed Zhao Yuqin's skirt up a bit, and then stroked Zhao Yuqin's thighs through the thin stockings and slowly touched the inner side, and even used his fingers to provoke her underwear from time to time. Yuqin, why is your face so red? Is it uncomfortable? Hearing what Mrs. Hu said, Zhou Hao immediately withdrew his hand without a trace, while Zhao Yuqin explained to Mrs. Hu, Aunt Qing, I'm fine, maybe I just drank some wine. While speaking, those beautiful eyes glanced at Zhou Hao inadvertently, which made Zhou Hao's heart crunch. I saw Madam Hu glared at Boss Hu beside her. I blame you, and insist that Yuqin drink. Whose boss, who will support the entire country in the future, is now afraid to say a word in front of Mrs. Hu, with grievances all over his face. Zhou Hao on the side saw it secretly laughing, and wanted to tell others what Hu boss feared. I am afraid that others would not believe it. After a dinner, both parties were very happy, and when leaving Mr. Hu, Zhou Hao suddenly put his hand under his nose and sniffed, then showed an intoxicated expression and smiled. It's really fragrant. Zhao Yuqin remembered where Zhou Hao's hand had touched just now. Her face was flushed, and she raised her pink fist and punched Zhou Hao. You bad guy. Zhou Hao laughed and said, Who was the one who caused the evil first? Your bad brother is really going to be retributed. Wouldn't you let your sister some? You know how to bully your sister. Zhou Hao couldn't help it when the mature Zhao Yuqin showed the choo-choo look I saw Yu Lian. Because Yang Jiabao had to stay in school overnight with something to do, Zhou Hao had to linger with Zhao Yuqin all night, tossing the beautiful woman to death, but indulging in the passionate passion. In the following days, as Zhou Hao expected, the situation of Indonesia's stock and foreign exchange markets continued to deteriorate. Indonesia's economy in various fields was rapidly declining, and the contradictions aroused by this became increasingly acute. At the same time, Indonesia's request for assistance from the International Monetary Fund was also rejected, and many foreign investors investing in Indonesia also withdrew their capital. The Indonesian-Chinese Chamber of Commerce headed by Peng Jinting has been helping Suharto transfer funds, so it has a close relationship with the Suharto government. Through this relationship, Zhou Hao used the shell companies registered in the United States to continuously acquire the shares of valuable Indonesian state-owned enterprises. In particular, Indonesia's National Petroleum Corporation. Within a week, 3% of the shares fell under the name of Zhou Hao, a shell company. With many foreign capitals withdrawing, Zhou Hao's foreign capital invested a lot of money to purchase shares in Indonesian state-owned enterprises, which naturally made the Indonesian government very happy. At the same time, some Indonesian politicians who were wooed by Peng Jinting and the others also took advantage of the economic crisis in Indonesia and began to make comments that Suharto would step down. Because Indonesia was originally very dissatisfied with Suharto's dictatorship and military participation in politics, these remarks aroused huge repercussions as soon as they were put forward, and many people asked Suharto to step down. Suharto was naturally very annoyed. In the army, he also used to carry out forced suppression on the people who marched and demanded to step down. However, even if those people were suppressed, Suharto's pressure did not decrease. This is because not only the people outside are emotionally unstable, but even people in the government are eyeing his position, including his son-in-law Prabowo. Although Suharto also knew that he was getting older, he still did not want to let go of his power. Therefore, with his status threatened, Suharto thought about how to divert the attention of the domestic people in order to buy himself some time to stabilize the cabinet. Zhou Hao naturally knew that Suharto's method of diverting his attention was to turn his attention to the local Chinese in Indonesia, so he asked Peng Jinting and the others to prepare secretly notify the local Chinese, and immediately go to the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce in an emergency evacuation at various branch sites or companies of member companies of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chinese mentioned here are naturally those who have their motherland in mind or are inclined to the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. As for those who have long regarded themselves as Indonesians, they are not included in this list. Anyway, even if there is a conflict, those people will not be hurt too much, and there is no need for protection. With the help of Peng Jinting and others, many members of the First Army and Special Forces have quietly gone to Jakarta and lurked, protecting the local Chinese once conflict broke out. Suharto and the others never expected that the Indonesian Chinese Chamber of Commerce, who had been working for them, was quietly plotting against them. There is also the operation team in the Galaxy Investment Company. They are busy calculating the financial market in Indonesia, but think that this action is just Zhou Hao's personal behavior, and they don't know that the country is involved in it. Even Song Jiahao, who had become Zhou Hao's confidant, knew nothing about it. Except for the case in Indonesia, the domestic stock market is not as expected by Zhou Hao. The stocks mentioned by He Xiangping in the financial program before have seen a big increase after more than a week. The stock price rose by an average of 50%. He Xiangping, who was originally unknown in the stock market review circles and not many people paid attention to, became well known now. With his title as the youngest professor of Peking University, it has become even more eye-catching. Many TV stations are competing to invite him as a guest. In response, Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "I am afraid that there will be a Zhang Wubin in the financial world." In fact, He Xiangping is fundamentally different from the Zhang Wubin in Zhou Hao's previous life. After all, Zhang Wubin is just an idiot, but He Xiangping has real materials. In the past few days, He Xiangping can be said to be very high-spirited. Even CCTV invited him to attend a financial seminar and speak on the same stage with several other famous domestic financial experts. During the period, He Xiangping had many disagreements with those experts. Although those experts can be called He Xiangping's predecessors, even though He Xiangping has lived for more than 30 years, he still lacks experience in human relations training. Besides, he also wanted to use this to increase his popularity, so he relentlessly refuted the opinions of those experts. He Xiangping's theoretical foundation is indeed very strong. Although those financial experts are considered professionals, they are also completely refuted by He Xiangping. As a result, He Xiangping's popularity has increased, and he is respected by investors. On this day, Zhou Hao came to Yang Jiabao for lunch, but saw Yang Jiabao walk out of the teaching building with a dull expression on his face. "What's wrong? Who made our Miss Yang family angry?" Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Yang Jiabao said angrily, "Who else? It's not He Xiangping, who thinks that he's been on TV a few times is great. Just now in class, the expression in his eyes and his expression is really unbearable. The world is just like he knows finance, and he often satirizes me in Ming Dynasty, which really angers me." Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Who told you that you had to earn 100 million yuan to pursue you? Isn't he working hard for the goal you mentioned? At that time, I just wanted him to retreat when he was in trouble. Who knew he really got out of it?" Yang Jiabao was also very angry. In this bright day and white day, no one beside Yang Jiabao was holding Zhou Hao's arm. The boys on the school road recognized Yang Jiabao. Seeing her intimately holding the hand of a handsome boy, many felt unbelievable. Because Yang, it has been so long since Jiabao has been in school, it hasn't been heard who he is falling in love with, or even ambiguous rumors. But shocked, these boys dare not come forward to ask Yang Jiabao. Because Yang Jiabao is not the kind of weak girl, if she annoys her, there will be no good results. At this time, He Xiangping's figure appeared in front, and walked up to meet Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao. Seeing He Xiangping coming, Yang Jiabao, who was still smiling, immediately cold his face, but Zhou Hao politely called Mr. He to He Xiangping. Regarding Zhou Hao's due etiquette, He Xiangping thought that it was Zhou Hao's good behavior to himself, so he arrogantly said, then did not look at him again, but smiled at Yang Jiabao. "Jiabao, are you going to have lunch?" Yang Jiabao snorted. "I'm sorry, we are in a hurry, please let us go." That's it. Actually, I just came over to say hello to you. I'm in a hurry." He Xiang pinned the pair of golden glasses on his face and smiled. "You know, I have to be busy recording programs for TV stations. There are many newspaper reporters who want to interview me. Alas, I am also very embarrassed. After all, I am still a school tutor. If I often let reporters in and out of here, it will eventually affect other students. There was no guilt on his face, but his eyes were full of pride. It just so happened that a few more people came here. Two of the men were carrying a video camera on their shoulders, and there was a beautiful woman with a microphone. These were obviously TV reporters. Sure enough, when He Xiangping saw these reporters coming, his eyes became even stronger, but he deliberately showed a distressed expression and said, "Oh, these reporters are really annoying. They don't even eat food." Seeing He Xiangping's leisurely and contented appearance, Yang Jiabao really wanted to use martial arts to teach him a good lesson. "Professor He, excuse you, can you give us an interview?" The reporters have already arrived, and the female reporter even put the microphone in front of He Xiang's plane. Okay, but you can't take up too much of my time," He Xiang said reluctantly. "Okay, thank you, Professor He, for your cooperation." The female reporter quickly agreed, and then began her own interview. "Professor He, the stocks you mentioned a few days ago have all gone up now, and the increase is not yet Xiao. Did you get any inside information, or did you guess it from your own analysis?" He Xiang Pintoto Glasses smiled and said, "I also want to have inside information, but I have no way out. Those stocks are actually analyzed by myself. In fact, ordinary investors can also do their own analysis. It's just a bit complicated in collecting data and analyzing." Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao next to him could see that He Xiangping was falsely humble. If ordinary investors can analyze such accurate results, then He Xiangping, a stock critic, would have no existential value. Then the female reporter asked, "Professor He, do you have any stocks that you recommend to the majority of investors?" Then He Xiangping said the names of several stocks. "I think these stocks have good potential and are worth investing in." Hearing He Xiangping really said a few stocks, the reporters were very excited. When the female reporter saw Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao who were about to leave, she quickly turned around and put the microphone in front of Yang Jiabao. "Excuse me, this female student, are you a student of Professor He? Professor He is in your college. It must be very popular, right? And what do you think of the stocks that Professor He proposed?" Yang Jiabao was about to say, "I am not his student," but Zhou Hao stopped him. Zhou Hao smiled at the female reporter and the camera behind him. "Miss He is indeed a very talented person." Hearing this sentence, He Xiangping beside him couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't know Zhou Hao's details, he actually looked down on Zhou Hao very much in his mind and asked himself if he was better than Zhou Hao. Many winners, Yang Jiabao chose Zhou Hao instead of himself. So He Xiangping was determined to prove himself in front of Yang Jiabao and everyone, and let Yang Jiabao see how much Zhou Hao was inferior to him. Now that Zhou Hao said this, He Xiangping thought that Zhou Hao was surrendering to himself. Seeing Zhou Hao facing the camera, he said with a smile on his face, "However, the few stocks mentioned by Mr. He just now, I think, not only will they fall, but they will also limit their limits." As soon as this statement came out, everyone including Yang Jiabao was stunned. The female reporter originally thought Zhou Hao would say a few good things to support He Xiangping, but she didn't expect Zhou Hao to sing against him in front of He Xiangping. But after all, she was a very responsive person. She immediately realized the news value of this and hurriedly moved the microphone to Zhou Hao and asked with a smile, "This classmate, why do you have this guess? You should know. Professor He is now the most famous stock commentator in China, and he has obtained this result after a lot of data analysis. This classmate, do you know any inside story?" Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. "I don't know what the inside story is, He. In fact, this is just my personal opinion. Don't be surprised, and forget it. And the reason why I put forward this is contrary to Teacher He. It is also because Guanghua College of Peking University pursues the spirit of openness and innovation, and emphasizes the style of study of seeking common ground while reserving differences. I also believe that Teacher He will not blame me, so I dare to say it." He Xiangping Yuan was very angry when he heard Zhou Hao sing against him, but now that Zhou Hao said so, it would be difficult for him to have an attack. He could only smile at the camera and express his approval for Zhou Hao's words to show his demeanor. "We have something to do, so let's go first. Teacher He, don't bother you, goodbye." After that, Zhou Hao took Yang Jiabao and walked away. The female reporter is a person who is good at observing words and colors, so she whispered to He Xiaoping, "Professor He, do we need to cut off the lens of that classmate just now?" Although knowing that Zhou Hao's words have the value of broadcasting, she also knows that He Xiaoping is the key person, and it is not worth offending the promising He Xiaoping for Zhou Hao, an ordinary person. He Xiaoping thought for a while and smiled. "No, I'm not the kind of person who can't tolerate other opinions." On the surface of generosity, He Xiaoping's idea is actually very insidious. He wanted Zhou Hao's words to be broadcast, and then when the stocks he said rose, he would become more famous, and at the same time. Contrary to Zhou Hao's ignorance, He Xiaoping wanted to hit Zhou Hao severely in front of a national audience. And Yang Jiabao, who walked away, was also asking Zhou Hao at this time, "Zhou Hao, do you really know those stocks will fall?" Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "I don't know, but I intuitively feel that those stocks will rise." Yang Jiabao's expression changed. "Will it rise? Then why did you say that? He Xiaoping will definitely let you broadcast the clip just now, and when the stock rises, he will humiliate you. Look at him. Assassin, if he gets his ambition, he still doesn't know how he will belittle you." Zhou Hao was not as nervous as Yang Jiabao, but rather confident. He smiled and said, "Even the stock market on Wall Street can be played with by the big capitalists. The domestic stock market still has so many imperfections. It's not impossible, not to mention that they are just a few stocks." "Heh. I said those stocks will rise without me interfering." Seeing Zhou Hao smile, Yang Jiabao couldn't help but said, "Zhou Hao, I only now know that you are the most sinister person." Zhou Hao didn't pay attention to people like He Xiaoping, but He Xiaoping was so reluctant to him and Yang Jiabao, it made Zhou Hao angry. Moreover, compared with European and American countries, China's stock market has a very imperfect system and a very chaotic order. For people with huge capital, it is much easier to manipulate the Chinese stock market than to influence Wall Street in the United States, and it is not the first time Zhou Hao has done so. Last time, in order to deal with Liang Fengshan's Fengshan Group, Zhou Hao had tossed those companies that had loaned huge sums to China Construction Bank and Industrial and Commercial Bank to death. The scale of the stocks mentioned by He Xiaoping this time is not as large as the company that Zhou Hao dealt with last time. "Do you really plan to suspend those stocks?" Yang Jiabao asked Zhou Hao in a restaurant in downtown Beijing. "Of course, I didn't want to be familiar with that guy, but if you don't teach him a lesson, he will only get worse." Zhou Hao smiled. "Especially that guy still dared to hit my family treasure. Don't kill me." Yang Jiabao smiled sweetly, and then asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "Of course I don't need to do it myself. If I have to do everything myself, what else do the people below come to do?" Zhou Hao said, "Just leave this to a professional to do it. I just happen to have this." People. The candidate for this operation is naturally Qi Shaoan, who was in charge of the stock market when he dealt with Fengshan Group last time. After the Fengshan Group was destroyed by Zhou Hao last time, Qi Shaoan was simply asked to help him manage the Galaxy Securities Company in China. Qi Shaoan has a large amount of funds provided by Zhou Hao, and he is like a fish in the water in the domestic stock market. He was originally a financial talent on Wall Street in the United States. The financial laws of the United States are very strict, which greatly restricts his performance. Now in China, the sky is high and the birds are flying. The sea is wide and the fish is swimming, but it is for Galaxy Securities. After a lot of money, he himself was full of it. Of course, because Zhou Hao had instructed him before, Qi Shaoan didn't dare to play too much, so as not to anger his upper body. However, although Qi Shaoan is very happy in the domestic stock market, he is very envious of Song Jiahao, who works at Galaxy Investment Company. Because it is also operating billions of funds, Qi Shaoan operates RMB, while Song Jiahao operates US dollars. Having had lunch with Yang Jiabao, Zhou Hao wanted to take her back to the residence to rest, because she still had class in the afternoon. But before leaving the restaurant, Zhao Yuqin called. "Xiao Hao, are you free? Come to me. Dad, he has something to discuss with you." Hearing that Zhao Rixin had something to discuss with him, Zhou Hao quickly agreed. "Okay, I will go over now." Yang Jiabao took Zhou Hao's hand and pursed his little mouth. "Where are you going? Didn't you say you want to accompany others?" Zhou Hao patted her hand. "Be good. Don't make trouble. There is business." Seeing that Zhou Hao was serious, Yang Jiabao also let him go obediently. She was just acting like a baby to Zhou Hao. When she heard Zhou Hao has something to do, she would not mess around with it, and said thoughtfully, "Then you go quickly. I'll just go back by myself." "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded, left the restaurant, and drove to Zhao's house. The guards of Zhao's house already recognized Zhou Hao, and would smile and say hello when Zhou Hao came, but the routine inspection was still necessary, and Zhou Hao didn't care. After the inspection, Zhou Hao went into the house and saw Zhao Rixin and Zhao Yuqin sitting in the living room watching the news. The babysitter was packing the dishes, but Yan Xining was not here. "Is your godmother away?" Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Zhao Rixin said, "She went to dinner with her friends." "God, you are looking for me in such a hurry. Did something go wrong in Indonesia?" Zhou Hao asked Zhao Rixin, taking the hot tea from the nanny. Zhao Rixin shook his head slightly. "There is nothing wrong with Indonesia. You don't have to worry. I am looking for you because of another matter, Yuqin." Zhao Yuqin nodded, then pressed the remote control, and the picture on the TV changed, but it was a video. What surprised Zhou Hao was that this video was the TV show he had previously watched called Financial Frontline, and his invited guest was He Xiaoping. Zhou Hao was quite surprised, wondering if He Xiaoping had already attracted the attention of the central authorities. "Xiao Hao, take a look at this video first." Zhao Rixin's face was sinking. Zhou Hao nodded and watched the video seriously. Judging from the date of the video, this issue of Financial Frontline should have been broadcast 2 days ago. He Xiaoping had previously recommended those stocks in this Finance First Line. After those stocks really rose, Finance First Line once again invited He Xiaoping as a guest. Just listen to He Xiaoping saying on the program. Yesterday, Finance Frontline invited 2 financial and economic experts. They said in the program that in this Asian financial turmoil, China should insist that the renminbi does not devalue. To curb the spread of this financial turmoil, reduce the economic losses of Asian countries, and at the same time establish our image as a big country. He lifted the glasses on his face, and then pulled out a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "I think these so-called financial and economic experts are the kind of women. I said this on the show last time. The financial turmoil has little impact on our country. In other words, even if the impact of the financial turmoil doubles, we don't need to worry too much about the domestic economic recession. As for reducing the economic losses of those countries affected by the financial turmoil, I don't think this is necessary at all." Hearing what He Xiaoping said on TV, Zhou Hao suddenly felt a little funny. When he continued watching, he saw the old He Xiaoping saying, "In Asia, which countries are affected by the financial turmoil? Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia. Humph. Among so many countries, which ones really have a good attitude towards China? Why should we help them resist the financial turmoil? In the past, when our country had difficulties, which of these countries has given us assistance? Why build up the image of a big country? Do we have to exchange the so-called heavenly kingdom at a huge price like those ignorant dynasties in ancient times? That's a reputation. The United States and European countries do not want our RMB to depreciate. Why?" He Xiaoping said, "Because in recent years, China's export trade has become larger and larger, which has particularly impacted the markets of Europe and the United States. And if the renminbi depreciates to a certain extent, that is to say, our products will be cheaper, and this will have a greater impact on their market. I personally absolutely support the devaluation of the renminbi, because that will make our trade more valuable competitiveness. Moreover, the United States wants to devalue the US dollar. It is because China holds a large amount of foreign exchange reserves, most of which are US dollars, which means that the US owes us a lot of money to China. If the US dollar depreciates, it is equal to us. Our foreign exchange reserves are worthless, and the losses we will suffer will be greater." At this time, the hostess beside him said to He Xiaoping, "Professor He, but our country's position seems to be biased towards insisting that the renminbi does not depreciate. If you say this now, isn't it contradicting our government's position?" He Xiaoping sneered. "Is the government's position necessarily correct? As a qualified citizen, I personally think that if the government is wrong, we have to boldly raise it. Why is Wei Zheng so praised in history? It is because of Wei Zhengan. I have a direct, or even deadly admonition to the emperor. I will now give a direct admonition to the government. I believe that there must be people of insight in the government. Even if my views contradict the government's position, The government will not embarrass me. The video ended here, and Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were silent in the living room. Finally, Zhao Rixin asked Zhou Hao, "What do you think?" Zhou Hao scratched his head and smiled. "Actually, to a certain extent, I still agree with this guy's point of view." Zhao Rixin said that he was not angry, but said indifferently, "It's not just you." This He Xiangping's remarks caused a lot of repercussions in China, and many people support him. Zhou Hao is not surprised. If he was still in college in his previous life, he would definitely support He Xiangping, because his views represent the aspirations of a large number of Chinese people. In particular, you don't have to be proud of the false name of Heavenly Kingdom. You can definitely win a lot of applause. Zhou Hao has not read this issue of Financial Frontline before, so I don't know that He Xiangping actually made such a remark. Presumably, his current name has broken through the financial world and has become a domestic celebrity, Zhao Rixin said at this time. To be honest, what He Xiangping said is not necessarily wrong. If I am 20 years old, I will also support him. But now it seems, alas, the scholar's opinion. This, He Xiangping, takes the problem too much for granted and too idealistic. Zhou Hao understands that He Xiangping today is actually an angry youth, and he is still the kind of angry youth who acted recklessly with a lot of passion. Although the original intention is worthy of praise, it is often good intentions to do bad things. And in Zhou Hao's view, He Xiangping's remarks were not purely patriotic, but more, probably because they were gaining a greater reputation for themselves. Moreover, He Xiangping must be stubborn that only his point of view is correct. Even if others raise objections, he will dismiss it. Judging from He Xiangping's behavior, he is the real one to seek fame. From the emotional point of view, angry youth is not annoying, but will make life a little appreciated. After all, the vast majority of angry youth love their motherland at all, and their original intention is that they are eager to change because of their dissatisfaction with the current social situation. Broadly speaking, historical figures such as Chairman Mao, Lenin, Napoleon, and even Hitler can be called angry youths in their early years. What is different from other ordinary people is that they turn their thoughts of change in their hearts into reality and drive them. Changes in the entire society. However, because they are eager to change the status quo of society, many angry youths are impulsive, causing them to act recklessly, and they often cling to their own opinions and do not consider practical factors. Now that He Xiangping proposes to devalue the renminbi, it is an act of unilaterally demanding the realization of personal thoughts without considering practical factors. That is why Zhao Rixin commented that his remarks are scholarly views. The reason why China insists on not devaluing the renminbi, in addition to establishing the image of a big country and curbing the spread of the financial turmoil, the deeper purpose is to completely replace the yen, become the most important currency in Asia, and become the dominant Asian economy. He Xiangping also said that the sinister purpose of the U.S. government's proposal to devalue the dollar is to reduce the value of China's foreign exchange reserves. However, China's insistence on not devaluing the renminbi is to completely become the dominant force in the Asian economy, allowing the renminbi to expand its influence and become the dominant monetary system in an economic zone like the euro in the future. As the influence of the renminbi expands, it will naturally increase its ability to compete with the US dollar. Only in this way will China be unafraid of the threat from the United States and the economic sanctions that the United States has repeatedly imposed. This is a long way to go. Even when Zhou Hao was killed in his previous life, the influence of the renminbi in the world was much different from that of the dollar. But Zhou Hao believes that as long as it follows this path, the renminbi will definitely become an international currency like the US dollar. Because of this, how can China now sabotage this plan for its petty profit? Just listen to Zhao Rixin said. The two financial and economic experts that He Xiangping criticized in Finance Frontline are members of our government's economic advisors. This He Xiangping's tongue is very powerful, and even our two experts refute don't fall him. And Zhao Yuqin also said, originally, it was not difficult to deal with He Xiangping, but now he has become a domestic celebrity. At this time he is on the cusp of the storm, and every move will attract attention. Especially He Xiangping before in Journal of Financial Economics has published papers in an international authoritative journal and has a certain reputation in the world. If the government really wants to move him, I am afraid it will be implemented. Those foreigners with ulterior motives will definitely say that China's financial market, the lack of freedom, may also affect the investment intentions of foreign investors. Now we have decided that the renminbi will never depreciate. However, because of Xi Jinping's relationship, the voice of the domestic people is very high, and the pressure we have to bear is also very high. Zhao Rixin said, This Xi Jinping is very smart and knows how to deliberately make things big so that the government can't move him. Even if we use the crime of sabotaging public security to deal with him, it will definitely be criticized, saying that we can't tolerate voices outside the government. If he has any high mountains and low waters, this scapegoat will probably fall on our government. Zhou Hao heard the song and knew the elegance, smiled and said, You can't make this guy hard. You can only use soft ones. He knew that no matter if Xi Jinping's remarks were really for the country or for himself, he had already stood on the opposite side of the central government, and he was doomed to end. This is the so-called harmony. Zhou Hao snickered in his heart. However, harmony Xi Jinping is truly harmony. Unlike the civil grievances of previous lives, Xi Jinping is a real obstacle to the country's policies. He violates the interests of the entire country, not the individual high-ranking officials. Interest. Zhao Rixin patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Xiao Hao, didn't Xi Jinping recommend a few more stocks to the public this time? Zhou Hao was slightly surprised. Xi Jinping was interviewed by reporters at Peking University just now. The time of a meal fell into Zhao Rixin's ears. It can be seen that the national intelligence agencies are really not vegetarian. I heard Zhao Rixin sneer again. We have found out that Xi Jinping is in collusion with a capital group. That capital group wants to take the money in the bank, and Xi Jinping is responsible for waving the flag for them. If there is nothing unexpected, then a few stocks will rise sharply soon. Seeing Zhao Rixin looking at himself, Zhou Hao immediately said, Goddaddy, I know how to do it. Zhao Rixin's meaning is obvious. That is, let Zhou Hao deal with Xi Jinping from the stock market. In addition to his remarks, Xi Jinping was able to arouse so many public repercussions in China because of his previous predictive power on the stock market. As long as he breaks his prophecy in the stock market, his reputation will naturally be wiped out. Moreover, neither the government nor Zhou Hao will be merciful and will definitely ruin Xi Jinping. Because Xi Jinping's name stinks, all his comments will turn into SHD. His influence on the devaluation of the renminbi will immediately disappear without a trace. When the time comes, the government will find some professionals to tell the public the meaning of not devaluing the renminbi, and the turmoil will calm down. This is the so-called public opinion orientation. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. Xi Jinping, this time it's not just my personal grievance with you, but I got rid of your heresy for the country and the people. I am for the country and the people. Moreover, Xi Jinping has become the tongue of those dealers now, and Zhou Hao doesn't need to be polite to him. But at this time he showed a hesitating look to Zhao Rixin. But Godfather, there is a problem. Since so many people believe in Xi Jinping now, then there will be more people who will listen to him and invest in those stocks. When I get mixed up like this, many people will be trapped in it. I can't bear it. Smelly boy, get cheap and sell well. Zhao Rixin deliberately scowled. Don't think that the last time the CCB and ICBC were involved. I don't know what you messed up in it. Although that incident was considered more profitable to the country. It's bad, but if you let Lao Zhu know that you are mixing in it, with Lao Zhu's temperament, even if he admires you again, he will be afraid to teach you some lessons. The old Zhu Zhao Rixin referred to was the prime minister who had met Zhou Hao before. Zhou Hao knows that the prime minister's iron fist is notorious. In the last operation, many investors were locked up and caused heavy losses. But Zhou Hao didn't have the slightest sense of guilt in his heart, because he knew that the stock market was originally a venture capital, and unless it was cheating, like him, no one could guarantee a steady profit without losing it. Since you want to make profits, you must be prepared to face risks at the same time. Also, because of Indonesia's plan, we have collected 50 billion for you, so you can handle the funds you need this time. Zhao Rixin smiled. No? So, how much money will Xi Jinping colluded with in the capital group? Since it is necessary to deal with the capital group behind Xi Jinping, it is necessary to invest at least the same amount of money as them. Now, Most of Zhou funds have been invested in Indonesia, so there are not many that can be mobilized. Zhao Rixin said, according to our estimates, it is about 3 billion yuan. Zhou thought for a while, and he could still get the money out. The 50 billion yuan that the state handed over to Zhou to operate because of Indonesia's plan. Although Zhou could not embezzle a dime, he had to return the 50 billion yuan to the country in the end, but Zhou could get the money out of it. Unclear benefits. For example, holding the country's thighs and buying some shares of Indonesia's National Petroleum Corporation. Even if it is impossible to account for the bulk, oil is more precious than gold this year. In China, resource projects have always been controlled by the state, with very few private interventions. But this time it was Zhou's contribution, and Indonesia was not a domestic one. So even if he took some shares, the country would acquiesce. But this time dealing with Xi Jinping is different from what happened in Indonesia. Zhou had to provide the funds himself, and the outside world could not know. However, if this matter is done well, even if the government owes Zhou a favor, plus Zhao Rixin's mediation, Zhou will naturally be able to compensate it from other places in the future. What's more, even if there is no government, Zhou has to deal with Xi Jinping, and now it is just a favor to the government, and Zhou is also making money. After chatting with Zhao Rixin about other things, Yan Xining was back. As soon as she entered the door, she walked right in front of Zhou, looking at Zhou with a serious expression, and seeing Zhou's heart grew hairy. Godmother, what's wrong? Is there anything on my face? Then Yan Xining asked, Xiaohao, did you just have lunch with a girl? Zhou's heart burst, but he didn't deny it, nodded and said, yes, that's my friend. Yan Xining smiled. Friend? I think it's a girlfriend. Hee, I just ate there with my friend just now, but your kid's mind is put on that girl. How can I see our old women? Zhou secretly rejoiced. I didn't expect Godmother and her friends to be there. Fortunately, I didn't have any intimate behavior with Jiabao, otherwise I would have it. As Zhou expected, the reporter's previous interview with Xi Jinping and him was broadcast on TV that evening. Zhou also learned at this time that the reporters were all film crew members of Financial Frontline. This evening, Financial Frontline did not invite Xi Jinping, but invited two other financial experts as guests. Although Xi Jinping was not invited, the theme of the show was still around whether Xi Jinping proposed whether the RMB should depreciate. The two experts agreed with Xi Jinping's insistence that the renminbi should be devalued, and they cited many benefits of renminbi devaluation. Originally, even if these two experts held opposite attitudes to Xi Jinping, the people would still choose to believe in Xi Jinping, because Xi Jinping brought them a lot of material benefits. But now that they agree with Xi Jinping, the people are even more convinced of Xi Jinping. Others didn't know, but Zhou knew very well that, in fact, these two experts were the same as the two experts who insisted on not devaluing the renminbi, before being severely refuted by Xi Jinping. They were both central economic advisors. Because Zhao Rixin and the others know that Xi Jinping is now the general trend of public opinion, and the effect of hardline suppression is no longer obvious. On the contrary, it may also cause public rebellion. Instead of this, they decided to give Xi Jinping a boost, and the effect would be even better after Zhou breaks Xi Jinping's language. In fact, Financial First Line is a live broadcast of financial programs on CCTV. Originally, Financial Frontline was a recorded program. CCTV saw that Xi Jinping's previous stock market predictions were so effective, which made Xi Jinping and Financial Frontline both popular. Therefore, in order to increase the ratings, CCTV later invited Xi Jinping to live broadcast. The TV station did not expect that Xi Jinping would make such agitated remarks in that live broadcast. CCTV is directly under the jurisdiction of the government. They naturally know that Xi Jinping's remarks are right or wrong, but the impact on the government is beyond doubt. So after the program was broadcast that night, the director personally asked the relevant departments whether they should do anything about this matter. According to Zhao Rixin, the government did not condemn CCTV. Anyway, the program has already been broadcast. If something is done rashly, it will be counterproductive. Also because the central government needs to create an atmosphere of freedom in the financial investment market, they let CCTV do what they should do without scruples. Zhou Hao also knew from Zhao Rixin's mouth that the central government wanted to take advantage of this incident to clean up CCTV. Because CCTV relied on being the leader of the domestic media and doing more domineering things, it has caused dissatisfaction from many parties. Moreover, after recent years of development, the domestic entertainment industry has become more and more corrupt, and CCTV's interior is also very unbearable. Although it has not been exposed, these things have actually fallen into the eyes of the people above. Moreover, CCTV is the most authoritative TV station in the country, and its credibility is very high. Once the content of the programs it broadcasts misleads the people, the impact will be greater and wider than ordinary local TV stations. For example, the He Xiaoping incident. If it were not for the role of CCTV, the response might not have been so great. In the words of the Prime Minister, it is also time to properly regulate public opinion and morality for domestic media. Since CCTV is the leader of domestic media, let it be a demonstration. Zhou Hao knew that based on the words of the premier, in the near future, the leadership of CCTV, including the director of the station, will be put on the sieve to pass it fiercely. As for tonight, for He Xiaoping's recommendation of a few stocks again, many stockholders in front of the TV were very excited and decided to buy tomorrow. And when Zhou Hao appeared on the camera and said that the stocks recommended by He Xiaoping would fall, it caused a lot of scolding from the majority of investors, saying that this stinky kid didn't know good or bad. He Xiaoping himself was watching Financial Frontline. He saw Zhou Hao sings against him on TV. He imagined the national audiences scolding Zhou Hao. He smiled inly. "Smelly boy, I will let you taste it. Taste what is ruined. This kid seems to be against you deliberately." A man of his age smiled next to him. The man in a suit and leather shoes, his hair is meticulously combed, looks very particular. He Xiaoping turned his head and said to him, "This guy is nothing. The most important thing is our stock. Don't worry, our boss has prepared billions of dollars this time. He is determined to win." The man glanced at He Xiaoping. "Professor He, you don't need to worry about those things, just wait for the money. However, is your asking price a bit high? You can get 30 million with your mouth." But I saw He Xiaoping sneered. "If I didn't move my lips, would there be so many people buying those stocks? Tell me to your boss that 30 million is a must." In fact, He Xiaoping made the stock market forecast for the first time because he accidentally knew that someone was sitting in the bank. At that time, Financial Frontline happened to come to him as a guest. Originally, Financial Frontline just wanted him to analyze the current financial crisis, but he took the opportunity to tell his stock forecast. After his prediction became a fact and became completely famous, the man came to him and offered to cooperate with him. As for the boss behind this man, even though He Xiaoping had not met him, he knew that it must be a dealer who wanted to make money in the stock market and wanted to use his reputation as a dealer. He Xiaoping is a prudent person. After confirming the economic strength of the boss, he finally agreed to cooperate with him and offered a reward of 30 million yuan. The boss was also considered generous, so he agreed to He Xiaoping without much hesitation. In fact, the purpose of sitting in the bank is to circumvent the money of those who entered the market, so the decline is affirmative, and He Xiaoping also agreed with the boss behind the scenes, and when he was almost the end of the market, he said that on the show. Several stocks may fall, making investors more cautious. Then, the inevitable decline of those stocks has nothing to do with him, and his reputation is not damaged. Moreover, in these two stock market forecasts, He Xiaoping invested his own money. Last time, based on his knowledge of the stock market, he also knew that it was an expert who was sitting in the bank, so he decisively withdrew when the expert put the market on the market, and he made several million in one go. And this time, he directly participated in the plan of sitting in the house, and it was natural to make a profit. "If there is nothing wrong, I will go back." The man said to He Xiaoping, "By the way, you'd better be cautious in your private life. Now you are a celebrity. The boss doesn't want you to be caught by the media in any scandal. The positive image of the company is very important to our plan." He Xiaoping snorted coldly. "You can rest assured that I am not that kind of person. This is the best way." The man also laughed, and then left for himself. Leaving He Xiaoping's residence, the man went straight to a high-end villa area in the city center and entered one of the villas. This is the residence of his boss. However, He saw two unfamiliar cars at the door of the villa. Walking into the hall, the man saw his boss. It was a man in his 40s with a mustache named Cheng Chiang, the general manager of a real estate company. And beside Cheng Chiang, there are two men, one of whom is handsome, and the most important thing is that he is very familiar. After thinking about it, the man shook, because the young and handsome man was the one who sang He Xiangping when he watched Financial Frontline just now. Just listen to Cheng Chiang said to the man. Little Qian, let me introduce you. These two are Mr. Zhou Haozhou and Director Chong Huan Chong from the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. Speaking of that, Chong Huan was the director of the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. Cheng Chiang's expression was very helpless. And this man named Xiao Qian was also very surprised. He didn't know why the chief of the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau came to the door. Although Cheng Chiang almost sits in the stock market for money, it is not illegal. As for the financial affairs of Cheng Chiang's real estate company, although it cannot be said that all of them are public and law-abiding, everything that needs to be managed has already been taken care of. People from the Reconnaissance Bureau shouldn't be brought up, and it is the director. There is also the man named Zhou Hao. Xiao Qian already knows that he and He Xiangping must have a grudge, but now that he appears here, Xiao Qian is very puzzled. Cheng Zong, I heard that you plan to take a stake in the stock market. Haha, you have a lot of spare money on hand recently. Chong Huan smiled to Cheng Chiang straightforwardly. Cheng Chiang hurriedly laughed. I don't dare to be. It's just that I have recently partnered with a few friends and want to do some investment business. Standing in the game, as far as I know, it doesn't seem to be illegal to sit in the bank. I heard Chong laughed and said, it is not illegal to sit in the village, but Cheng Zong, what happened to you this time is very bad for the country. Well, how do you say this? Cheng Chiang was helpless, thinking that how to sit in the village would be involved in major national affairs. In fact, this time you made friends with Cheng Chiang accidentally. Chong Huan smiled at Cheng Chiang. Do you know He Xiangping? Of course, Cheng Chiang knew him. Then Chong Huan mentioned He Xiangping's remarks a little bit. There is no need to clarify. Cheng Chiang already knows that He Xiangping has provoked the Central Committee. At this time, Cheng Chiang was very bitter. How could he be so unlucky? Although Cheng Chiang is a relatively well-known rich man in Beijing, he also doesn't understand the position of the central government. He is also a very cautious person. He also read He Xiangping's agitated remarks about the renminbi in Financial Frontline before. At that time, he also worried about whether He Xiangping would get involved in this way. But he saw that CCTV did not make any statement about He Xiangping's remarks. As the government's most direct mouthpiece, CCTV largely represents the government's position. Therefore, after seeing that CCTV had not taken any action, Cheng Chiang let go. He didn't know that the central government was going to clean up CCTV this time. Although it is not illegal to sit in the stock market to collect money, and Cheng Chiang can eat well in the capital and has a good relationship with many officials. But he knows well that no matter how good he is in the business world, once he provokes the real superiors, the destruction will only happen once. Standing, Mr. Zhou, what Cheng needs to do, just say a word. Cheng will never refuse. Cheng Chiang said decisively. He was ready to give up the plan to sit in the house, although there is no count. Billions of benefits, but it is better to know that you are in jail than to lose your fortune. Chong Huan also laughed. Song Zong, you are polite, but since Song Zong has said so, I won't be ambiguous with you. Cheng Zong, your business in the stock market this time will be taken over by Mr. Zhou. Of course, for the funds you have invested in it. Mr. Zhou will also compensate you a lot. Sure enough, I couldn't do it this time, Cheng Chiang thought. However, because of the psychological preparation, it was not too uncomfortable. Instead, he held Zhou Hao's hand very enthusiastically with a big smile. Mr. Zhou is young and promising. I really envy him. Mr. Zhou, what is it? If you need Cheng's cooperation, just say it. Just say it. Zhou Hao also nodded and smiled. You are polite, Mr. Cheng, but you really want to cooperate with Mr. Cheng. You say. It's the matter this time. Don't let He Xiangping know, especially this Mr. Qian. We must continue to contact He Xiangping to eliminate his suspicion. Zhou Hao glanced at Xiao Qian over there. There was no need for Cheng Chiang to speak. Xiao Qian nodded immediately. He is also a good individual, His boss is so respectful to Zhou Hao, there is no room for rejection. And he also knew that He Xiangping was finished, but he didn't show any sympathy for He Xiangping. After all, he would rather die a fellow Taoist than a poor Dao. Moreover, He Xiangping's pretentious attitude is really annoying. Then thank you, Qingzong. I will send someone to contact you in the future. Zhou Hao smiled at Cheng Qiang. Then, Chang Huan said goodbye to Cheng Qiang at the right time. Zhou Hao did not intend to stay, and the two left together. After Zhou Hao and Chang Huan left, Xiao Qian was relieved to see Cheng Qiang. Xiao Qian also knows the situation in the capital. Chang Huan, the director of the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau, belongs to the kind of official with low title and low power. As an institution that investigates, detects, and monitors economic crimes across the country, Chang Huan is still very important in the business community in Beijing. The state-owned enterprises are naturally not in Chang Huan's turn to take care of them, but among those private enterprises, which one of them does not offer him worship? After all, even those large groups with assets exceeding tens of billions cannot be absolutely clean. And as long as he didn't really commit the sin of anger and grievance, or was beaten to the sky, Chang Huan would not hold on to these powerful bosses. If he really committed the crime of anger and grievance, or stabbed to the top, Chang Huan would not have the strength to turn back, only to honestly execute the orders issued above. So from Xiao Qian's point of view, Cheng Qiang is not surprised that Chang Huan's jealousy is respectful. But just now, Cheng Qiang was more respectful to the man named Zhou Hao than to Chang Huan. And not only Cheng Qiang, but even Chang Huan himself, in terms of words, also respected Zhou Hao very much, and was not as indifferent to Cheng Qiang at all. Boss, who is Zhou Hao? As far as I know, he seems to be a student of He Xiangping. Xiao Qian said. I also watched the issue of Financial Frontline just now. Cheng Qiang took out a cigar. Xiao Qian immediately stepped forward to help him light it. He took a deep breath and said, Is it He Xiangping? I don't know about the student, but Zhou Hao can't provoke him. Glancing at Xiao Qian with a puzzled face, Cheng Qiang said, Although you often go with me to meet those big people, you haven't seen the circle in the capital yet, so you don't know who Zhou Hao is. He is. It's Zhao Rixin's godson. Zhao Rixin? Could it be? Of course, Xiao Qian knew who Zhao Rixin was. Although he has seen many powerful figures in the capital, his knowledge of people like Zhao Rixin is limited to television and newspapers, and he has never even tried to see a real person from a distance. The Dong family was pretty good before. I heard that it was Zhou Hao who provoked the Zhao family. Now he dare not stay in the capital and hide in New Zealand. Cheng Qiang said. Xiao Qian knew that Cheng Qiang was talking about Dong Qishan, the only son of the Dong family. The former Dong Qishan was well known in the capital, but he suddenly lost the news 6 months ago. Now he knows that he went to New Zealand. However, Xiao Qian is now even more taboo against Zhou Hao. Even princelings like Dong Qishan can force them to go abroad. This is not only possible with the identity of Zhao Rixin's son. He heard Qiang again. But this Zhou Hao is not like domineering. On the contrary, it is not dewy. I have wanted to win him over a long time ago, but I have never had a chance. Then He Xiangping. Cheng Qiang curled his lips. He Xiangping is finished. I felt bad when I saw that issue of Financial Frontline just now. Sure enough, they will come here. Forget it, forget me. It will save He Xiangping. Even if I have that heart, there is nothing I can do. But you still have to continue to contact him to cooperate with Zhou Hao and their plans. I see, boss. Xiao Qian nodded. Then, Cheng Qiang was thinking about how to make good use of this opportunity to build a good relationship with Zhou Hao. Just as Cheng Qiang originally planned, those stocks showed significant gains after a few days. Of course, the operators are no longer Cheng Qiang and the others, but the operation team headed by Qi Shaoan under Zhou Hao. Since He Xiangping didn't know Cheng Qiang's identity, and Xiao Qian contacted him, as always, He Xiangping had no doubts and was very excited about the rise of those stocks. As a result, these stocks rose. While improving his reputation, it also made Zhou Hao's counterintuitive stupidity even more apparent. Secondly, He Xiangping invested all the millions he earned from the first stock speculation in these stocks. As the stock rose, it meant that he made money. After the end of the round of money, He Xiangping estimated that he could make 10 to 18 million yuan from the stock market, plus the 30 million yuan promised by Xiao Qian, and he would have nearly 5,000, 10,000, which is half a billion. So when he was teaching the marketing class, he looked at Yang Jiabao and his eyes always full of triumph, and from time to time he sneered at her. However, Yang Jiabao already knew that Zhou Hao was dealing with He Xiangping, so he treated him like a dying person, and he didn't know much about him. Regarding Yang Jiabao's attitude, He Xiangping secretly irritated and sneered at the same time. Jiabao, just wait and see. When I really make 100 million, it will depend on how you surrender to me. He thought that he really made 100 million. Yang Jiabao would give him a hug, and he was still thinking about abandoning Yang Jiabao after playing with it, so as to get out of his own bad breath. But then his heart gradually became uneasy, because those stocks did not simply rise, but like riding a rocket, from the original price of more than 1 yuan to more than 20 yuan. This stock price has exceeded the original price. There are many plans. Those investors who bought after listening to He Xiangping's words are now inexplicably excited, and worship He Xiangping, the god of wealth, can no longer be described as worship. Some superstitious people even put He Xiangping's famous brand directly on the sacred stage at home and incense to him every day. He Xiangping knew that the gains of those stocks were a bit outrageous, and now it is close to the originally planned listing time. But the stocks are still rising continuously, and the daily limit is still for several days. He Xiangping was worried that if something really happened, he would be the first to bear the brunt. Not to mention other people, those stock investors who suffered huge losses might also come to the door to tear him up. So he immediately called Xiaoqian. What's the matter with you? How do you speculate the stock price so high? Even if you speculate the performance of those stocks, no matter how good they are, you can't get out of the rules. This is very dangerous. Xiaoqian secretly smiled in his heart, but calmly said, Mr. He, what are you anxious for? Don't worry, it's okay. Everything is under the control of our boss. You wait. We are planning to increase the stock price to 30 yuan. 30 yuan. He Xiangping couldn't help screaming. No, I have to make a statement right away. If something really happens, you still have room to turn around, but I'm miserable. No, Xiaoqian refused coldly. Teacher He, you can't do this now. You will cause us to suffer a great loss. If you do that, our boss said that 30 million, you don't even think about getting a penny. You, how can you do this? We signed the contract. He Xiangping shouted into the phone. Although he didn't know who the boss was behind the scenes, He Xiangping still asked both parties to sign a contract for the sake of insurance. The other party sent Xiaoqian as a representative and signed a contract with He Xiangping in his own name, demanding that He Xiangping be paid 30 million yuan in remuneration during the designated period. But when I heard Xiaoqian's een laugh from the phone, He Xiangping's heart continued to sink. Finally, Xiaoqian said, I signed the contract with you in my own name. If there is no boss, yes, I don't have the ability to pay 30 million at all. You can sue me, but, we have been mixed for so many years, and it is not easy to mess with here in the capital. We are not unwilling to make people die. Yes, Teacher He, you are a gentleman. If you want to tear your face with us, you should weigh it carefully. Don't pay yourself out on the impulse. Listening to Xiaoqian speaking those words in a calm tone, He Xiangping, who had never been in contact with the dark side, couldn't help but shiver. His natural way, since he has the ability to sit in the bank, he can talk to people in the underworld. It must also be related. If the other party is cruel, he will not be better after all. And Xiaoqian said again, furthermore, Mr. He, I know that you also invested in these stocks of ours. Hey, the few million you invested in at the beginning have now risen to more than 1 billion. Why not? Give me some patience. When the stock price rises above 30 yuan, you will have 200 million. 200 million teachers. You can't make so much money from the books you have taught for a lifetime at Peking University. Xiaoqian's voice was full of magic, and He Xiangping seemed to see piles of colorful banknotes. Why doesn't He Xiangping know that his money in the stock market now has more than 1 billion yuan, and it is because of this that he wants them to close the money? He knew that many gamblers had won money, but because they didn't want to withdraw, they finally went bankrupt. He didn't want to end up like this for himself. What he paid attention to was to settle for peace. However, Xiaoqian is right. If the stock price breaks through 30 yuan, he can have 200 million. 2 billion. Even though He Xiangping has a worry-free life as far as the current conditions are concerned, no one is too rich. Especially when he thought, if Yang Jiabao knew that he had 200 million, he would be crying and shouting to himself. Thinking of Yang Jiabao's indifference to himself these days, He Xiaoping felt an evil fire in his heart. If Yang Jiabao could be allowed to kneel on the ground and beg himself to accept her, that would be a great thing. See if you dare to gang up on Zhou Hao's eyebrows, and when I get tired of it, you will kick you off and see if you are still arrogant or not. He Xiaoping thought fiercely in his heart. Dreaming about Yang Jiabao throwing his arms into his arms, He Xiaoping's sanity was instantly overwhelmed. He asked Xiaoqian again, "Can you really guarantee that nothing will happen?" Hearing He Xiaoping's question, the corners of Xiaoqian's mouth were raised high, because he knew that the rabbit was already in the set. "Don't worry, teacher He. Your reputation is very important to us, even if there is no friendship between them. After all, are you still worthy of use for us? Although it is a little unfavorable to say that, but think about it. Will we lose our jobs?" Then He Xiaoping gritted his teeth. "Well then, I promise you." At the same time, Zhou Hao was in the Wang Fujing Hotel's long-term room that was booked by Zhao Yuqin. At this moment, he was resting comfortably on Zhao Yuqin's plump and soft thighs, while Zhao Yuqin carefully peeled the grapes and then fed the grape meat into Zhou Hao's mouth. Zhou Hao not only ate the grape meat, but also grabbed Zhao Yuqin's jade fingers and gently chewed with his teeth, which caused Zhao Yuqin's eyes to turn anger. "Hey, the stocks mentioned by He Xiaoping have already been pulled by you to more than 20 yuan. Are you still not taking it?" Zhao Yuqin took the jade finger out of Zhou Hao's mouth and picked up another one. The grapes began to peel. "This time is different from the last time you calculated ICBC and CCB. There were not many people paying attention to those companies last time. Even if you were tossed to death, there was no sound. But this time, because of He Xiaoping's relationship, many people have invested money in it. It is estimated that many people will be locked up. You really bear the heart." "I didn't do anything. It was Qi Shuwen and the others." Zhou Hao looked aggrieved. Seeing Zhao Yuqin glared at him, Zhou Hao shrugged and said, "Sister, do you know, in terms of financial operations, it is not ethical or unethical. To put it bluntly, this is an operation. The financial market has its own, the rules of the game, and I just follow these rules, so I don't feel guilty or have any responsibility." This is what George Soros said after he promoted the Asian financial turmoil in one hand. Zhou Hao agrees with him very much. However, many investors invest their savings, and those are their blood and sweat. Zhou Hao also sighed. The financial market itself has risks. If anyone can make money in it, it will become a bubble economy. Just because the money is their blood and sweat, it should not be easily invested in the undercurrents. In the stock market, according to me, stocks are not something that ordinary people can play at all. As far as the Chinese people are concerned, I prefer them to work on the ground, instead of having the mentality of making big money and making quick money. Throw money blindly into the stock market. In his previous life, Zhou Hao was also a very good accounting talent, and he had a good knowledge of finance. But even people like him did not dare to throw money in the stock market, not to mention those who could not even understand the candlestick chart. Rising to the citizens? People nowadays, their hearts are impetuous, and many of them are daydreaming about getting rich overnight. Zhao Yuqin sighed. "So now I just want to teach them a lesson and let them wake up." Zhou Hao said, China's stockholders repeatedly believed in the so-called general trend and allowed foreign capitalists to plunder a large amount of wealth, which made Zhou Hao very angry. So now, while foreign capital has not yet invaded China's financial market in large numbers, Zhou Hao wants to pass this incident so that stockholders can see the turmoil in the financial market and stop investing like his previous life in the stock market. Moreover, the central government also intends to take this incident to rectify CCTV and regulate the public opinion and morality of domestic media. Zhou Hao thought, if the effect is significant, then the Zhang Wubin incident that was caused by the media's disregard of public opinion and morality in the past life will be much less. Naturally, Zhou Hao wouldn't be so rash to influence the entire country with his own power, but he also wanted to do his part to ask for a clear conscience. And the most important thing is that Zhou Hao's temperament is still as unprofitable as a businessman. If he could not run He Xiaoping's unsure guy to death, he would only be able to get enough benefits from this time. And if the government owes itself a favor, I am afraid Zhou Hao will not take the initiative to take the matter. He smiled at Zhao Yuqin. "Sister, this is not like you. You also know the laws of the market. Why do you suddenly feel sorry for the stock investors? As the saying goes, there is but no gambling. No one forces them to throw money into the sea. What? Zhao Yuqin squeezed Zhou Hao's nose. You little villain, why are you so rude? She also imagined that those stockholders would suffer heavy losses in the near future, so she couldn't bear it. And at the same time, she didn't want Zhou Hao to become the kind of person who would do nothing for profit. However, Zhou Hao was right that high-risk things like stocks are really not something Chinese citizens can play casually. This time it is not a bad idea to teach them a lesson. Anyway, I will only look at him for the rest of my life, and let him do what he wants. Zhao Yuqin stared at Zhou Hao's tough face, his heart soft. By the way, how much did you invest this time? Zhao Yuqin asked curiously. Zhou Hao thought for a while, and said, I gave Qi Shaoan more than 4 billion, and asked him to change the stock price of a few stocks. I didn't expect that he was quite capable and could bring the stock price to this level. To the point. Then when are you going to stop? Well, I heard the guy from Qi Wenwen say that after breaking through 30 yuan, it's almost the same. By the way, the guy he's shopping seems to have thrown money in and wants to make a good profit. Zhou Hao smiled. This time he will lose everything. Suddenly, I saw Zhao Yuqin's small mouth curled up. People just have some thoughts about your family treasure. You don't hesitate to spend billions to deal with them. And you have also pulled in many innocent citizens. You are worse than Wu Sangwei. In my opinion, Wu Sangwei is also a realm. He was so angry that he became a beauty, even at the expense of the whole world. Zhou Hao smiled. Anyway, my woman is my Niling. Whoever touches it will die. If it's your sister, not to mention billions of yuan, I would not hesitate to take out all of my tens of billions of dollars. There is nothing more sweet to Zhao Yuqin's heart than hearing Zhou Hao's words, and she said with a blushing face, greasy mouth and tongue. Zhou Hao smiled and hooked Zhao Yuqin's jade neck, let her bend down, and smiled. Sister, then you come and taste Zhao Hao's greasy tongue. After that, he lifted his head slightly and stuck it to Zhao Yuqin. On the lips. It is now early February, and the Spring Festival is getting closer and closer, and the festive atmosphere in the capital is getting stronger. And similar to the atmosphere of the Spring Festival, there is the enthusiasm in the financial market. The stocks that He Xiangping mentioned before have gone from the initial price of more than 1 yuan to the current price of nearly 30 yuan, which is considered to have created a miracle in the Chinese stock market. He Xiangping has also been called the Chinese stock by many investors. However, it is strange that those well-known financial experts in the domestic financial circle who were originally keen on stock market review have now been silent in tacit understanding. On the contrary, it was because of He Xiangping that the ratings of Financial Frontline soared. Several experts invited all praised He Xiangping very much, and they did their best to please. Today is the final exam for the finance department of the Guanghua School of Management, Peking University, and He Xiangping is also the invigilator of the marketing class where Yang Jiabao works. The examination room was so quiet that needles dropped, and there was only a rustling sound made by the nib rubbing on the examination paper. Compared with this quiet environment, He Xiangping's heart is very unquiet. In fact, he was very excited, because he also knew that the stock prices of those stocks were close to 30 yuan, and the money he invested in the stock market, like a snowball, swelled to the current 200 million. Today, he is waiting for Xiao Qian to call himself, and then he immediately releases the stocks on his hands to cash out, and the 200 million is considered safe. By the way, I have to go to the financial front line to show a face before the small money is fully put on the market and remind those stock investors that these stocks are a bit unstable and may fall. After that, there was a big plunge, and he could be clear about it. Thinking that he was about to have a net worth of 200 million yuan, He Xiangping standing on the podium couldn't help but look at Yang Jiabao, who was sitting in his seat and immersed in answering papers. Seeing her serious and beautiful face, He Xiangping's heart became warm. He can now imagine Yang Jiabao crying and wanting to dedicate himself to himself, and the corners of his mouth also subconsciously raised. Jingle bell. A phone ring suddenly rang, and many students in the examination room who focused on answering papers were shocked, thinking it was time to hand in their papers. He Xiangping's face was a little hot, and he quickly took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket apologized to another invigilator and other students, and hurried out of the examination room. Originally, let alone in the more important final exams, even if he went to class on weekdays, He Xiangping would shut down the phone so as not to affect his class. But now he is eagerly waiting for Xiaoqian's call, so he can't shut it down. Walking out of the examination room, he immediately put the phone to his ear and said excitedly, "Is it Mr. Qian?" "Haha. Teacher He, it seems you are waiting very anxiously." Xiaoqian's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Qian, let's talk about other things later. What's going on in the stock market?" He Xiangping was indeed very anxious. Xiaoqian smiled and said, "Look at you in a hurry. Okay. Haha. The stock price has broken through 30 yuan, and we are also ready to put it on the market. Go cash it out." With He Xiangping's always self-proclaimed gentle personality, now he couldn't help but say something foul. "FCKU, it's done." After that, he immediately called his securities broker and asked him to sell all the stocks in his hands for cash, and the securities brokers should continue to do so. "Mr. He, congratulations." At the end, the securities broker said hi on the phone. "Well, thank you." He Xiangping tried to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Maybe he was really too excited. If he was in the past, he might have heard the stockbroker say that congratulations with a smirking smile in his tone. After hanging up the phone, He Xiangping took a deep breath. In Beijing in February, the temperature was very low, but in He Xiangping, the air was very warm and it warmed to his heart. When he returned to the examination room, the smile on his face made the other invigilator inexplicable. And He Xiangping also squinted to look at Yang Jiabao and thought very proudly in his heart, "Yang Jiabao, just cry and call me, and I beg me to accept you. Don't put 3 holes in your body. FCK at all, I won't be called He Xiangping." At this moment, Yang Jiabao raised his head and caught He Xiangping's blatant gaze. He Xiangping, who was a normal one, might still converge a bit, but at this time he was unscrupulous, his eyes lingering on Yang Jiabao's chest recklessly, as if he was about to tear off that layer of clothes and humiliated her severely. With a cold snort, Yang Jiabao packed up his things and walked out with the test paper, but he had to hand in the paper in advance. When she got out of her seat, without even looking at He Xiangping, she handed the completed exam paper to another invigilator and then walked straight out of the examination room. He Xiangping greeted the invigilator quickly and chased him out immediately. "Jiabao, when I left the door, I just saw Yang Jiabao walking to the stairs." Originally, Ambassador Yang Jiabao didn't want to pay attention to him, but after thinking about it, he stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" "There are things I want to talk to you." After all, He Xiangping didn't look at Yang Jiabao and walked into the lounge next to him. Yang Jiabao showed a sneer and then followed in. "Jiabao, do you know that I now have a net worth of 200 million yuan?" He Xiangping saw Yang Jiabao coming in and said directly to her, and then waited for Yang Jiabao to show his stunned expression. However, to He Xiangping's surprise, Yang Jiabao did not change his face, and even said coldly, "So what?" "So what?" He Xiangping sneered. "Didn't you tell me before that if I can earn 100 million in a year, will I be able to compete fairly with Zhou Hao? Do you forget all these words?" "Up." Yang Jiabao shook his head. "I haven't forgotten, but Mr. He, I think you have misunderstood what I mean. I just said at that time that you can compete fairly with Zhou Hao, but I never said that I would like you." "You?" He Xiangping was speechless for a while, and then said with a slow expression, "Jiabao, I made 200 million yuan in less than a month. You should see my strength. And now I am but being made a Chinese stock, by outsiders, to be famous and profitable. Don't you think that I am inferior to Zhou Hao's milky bastard?" "I think you are the bastard." Yang Jiabao squinted coldly. Suddenly she spread out her hands again. "Forget it. You are in a big disaster. I still have general knowledge about what to do with you." "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" He Xiangping naturally didn't understand what Yang Jiabao meant. At this moment, there were bursts of chucking sounds from the leather shoes stepping on the ground from the corridor outside, and then someone was asking, "Where is He Xiangping, please?" "Teacher He seems to have just gone out." This is the tutor who invigilated the exam with He Xiangping. He Xiangping felt very puzzled when he heard someone looking for him outside, and at this moment he saw Yang Jiabao cast a pity and mocking look at him. At this moment, He Xiangping had an ominous premonition in his heart. He walked over to open the door of the lounge and saw a few uniformed policemen at the entrance of the examination room, and the invigilator was there. I saw He Xiangping walk over by himself and said to the policeman in the lead, "I am He Xiangping. Are you looking for me?" The policeman looked at He Xiangping up and down, then took a piece of paper from his subordinates and shook it in front of He Xiangping, then said with a grim face, "Mr. He Xiangping, we are the Ministry of Public Security Economic Crime Investigation, by the way. Now we suspect that you are related to an insider trading case and a case of disrupting financial order. Please come back with us." I don't know if it was intentional. His voice was so loud that the teachers and students in several examination rooms on this floor heard it. He Xiangping fought a cold war upon hearing this and immediately shouted, "When did I get involved in insider trading, and when did I disrupt the financial order? You guys don't wrong people indiscriminately." He Xiangping, "We didn't wrong you. Do you know how many people you have killed?" The policeman behind said angrily. "The stocks you predicted to rise are now found to be speculated through illegal operations." I got up. Now those companies have been investigated, and now they are all down. The policeman obviously bought those stocks by himself or by his family and friends, and suffered heavy losses. Therefore, he hated He Xiangping as the culprit. No, impossible. He Xiangping subconsciously denied what the police said, because he didn't believe it was the truth. Now it's useless to say anything. You should cooperate with us and go back with us obediently. The policeman in the lead said coldly. I saw two policemen approaching immediately and grabbed He Xiangping and put handcuffs on his hands. He Xiangping saw that many students had come out to watch. He, the youngest professor of Peking University, was handcuffed in public. It was a humiliating thing for him. I want to wear a hood. I want to wear a hood. Although he knew that he would be recognized even if he wore a hood, He Xiangping still wanted to deceive himself, and he dared not face the students and teachers around him, but listened to the police headed by a sneer. Sorry, we didn't prepare any hoods. He Xiangping, come with us. Let's go, you liar. The police who hated He Xiangping gave him a big push. With this sudden change, He Xiangping, who had just been immersed in the joy of getting rich, felt the feeling of going from heaven to hell. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. The police cars did not park under the teaching building, but were placed at the entrance of Manhwa College. Therefore, if He Xiangping wants to get on the bus, he can only walk past this way. During the distance, he needs to walk for 15 minutes. Many teachers and students had heard about He Xiangping's arrest by the police and ran out to watch. So He Xiangping, who was in handcuffs and was held between two policemen, walked slowly in the strange eyes of the teachers and students of this college. In the past, teachers and students looked at him with admiration, but now, He Xiangping can feel the ridicule and disdain in those eyes, and many of them are even more gloating. It's no wonder that He Xiangping used to pretend to be a lofty person and often used a superior eye to look at others, but now he has encountered a situation where everyone pushes him down. He Xiangping finally felt the humiliation of going into a hole instead of seeing people. Today's He Xiangping just wants to leave here as soon as possible and leave the sight of everyone. Especially he felt that Yang Jiabao seemed to be in the crowd, looking at himself with contempt. However, the police seemed to be deliberately taking him to parade. They were very leisurely, and there was no urgency to take him back. The dean of Manhwa College heard about He Xiangping and hurried over. After all, he has a deep love for He Xiangping and intends to train He Xiangping as his successor. In addition, He Xiangping's reputation has risen sharply in recent days, and Manhwa College has also been greatly exposed. Now that these policemen arrested He Xiangping in such a high profile, isn't it tantamount to giving Manhwa College a slap in the face? Why are you taking away the professors of our college? As soon as the dean arrived, he saw He Xiangping being handcuffed, and an anger surged in his heart. No matter what, he asked these police officers. The police officer headed calmly said, Mr. Dean, we have formal procedures, and our law enforcement is not problematic at all. If the dean has any comments, you can reflect it to my superiors. But now I invite you. Get out, otherwise we can sue you for obstructing law enforcement. Then, he unceremoniously pushed the dean aside and walked forward with He Xiangping with a pale face. The dean behind shouted, I'm looking for your chief. The police officer sneered and said, It's useless to find our chief. This is a direct arrest order issued by the Ministry of Public Security. When I came to the entrance of Manhwa College, I saw that there were already many reporters here. He Xiangping's face turned paler, and he shouted to the police officer in front. Police officer, take me out of here, take me out of here. But as soon as the voice fell, the reporters rushed up and surrounded them. One by one, the microphones of the various TV stations also squeezed in front of He Xiang's plane. The cameras of the video recorders were all aimed at He Xiangping, and the camera flashes even more. It keeps flashing. Professor He, the few stocks you predicted earlier are suspected of illegal trading and economic crimes, and the stock price has dropped from the highest of 30 yuan. I would like to ask, do you know about the illegal trading of those stocks? The reporter asked. I don't know. When He Xiangping heard that the stocks had all lowered their limits, his heart had been sinking. He had just asked his securities broker to sell the stocks. Now if the lower limit of the stocks has fallen, he can't handle it. Regarding He Xiangping's denial, the reporters did not give up and asked closely, Professor He, why did these comrades from the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau arrest you? Are you related to the behind-the-scenes trading of those stocks? No, I have nothing to do with them. He Xiangping shouted, I went back with the police to assist in the investigation. Do you know that I am not a criminal? Professor He, this incident has caused heavy losses to many investors. Do you think you have any responsibility for this? He Xiangping was stunned for a moment, his expression constantly changing, and finally gritted his teeth. I don't think I have any responsibility. I just said that these stocks will rise, and they did rise too. However, the financial market has always been high. Risky, no one can predict what will happen in the next moment. Besides, I haven't forced them to buy it. What responsibility do I have? From a certain point of view, He Xiangping's remarks also make sense. The stock investors buy those stocks by their own decision and have nothing to do with others. However, even so, how could those who have lost all of their money let go of He Xiangping so easily? On the contrary, what He Xiangping said is extremely irresponsible in the eyes of many people. Okay, we have to take him back to the bureau. Let's show some face, let's let it go. Seeing that the reporters had almost asked, the police officers squeezed out a way and put He Xiang push flat into the police car. Until the police car started, the surrounding reporters kept taking pictures, and He Xiangping also left in the flashes of light. He wanted to know what was going on. He wanted to call Xiaoqian to ask. However, the police took away his mobile phone and prevented him from contacting the outside world. He Xiangping wanted to ask the policeman who was angry with him before, what happened to the stock market? However, after he asked, the policeman stared at him very bitterly for a long time, which made He Xiangping feel like he was looking at each other with a cobra, and finally looked back, and the policeman didn't say a word. He Xiangping didn't dare to ask anymore. Returning to the investigation bureau, He Xiangping was thrown into a room. There was no bed, table, or stool in the room, not even toilets and lights. It was just an open space of more than 10 square meters, the only decoration in the entire room. On the wall facing the door, there is a small window the size of a brick, and there is a thick layer of glass between them, and the sound cannot pass through. He Xiangping stood on tiptoe to see the monotonous bluish-gray wall outside. He Xiangping naturally had no experience of being brought into the game, so he was very uneasy, squatting in the corner at this time. He is afraid that his money will be locked up, afraid that the matter of those stocks will ruin him, afraid that they will betray him with small money, afraid that what he wants will eventually become an empty dream, and even more afraid that what he originally owned will be all lose. Let me out. I want to go out. Let me out quickly. Suddenly he jumped up and rushed to the door, hammering the iron door hard, banging, echoing with his roar in the sealed room, hovering. I am a professor at Peking University, I am a master tutor at Manhwa College, and I am a Chinese stock god. Let me go. After beating the iron door for 10 minutes, the iron door finally opened. He Xiangping subconsciously was about to squeeze out from the opening of the door, but he was put a foot on his chest and flew back upside down. Ever since he was young, he has been attacked like this before, rolling on the ground holding his chest, groaning in pain. I saw 2 policemen walking in, punching and kicking He Xiangping on the ground, and yelling. I call you yelling. Yelling you. I'm so arrogant after committing things. Both of them are veterans, and hitting He Xiangping not only made him feel unhappy, but also did not cause performance scars. He Xiangping, who had never experienced this kind of beating, was so painful that he couldn't stand it. So he put down his dignity and repeatedly begged for mercy. The two policemen also vented and finally spit at He Xiangping before closing the iron gate and drove away. He Xiangping was curled up on the ground, his whole body trembling with pain, and what made him even more uncomfortable was that he, who was originally respected by others, was now a prisoner and was to be beaten by this humiliation. The most important thing is that he can't know the outside situation, so he can't think of a corresponding way to deal with it, only to increase anxiety. It wasn't until the night fell outside and the room was also shrouded in deep darkness that the iron door opened again. The light came in from outside the door, and He Xiangping, who was still on the ground, squinted his eyes, but only two figures came in. One left, and the other held his hands, dragged him out of the room. He was beaten up, and every time he hadn't eaten or drank water for most of the day, He Xiangping almost collapsed. He saw clearly that the two who dragged him away were the policemen who beat him up before. They took He Xiangping to a much more spacious room. There was a sofa, a coffee table, a TV, and heating. It should be the reception room of the investigation bureau. What shocked He Xiangping the most was that he actually saw a person who shouldn't and could not be here. Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was sitting on the sofa in the reception room with his legs folded. His face was very pleasant. When He Xiangping was dragged in, a policewoman brought hot milk tea and delicate cakes and placed them respectfully on Zhou Hao, on the coffee table in front. On the other hand, He Xiangping was rudely pressed by the two policemen on a hard solid wood chair. His hands were also buckled on the back of the chair, and he himself was facing Zhou Hao. Leave two people, and the others will return. He Xiangping only noticed that there was a man in his 40s sitting on the sofa next to Zhou Hao. Hearing what the man said, except for the two policemen who stood behind He Xiangping, everyone else left the reception room and closed the door. Zhou Hao looked at He Xiangping with a smile on his face and said, "Teacher He, why have you been so haggard after only a few days?" He Xiangping's chest fluctuated violently twice. Then he took a deep breath and weakly said to Zhou Hao, "What are you doing here?" Zhou Hao grinned and said, "To be honest, I am Mr. He. You are here to show off." Hearing Zhou Hao said that he was here to show off his power, He Xiangping's heart suddenly twitched and he felt a pain. Originally, he thought that he had a net worth of 200 million, so that he could yang jiabao from Zhou Hao, and then he would have to show off in front of Zhou Hao. Originally, He Xiangping should play the role of this hero. But now, let alone show off his power, He Xiangping can't even protect himself. Moreover, when he once had a net worth of 200 million, Yang Jiabao also said that he would not like him. At this time, Zhou Hao laughed and said, "By the way, Teacher He, you still don't know the situation outside, right?" I saw the man sitting next to Zhou Hao raising his hand. A policeman who had been guarding behind He Xiangping went over to turn on the TV, which happened to be the CCTV news broadcast. Today, the China Securities Regulatory Commission confirmed that due to major violations of several listed companies such as Yuanzhong Industry, they have decided to delist them and terminate their listing. The dignified hostess meticulously broadcast, "The relevant personnel involved are all involved. The China Securities Regulatory Commission, the China Banking Regulatory Commission, and the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security have all been involved in the investigation of the case. Due to this incident, many investors who bought these stocks have suffered heavy losses." Then, as soon as the footage on TV changed, it was transferred to various securities companies in Beijing. Many investors who bought those stocks were blocked there, shouting that they would get their money back, feeling very excited. When the reporter interviewed one of the short and chubby middle-aged women, she heard her screaming cry, "He Xiangping who killed 1,000 knives. I bought it because he said that these stocks will rise sharply. Oh, these are the money I saved for more than 10 years. He Xiangping, who killed 1,000 swords." The reporter interviewed many stock investors who had lost their money. Apart from hating those stocks, He Xiangping was the one who gritted his teeth the most. Seeing that look, I really want to eat his flesh and drink his blood and let the matter sit still. He Xiangping, who was in front of the TV, was cold and shivering with shock. Then the TV screen returned to the hostess of the news network and only listened to her saying, "At noon today, Comrade Chang Huan, the director of the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security, officially confirmed to the outside world that he had previously recommended it on this station's program, Financial Frontline. He Xianping, a professor of finance at Peking University in those stocks, is one of the principal culprits in this case, and he Xianping has also been arrested. At the same time, because of this incident, the propaganda department of the CPC Central Committee has severely criticized this station and cannot serve the public. To provide correct and objective public opinion guidance, this station's director, Zhao Huayong, also took the blame and resigned. Watching TV dumbfounded, he Xianping felt that the whole world was about to collapse. Moreover, he also noticed that Chang Huan, the director of the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau who appeared on TV, was the man sitting next to Zhou Hao at this time. Stunned for a while, he suddenly wanted to jump up with a stool and pounce on Chang Huan, but he was stunned by the eyes of the two policemen behind him. But he still raised his neck and shouted at Chang Huan, "Why do you say that I am the principal offender? You have never interrogated me according to normal procedures. My lawyer has not yet defended me. Why do you convict me? I am not guilty. I am not guilty." Facing He Xianping's roar, the expression on Chang Huan's face remained unchanged, still so cold and serious. Zhou Hao, who was next to him, showed a mocking smile. It was not easy for the investigation bureau to convict He Xianping. Besides, this was a direct order from above, and Chang Huan was even more comfortable with it. Although Zhou Hao didn't know the process, he knew that, without He Xianping's knowledge, all relevant procedures such as his confession, and even the court's judgment were all prepared. And it's all legal. It's a iron proof. No one can reverse the case for him unless that person has the ability to contend with the entire Chinese government and is willing to confront the Chinese government for He Xianping. Teacher He, your money has also been invested in those stocks. I am afraid it has all evaporated without a trace now. Zhou Hao smiled at He Xianping. It's not that I don't understand why this happens. He Xianping was shocked and raised his head to look at Zhou Hao. Just listen to Zhou Hao. Of course you don't know. In fact, they have already started listing when the stock price reaches 25 yuan. When the stock price breaks through 30 yuan, they are actually closing. How do you know? He Xianping just asked. A flash of inspiration flashed in his heart. He was not a stupid person and immediately thought of a possibility. He stared at Zhou Hao. Could it be that you? Impossible. Impossible. You are just a student. How could you? Teacher He, why bother to doubt your guess? Actually, you have guessed it right. Zhou Hao's smile looked very evil. Ha ha ha. Mr. He, you are right. I am the one sitting in the village. People. He Xianping shook fiercely, as if he was electrocuted. He shook his head and murmured, "No. How is this possible? How is this possible?" Because He Xianping knew that the capital needed to invest in this time was as high as billions of RMB, how could Zhou Hao have so much money? Teacher He, you look down on me from the beginning. You think you haven't studied in a foreign country, you haven't been admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University, and you are inferior. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. For people like you, I just want to say, you too much to sit and watch the sky. He Xianping seemed to have recovered a bit of calmness. He said, if you are sitting in the village, why can you still sit here? You are the real principal. Chang Huan. He is the principal, why don't you catch he? Chang Huan just sneered and didn't say a word, while Zhou Hao was also smiling at He Xianping's innocence. In fact, those listed companies did not completely abide by the law, but they were just minor problems and could not be regarded as major violations. However, with the cooperation of the government, it is very easy to list some crimes for these listed companies, and everything can be done through internal operations. After Qi Shaowen and the others were finished, the major violations of those listed companies were exposed in due course, and the China Securities Regulatory Commission immediately delisted them, resulting in this situation. Teacher He, I said that you used to teach and write essays in your free time. Isn't life very comfortable? Why do you want to hook up with those profiteers? Zhou Hao took the cup of hot milk tea and took a sip. Why is it necessary for one? You can't get a woman and lose your family life. You know, Jiabao said that he would make you 100 million, but in fact he just wants you to retreat. Who knows that you are really capable, and just toss it up. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, He Xianping suddenly laughed. I see. Zhou Hao, you are jealous of me. You are afraid that I will. The family treasure from you. So you framed me unscrupulously. Right? Zhou Hao, speak up. Teacher He, I really don't know whether to call you arrogant or naive. Zhou Hao smiled coldly. I'll tell you the truth. I want to deal with you. You naturally don't have any resistance. But now, I'm not dealing with you because of personal grievances. I'm doing this for the people, do you know? Your remarks about devaluing the renminbi have caused a great obstacle to our country's policies. It's not that I want to deal with you, but the country will punish you severely. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Hao, you are a big, treacherous man. You colluded with corrupt officials to frame Zhongliang. He Xiangping suddenly laughed. I believe that future history will return me innocence, and I will be innocent in the future. You will be famous forever, and you will be stinking for thousands of years. Zhou Hao, wait and see. Hearing what he said, even Chang Huan over there couldn't help laughing. And Zhou Hao said, no wonder my godfather said that you are a stinky and hard rock, and you are right. People like you always think that they are right and others are wrong. The true intention of the country, how could it be understood by a short-sighted person like you who only cares about petty profits? I know that your so-called literati's dreams are the dream of your so-called literati. When I tell you, history is always written by the strong, can it be you? Do you think your name will survive forever? If history really records this incident in the future, then you are a criminal who hinders the development of the country, entraps the interests of the people, and harms the country and the people. Zhou Hao sneered. It will be you, He Xiangping, who has been stinking for thousands of years. I represent justice. Zhou Hao really couldn't stand the self-righteous and even arrogant people like He Xiangping. Many high-ranking people believe that literati was the root of the country's unrest. Although this view is a bit biased, Zhou Hao also believes that among the many factors that can cause turmoil, the literati can cause the greatest damage. Just like the many peasant uprisings in history, if only pure peasants participated in it, their influence and destructive power would always be limited, and once literati joined, their destructive power would not be the same. Zhou Hao said to He Xiangping, Teacher He, this should be the last time we have met, so let's just say it all. He knew from Zhao Rixin that He Xiangping would not live long, whether it was to calm the anger of the people or to annihilate the traces. After leaving the reception room, He Xiangping could still hear the desperate and unwilling roar inside, but Zhou Hao ignored it. The subsequent development is also true. Since that time in the investigation bureau, Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao have never seen He Xiangping again, and news of He Xiangping's death sentence soon appeared in the news. However, Zhou Hao knew that when the news that He Xiangping was sentenced to death was broadcast, He Xiangping was actually dead. Regarding He Xiangping's crimes, the Ministry of Public Security's handling is different from the previous secrecy measures used to treat criminals. Instead, it lists all He Xiangping's crimes. One of the most eye-catching is that He Xiangping colluded with criminals and used the mass media to coax people into buying stocks and make huge profits from them. Almost overnight, He Xiangping has changed from being revered as a Chinese stock to the object of scolding by everyone. As for the other principal criminals, because He Xiangping has attracted everyone's attention, not many people paid attention to them, but vaguely remember that several people were sentenced to 10 years to life imprisonment. It is worth mentioning that in Manhwa College, those old professors and deans originally wanted to use their contacts to save He Xiangping, but they saw that He Xiangping's crimes are well documented, and the state has dealt with them so vigorously. In addition, the people outside deeply hated He Xiangping, so the dean of Guanghua College immediately changed his attitude and joined the verbal criticism of He Xiangping. He also held several review conferences in the college and held several ideological and moral activities are based on the school spirit. Even though it was Yang Jiabao, who was very dissatisfied with He Xiangping, he couldn't help but sigh at this situation. In addition to He Xiangping, CCTV, which single-handedly populated it, was also severely criticized by the propaganda department of the CPC Central Committee. Director Zhao Huayong resigned, and many leaders in the station were screened and injected a lot of fresh blood. After that, the propaganda department also organized a nationwide public opinion and moral purging campaign, which allowed all provinces and cities to seriously rectify the regional public opinion media, but it cleared the increasingly erosive domestic media circles. Although Zhou Hao knows that it is impossible to completely wash out the media industry, At least it can also make the domestic public opinion less volatile and difficult to control. The Polaris Media Group's Galaxy Satellite TV was highly praised by the propaganda department because of its rigorous style and objective reporting, which made the already strong Galaxy Satellite TV show its face again. Zhou Hao knew that the government was repaying him, so he accepted it safely. In the company of Zhao Yuqin and Yang Jiabao, Zhou Hao felt that life was passing fast, and the new year was close in a blink of an eye. Peking University had already had winter vacation very early, but Yang Jiabao was reluctant to leave Zhou Hao, so he stayed in Beijing until New Year's 9, and then took a plane back to Guangxi. Although it was still during the spring festival travel season, Zhou Hao thoughtfully booked her a flight ticket very early, but there was no hindrance. On the day they left Beijing, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin both went to the airport to see Yang Jiabao off. Zhao Yuqin and Yang Jiabao were also the first time Zhou Hao appeared in front of him after returning to Beijing this time. "Bad guy, you are not allowed to look at other girls when I'm away." Yang Jiabao, with a tough personality, couldn't help his nose sour and tearful when he was leaving. After seeing Zhao Yuqin next to Zhou Hao, she added, "Except sister. Zhou Hao is non-committal, and she can't just agree to this matter." He stepped forward and hugged Yang Jiabao and said softly, "When you go back, be more filial to your parents and old man. Don't be as self-willed as before. You are all college students anyway." "Yeah." Yang Jiabao pursed his little cherry mouth and responded, like an aggrieved little beast. Then Yang Jiabao hugged Zhao Yuqin again and said in Zhao Yuqin's ear, "Sister, look at him well, don't let him mess with flowers. Sister, save it." Zhao Yuqin nodded and agreed. In the end, Yang Jiabao walked back into the boarding passage almost step by step, leaving Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin with a touch of promise. Seeing Zhou Hao look sad, Zhao Yuqin softly comforted, "Don't be like this. It's not that you don't see each other." After she said that, she held up her hands and said helplessly, "Where is there someone like me in the world? Stay with me? I have to comfort him with the plane that my own man gave his lover. I guess the whole world is so stupid." Seeing Zhao Yuqin's aggrieved appearance, Zhou Hao hurriedly hugged her into his arms and gave her sweet words to coax this elder sister, who was beautiful, beautiful, and famous. Soon it was New Year's Eve. Although they couldn't go back to Xianqing to spend time with Yin Tong and the others, Zhou Hao still had a long phone call with them. First, I chatted with Yin Tong about the daily life, and then continued to chat with Wang Shijuan and Yin Qingqing for half an hour, followed by Li Rulin and Situ Jinying. Of course, we must not forget that we need to stay in Hong Kong to watch ATV's Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing return to Hong Kong after the tour. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to make a phone call to He Shuiyun, but thinking of her leaving without saying goodbye when she was in Venice, she felt sad and resentful. At the same time, moreover, He Shuiyun was either at Su's or He's at this time, calling her. I was afraid that it would be inconvenient, so Zhou Hao stopped fighting after thinking about it. However, Gao Jingyi, who was far away in the United States, called her home and asked Gao Helu to tell Zhou Hao that everything was fine in the United States. Thinking of the girl who was arrogant, but silently liked her, Zhou Hao's heart was also soft. Come, try what your godmother has made." She started preparing before dawn today. Zhao Rixin's cheerful laugh called Zhou Hao's thoughts back. "Haha, I remember, godmother is from Boss Han. This crispy pan must be done very authentically." Zhou Hao smiled. Yin Ximing smiled kindly. Ding Zhou and Yuqin both like to eat this. The recipe for this crispy pot is not too difficult, but it takes a long time. It used to be in our hometown. This dish must be before marriage. Learn, otherwise you won't be a good wife." Zhou Hao said. "Oh, it's still the virtuous girls of the past. Now more and more girls know how to cook." A jade hand stretched out from the side to pinch his ears, but it was Zhao Yuqin. "You stinky boy, don't point at saying why there. I can help make this crispy pot." Yin Ximing smiled at Zhao Rixin. "Look, these two children look like they are not grown up." They said so, but the two elders were very pleased that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin got along so well. They didn't know that the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin was much more harmonious than they thought. Since Zhao Dingzhou is a general of a party and cannot leave the jurisdiction casually, he cannot return to Beijing. Zhou Hao stayed here this year to accompany the two elders to guard the new year, which also added a lot of fun to the two elders. After the New Year's Eve bell in the bell and drum tower, the new year has officially arrived. Hearing the lively voices outside, Zhou Hao was very moved. In my last life, how could I think of having the opportunity to spend the new year at the Politburo Standing Committee's house? Xiao Hao, come, take the red envelope. I hope your academic progress. Zhao Rixin and Yin Xining handed the red envelope to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I also wish my godfather and godmother good health and success. Although Zhao Rixin has a distinguished status, the red envelope given to Zhou Hao is only a symbolic 100 yuan. Anyway, Zhou Hao's money is too much to spend, and he doesn't care about it. Just try to be lucky. That night, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin naturally had to stay here for the night. Of course, with Zhao Rixin and his wife, they could not have the same room, so as not to be discovered by the two elders. Early the next morning, Zhao Rixin brought Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin to the chairman's house to pay a New Year's greeting, and the Prime Minister and several other members of the Standing Committee also brought their families and family members. This is their habit. If nothing happens, they will come on the first day of the new year. Happy New Year at the chairman's house. It is the first time that Zhou Hao has seen all the Standing Committee members in reality. Watching those big bosses who can only be seen in the TV and newspapers on weekdays, chatting with their sons and grandsons, Zhou Hao is really open with a sense of vision, I thought. I didn't expect that I would also have the honor to attend this New Year's Standing Committee meeting. These bigwigs have also heard of Zhou Hao for a long time, and one by one came forward to praise Zhou Hao and gave him red envelopes routinely. Zhou Hao grabbed these red envelopes in his hand and said in his heart, if I tell others that I have gathered all the red envelopes of the Standing Committee of the country, I wonder if anyone will believe it. Today is the first day of the new year, so these Standing Committee members are tacitly not going to talk about major national events, but they are happy to relax. At this time, Zhou Hao also saw a teenager who seemed to be only 14 or 5 years old standing in a corner of the room, quietly looking at the people around him, different from other children. The young man was less than 1.6 meters tall, and his figure was thin and slender, and his complexion was slightly pale. In addition, he had beautiful features and bright eyes, and there was a faint melancholy in his eyebrows. According to Zhou Hao, this boy has the potential to be a fake mother. Seeing him standing there alone, as if watching the world with the eyes of a bystander, Zhou Hao couldn't help but walked over and smiled at him. Little brother, why are you here alone? Are you here, or grandpa? Suddenly, everyone around him calmed down, and the stagnant atmosphere made Zhou Hao feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing Zhao Yuqin with a stunned look over there, Zhou Hao asked in confusion, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? You don't seem to know who I am. The boy spoke and looked at Zhou Hao with curious eyes. Listening to his tone, he was not like a 14 or 5-year-old boy. I really don't know you. Zhou Hao scratched his head. My name is Qisha, and everyone who knows me calls me the second master. The young man smiled lightly. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.